Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Sons of Kojima emergency broadcast. I'm Tyler Hansen, and I'm joined by some furious motherfuckers, and tonight we're looking for some answers. Up first, he's gonna pound the fuck out of them, Mr. Evil Table.
Fuck you.
He's gonna pile drive them into the ground, Mr. Rad Rad.
I'm tired of asking questions. I want some fucking answers right goddamn now.
He's gonna corkscrew their asses, Mr. Online Combo.
Wow.
She's
I wasn't
gonna
expecting a corkscrew asses.
I had that one ready for you.
Oh.
She's gonna pulverize their faces, Miss Prideful Zombie.
God damn it, YouTube and Google, where the hell's my money?
And finally, he's stretched out, and now he's gonna push back, Mr. Fred Fucks.
Play.
Fuck you.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here. Today is actually Wednesday. Sorry, I almost forgot the day. February 22nd, 2017. And I'm making a special vlog here to discuss a couple of topics. Now, originally I was going to make a vlog tonight already about one very important topic, something that everyone who watches my stuff, who attends the live streams, who watches my videos on YouTube, something you need to know, a big impending change coming to my schedule. I want to explain up front why this change is happening so you understand for transparency reasons, and also how this is going to affect the daily content that I put out on YouTube, so this way you know what to expect every single day, rather than this change hits and then boom, you had no idea it was coming, and everyone's confused. When does the stream start? Where's the video?
Everyone's confused.
So I'm going to outline all of that
Lost.
in this video. But, unfortunately, something else has happened. Something that I did not ever foresee at this point. I mean, I'm so blindsided by this.
Get the fuck? This is like the fourth month in a row.
Again, YouTube and ad revenue, which I know many of you don't care about, and if you don't care about it, I recommend once I talk about the schedule changing portion of the video, you skip the rest of it.
Oh, okay, good. We can take the other half off.
We can
Nice.
not watch the video.
We're free.
It's gonna be
Awesome.
short tonight. I'm
Because
excited.
At this point, it's basically putting me at risk of being able to do this as a job anymore.
Oh no, not again.
And or not necessarily because I can't really quit doing this and get another job, because another job wouldn't make as much money as I'm doing this, as I've explained many times before.
That's not a reason
I
not to
love
get
how
a
he
job.
said he wasn't going to get into
I
this
honestly
first,
don't know
but he's
what else
getting
to
into
do,
it
and what I'm
first.
gonna do is seek,
Guys, we have no
help
video
from-
on the stream.
from you
Oh no, I
suggestions.
accidentally
I have
hit the
suggestions
space bar
already.
and that took the video
Other
away for
ways
some
that I
reason.
can bring in revenue
Sorry.
to continue to do this as a job.
We really
Because
meant it.
YouTube is changing. YouTube is obviously screwing with things. I have evidence.
Screw it. You have evidence.
Video that makes absolutely no logical sense.
Plead your
I'm
case,
talking
Phil.
with Machinima about this. Basically, the
Uh-oh.
bottom
Take him
line
to
is
court.
YouTube ad revenue, at least for me on
Bottom
my
line.
channels, is down into the toilet.
Okay.
Worse than January.
I
which
should
makes
know, I
no
drink from
sense,
there.
Because in January it was really bad. It always is bad in January because you had that big rush for the holidays, right? And then after the holidays, the ad revenue goes boo into the toilet for about a month. And then all of a sudden in February it comes back because you've got the Super Bowl, you've got big movies coming out, you get this big insurgence of ad revenue on YouTube.
Insurgents?
And for whatever reason,
Does he
on
know
my
what that
channel,
means?
doesn't
That's a weird-
happen.
that's a weird
In
way to
fact,
put it.
Resurgent, Phil.
An
by a large
insurgent.
fucking margin.
What an
When
infidel
this
of
scam
views.
doesn't turn around. I don't know how I'm going to keep paying my bills. It's that bad. And
Well,
it's
he does
bullshit.
know. He's going to
It's
ask for people to
bullshit.
pay his
You,
bills.
And it literally has nothing to
It's
do with me.
bullshit.
If you actually look at views and everything going on, they're good. YouTube, for some reason, is paying me less for the same amount of work and the same amount of views and the same amount of everything. And there's no explanation why. I've already put in an inquiry to my partner network, Machinima. I have a little bit of information about that to follow up with you in this video. All right.
All right.
So let's talk about the first thing first. The thing that this original video was supposed to be about, all right? Oh, by the way, I'm going to mention this. I'm completely disabling comments
Aw.
and likes and dislikes on this video.
Aw.
I say why.
Appreciate
It's
it,
simple.
Anita.
sad.
Whenever I do one of these vlogs, that's very
I'm not going
important,
to let
and if you
anybody
actually
give
care
me
about
any feedback on my
and
video at
my
all.
business and my
'Cause you can email
putting
me
out
if you
these
really
live
want
streams
to.
and videos every day, and you want to see me continue to do this, right?
If you really mean it, you better email
want
me.
to see this
If you
video.
really want to help me, you better
But
email
there's
me.
this element that comes in who just want
Do
to
it
shit
on the
all
low.
over everything. They completely ruin the comments.
On the
You know,
low.
look,
I don't want
sometimes
to give
look
you
at
any
comments
credit
really
for the
constructive,
ideas
I
that
gotta
you
go
give
through
me via
400
email.
And then slip me 20 bucks when you do.
negative, insulting messages just to even get to something constructive. There's no point to it. And the bottom line is, those idiots who fucking are gonna tear this video apart to make me look bad.
Hey,
No, what? Hey,
Yeah,
hey.
Phil.
Or Derek, he asked for help and shit like that. They're gonna steal this video illegally anyway. And
Oh.
post it on their own
Illegally.
fucking
Oh,
page.
Wait,
illegal.
wait, wait.
File negative comments.
I didn't
Bunch
know
of
this was.
criminals.
I didn't know this was illegal, guys. We should
All
stop.
right. The bottom line is, I want this message to come through.
Well, you did
It's
say we
very
didn't have to watch
important,
the whole video,
and I
so.
need your feedback. If you genuinely watch this video, and you genuinely care, and you want to help,
Genuinely
you can
watch
email
it.
me at darksidephil@hotmail.com.
Okay.
You can tweet me at they call me DSP.
Okay.
All
Tweet
right?
me to
Those
that
are the ways
pony
that you
pillow.
can reach me, or if you're a member
That
of
is a
the
really
Forum,
fruity pillow. I'm sorry.
Let's pause it once he
Yeah.
finally finishes this thought that took
Okay.
him
Those are the ways you
almost
can
5
contact
minutes
me
to complete.
with suggestions, with opinions, with input. All right.
What
That's
suggestions?
constructive.
You blocked
YouTube
us.
comments are so fucking toxic.
We're
at
not
this point,
allowed
there's
to
no
talk
reason for
to
them
you.
even exist anymore. On
We
a
don't
If
get
you
any
you'll
comments.
block me.
All right.
All right, let's get the Pazaruski before he goes. Very nice. He looks like he just got a line off right there. So first things first, I got to say that, we've been looking at that pillow for I don't know how many years now. That's a really emasculating pillow. A unicorn, a sun, a rainbow, some fluffy clouds. Man,
You know it's cum covered, right?
yeah. Well,
That's when
okay,
he wipes
that's
his
that's,
hands.
that's not a cloud at all.
Oh.
Oh.
Now it's as stiff as a normal cartridge.
And Leanna thought she was so clever. Like, I'm going to get him a video game pillow because he's a gamer. And it'll make him look professional. It's ridiculous. An NES cartridge. She got him that was his, Christmas or whatever the fuck. So,
I love how he starts this video off saying, I don't want to touch that yet. If you want to listen to all my problems, you can just skip over all this and then go to the end, right? Or something like that. And now he's just telling you straight up front before he tells you about his schedule. Even though he said he was going to tell you after he tells you about his schedule. He can't help himself but tell you about his fucking problems first.
it has to be. It has to be laden with problems. One of the things I think is interesting is, obviously, there was a lot to cover. We're trying to be on our best behavior here and not stretch this out to 4 hours, but it probably still will be. So comments and rating, likes and dislikes are disabled because the comments are toxic. So there you go. But the comments are disabled. I have a good idea why the comments are disabled. If you guys remember the last time he did one of these videos, the comments were not what Phil probably expected. There was a lot of pushback. People telling him to get a job, people telling him that they fucking work jobs and they don't complain, and that he has a very high standard of living already, and that, just people just sick of it. And how many videos is this now? I think we're losing track. I can't even place how many videos he's done. He's done, the October one, the November one, the December one, the January one. I think this is number 5,
Yeah.
It's been 1 or 2 a month since the holidays.
4 or 5. So his fans they can't be stretched out anymore like his alleged asshole.
Two
So
fingers.
that's why these comments are getting disabled. Not because, I'm having trouble finding suggestions. It's because he doesn't want the bandwagon to actually show. He doesn't want the temperature of his actual fans' response to be shown. He doesn't want people to see that. He wants people to support him, not to think for themselves, think critically, and to see what other people are actually saying about this. Any other observations about this stuff before we move on into the video?
No, I mean, it's just same shit, different story, man.
My favorite thing is that he can't get another job because it won't pay as much as he gets now. Because that's sound logic when you don't have money.
Well, at the same time, it makes you wonder how much he's actually making to say that. Like I said before, and a while ago, there's a guy out there who actually broke down numbers that Phil gave and what he could get a hold of, and it was 6 figures. after taxes. It was unreal for the year.
We did a little bit of like we talked to him, we brought him in, and we sat down with two other people that were interested in putting together numbers, and we settled a lot closer towards about half of that. But we're gonna have to do a little bit more math because spoilers. Phil actually does give some CPM numbers for January and February. Now we don't know how solid they are, but he does actually give some CPM numbers that we could maybe play with a bit. So I wouldn't put too much stock in the six figures personally, but it's not like he's destitute. It's just that what money he's making, which is good for the average person, is being pulled in all different directions with this irresponsible shit that he's done up until now. So that's probably where this money is going,
One, yeah, 2 business loans. How many loans did he say? He had 2 business loans, a car, 2 mortgage loans, unrealistic credit card debt too, I think.
Yeah.
For the move across country, yeah.
And
there's a ton.
The business loans are really confusing because I don't know how you can go to a bank and say that you have a YouTube channel and that would count.
I have a theory. I have a theory on that myself. I think it has something to do with Leona's business.
It might, yeah, because he would have to write a business plan to get a loan himself, and I doubt his business plan would be.
I think he got approved for his own, and I think his second one went through her. In my opinion, that's what I think. Because it's kind of crazy that he consistently back to back got 2 business loans. Usually, it takes a while before you can get another one.
And that would fuck her up pretty bad. Go ahead, Red. Sorry.
Here's what I don't get about the whole blocking comments thing. Doesn't Phil, during his pre-streams, during any opportunity he gets, doesn't he sick his followers on laughing those people out of existence? Like, he gets, like, a nice, cheap laugh out of them? He is portraying the idea that these people are pathetic and not worth his time. But blocking out the comments means you're blocking out good suggestions, especially if people can't be arsed to find your fucking email to give you that.
I think it really goes down what Fred was saying with this last video, with all the pushback, because it wasn't really negative comments so much as people were like, "Fuck off," just we're not doing it this time.
Yeah.
And it was huge abundance, and it wasn't from detractors that time. That there was a large majority were actual fans who were like, "Look, I can't do this anymore, man," like as if they were having a breakup session. So I don't think he wants to see that again in his videos. Plus, he's also been watching people's videos and I'm guessing, probably most likely like videos responding to this, your guys' stuff, other people's stuff, reaction videos, and probably more stuff like that.
Oh,
I
sorry.
see.
That's me.
Damn it, Fred.
Okay. I'm so, I was actually typing something, but sorry, that's totally me.
It's just a nice little revelation that even if the people aren't watching him on stream, it's normally the people that keep up with his YouTube content. I find it to be fascinating that even they are kind of stating, enough is enough, you kind of need to walk away from this business if you want to survive. And Phil is not having any of that. He's trying to portray the idea that it's unrealistic, as if there's this last bastion of hope that he can still hang on to YouTube for as long as he can.
I mean, we've covered this for I don't know how many different versions of this. When he says, "I don't know if I could do it anymore," or whatever, it's so hollow. It's a hollow threat because he acknowledges. So here's where he's stuck, right? And this is the tightrope that he has to walk. He has to convince you that there is some consequence to his business failing, but he also has to convince you that he cannot get a job, that getting a job is not the answer. You see the problem that he's having here? I can't continue to do this for a living if you guys don't support me. Okay, well, what does that mean? That you have to get a job? Well, it doesn't mean, no, I can't get a job because the job doesn't pay as much as YouTube. So he's trying to have it both ways. He's trying to tell you that you donating to him will keep the content coming, but the content is coming anyway because he's not going to go and get a job if this were to fail. That's what's amazing. And that's what people that are his fans, that's what his fans aren't really thinking critically about, is that there is no, like, oh, well, if we don't save him, then he's going away and we're screwed. I actually think the worse his business becomes, the more content he's probably going to try to put out to save it. So actually, if you really like them Phil videos, maybe it would actually be the best thing to not give him any money, and then to try to make up for this lost money, he'll just put out more videos and spam more videos to try to make more money. Huh? Maybe that's thinking critically.
Maybe.
So that's just the thing that, obviously has been a recurring theme, but as we'll notice here too, it's like, if you guys don't do this, then X is going to happen, but X cannot happen because I don't want to actually go and get a job. So it's fascinating. It's fascinating that he thinks that he can pull that off. Any last minute ones before we move on? We're making record time. This is only going to be 6 hours. I'm feeling it.
Only 6 hours.
Let's go.
So first off, ladies and gentlemen, I moved to the state of Washington.
Oh, did you guys hear that?
In the middle of
He
2014.
moved?
Wow.
So 3 years ago.
Since
at this
when?
point, if you
Huh.
can believe it. And yeah, time has flown. It does not seem like 3 years. It seems like yesterday that I was leaving Connecticut. It really does. And in a lot of ways, things have gone good. But in a lot of ways, things did not turn
How
out
did they
the way
go
that
good?
I
What
had
went
intended.
good?
All right. And I need to explain a
The
little
Seattle
about
Air
that
fixed
because a lot
his
of you have
back.
no idea what my daily life is like and everything like that. So
No, the hell you
when
live.
I first moved here to Washington State, it was for multiple reasons. Number one, because Leanna and I wanted to live together, and we knew that getting a place in Connecticut was going to be incredibly overexpensive. In fact, and this is no
Overexpensive.
lie, I'm not even kidding you. The mortgage on this house is pretty much about the same payment as the condo in Connecticut. This fucking giant house in Washington, it's not giant, it's a normal
Giant
It's as
house.
big as my
Wow.
ego.
Wow, look at that.
condo.
No, oops, I forgot. I'm begging for money. It's not a giant house at all. It's a shithole.
So that's why I wanted to move out. I wanted to get a house for us so we could have a life together.
Oh.
I was hoping the business would get set up and things would go good
Real
here.
great
She'd
life
get
they have.
established here in Washington State, get a job, get maybe her own business going, and within a few years, we could see if we wanted to branch out and do other things and have our life together. I mean, honestly, maybe start a family and that kind of stuff. Marriage,
yeah?
These are the things that
Wow.
we're all kind of
Oh, wow, he's
Oh,
the
God.
emperor.
here together.
That's
I hope
a-
not.
No,
That's a
no,
first.
please don't breathe.
That's a
Do not
threat.
breathe.
All right. So that was
Phil's
our personal
hell
life. We wanted
spawns.
to have a life together here because we didn't live together on the East Coast. She lived with her mom in Pennsylvania. I lived in this tiny little condo in Connecticut, and we knew it wasn't going to work out. To get a house in Connecticut would be so dumb because it was so
Yeah,
expensive. We'd have
that would
something
be
a
the
third
dumb
of the size of
decision.
What we got out here.
What they did
All right?
good,
Plus,
what they
by
did
the
here
way,
was very smart.
Taxes, prices, everything out here is cheaper than it was back home in Connecticut. There's no state tax here. Okay.
Okay.
So that was one of the primary reasons why we moved here to Washington State to this house. Number two, for the business, because I knew getting out of that element of Connecticut,
Element
we're getting
again.
taxes insanely high, state taxes for absolutely no reason. This internet that I had at the
No
condo,
reason
that
for
really
state
good
tax.
reason.
internet,
Yeah.
and
That
constantly
is
would go
State
out.
tax is
don't do a
fucking
political channel.
Really
DS,
ridiculous.
please.
Higher
Stay away
quality
from it.
internet, regardless of the fact that text had been out to rewire the place a million times. It always was shit internet. I knew moving out here, having an office, which I now have. By the way, this office is a
office.
full tax write-off.
It's
Every
not
year
an
I get
office.
a bunch of money
The
off my
office
taxes
is
because
a
I have
tax
room in
write-off.
my
Yeah, of
house.
course.
That whole room. That whole room is a tax
My
write-off.
bedroom is a
Do
tax
things.
write-off.
This couch,
Nothing
tax
goes
My
on
write-off.
in
playroom.
Environment. The soundproofing
My
that I
my
have here, the
pony
professional
pillow, that's a
quality
tax
light
write-off.
that I have in here.
Oh man, that couldn't
Alright,
have been
you know,
done
at one
anywhere
point when I
else.
was working with the green screen. I know now it's been a year and a half since I touched it, but that might change. I may be able to use it soon. but
Where?
we're not gonna get to
Oh,
that.
What are you
no,
talking
change.
about?
Anyway,
Yeah, okay,
um,
Phil.
Oh, you
there was a
won't, Phil.
bunch of things I knew I could do to improve my business that I couldn't do in this little shitty condo
What? What did
in
you
Connecticut
pause?
with
Pause,
the
Aruski.
situation
I'm
that
sorry, I have to. Okay, what? What did you? Yeah, okay. He's sad that I'm going to do this. What did you do that couldn't have been accomplished in Connecticut? The green screen that you just tried to use as an example has been in your garage. You could have done that in your living room. You were dancing and shit in your living room. You couldn't even do PSVR in your office. Your office is a death trap. There's wires everywhere crossed over each other. The surge protectors are maxed out. Okay. What did you do? You mounted some really crooked ass fucking foam behind you and to the side of you. You have, I assume, an AT2020 microphone, maybe a 2035 if you're feeling fancy, with a gooseneck pop filter on it. You couldn't do that in your condo? What? You sitting on that love seat with the fucking cartridge NES pillows, how is that different than what you could have done in Connecticut? I'd like for somebody to say something that he was able to improve sitting where he is there instead of sitting where he was in the condo. I'll wait.
What he means is I don't have all that hoarder shit in my living room.
It's in that fucking like little
in that
nook
closet.
in this bedroom.
It's in the closet.
That wasn't even a closet. That was like supposed to be like some like office or something.
The original owners had that as like a nice little office space. This guy's fucking crammed a bunch of statues back there in fucking Tupperware containers.
That room had like a nice skylight too, and he just like shoves a bunch of shit into
There's
it.
probably like half-eaten chicken bones back there and shit he tossed over his shoulder.
He's so desperate for money, but it's so hard for him to let go of his
Cum
figures
rags in the
that
back.
aren't even open. They're just in boxes in the back of the closet.
He's not going to use that green screen. He already said that the green screen cannot be used in that office. And I feel sick to my stomach calling it an office, but I guess I'll play into that shit. It's a game room. I had that growing up. We had a spare room. My parents let me have it to fucking play video games in and watch movies and shit. He has a game room. It wasn't a tax write-off for us. Video games occur in there. That's it. Maybe a little editing here and there.
Do you want to bet $5 that he probably still has stuff boxed up around the sides that he just never felt like unopening 3 years ago?
Of course. Absolutely. He still has all the statues. I saw boxes that were labeled like for different rooms and shit, like, oh, DSP bedroom and shit like that. I think he actually referred to himself as DSP on the labeling. I don't know.
My God!
Maybe I made that up.
There.
Maybe I made that up, but yeah. The point is that he's trying to say that there's some benefit. I'll let you go, Red. He's trying to say there's some benefit in having moved to the business. Nothing changed. If he's trying to say that his internet is a little bit faster, since when in Connecticut was his stream affected by his quality of internet? His uploads were the same. Maybe a little faster, but I mean, he cannot, in any reasonable way, present to you an argument about how moving there made his business any better. Moving there maybe made his personal life better, that he can live with Leanna. That has nothing to do with the business. You could maybe argue, oh, happy life, happy wife, whatever the fuck. But there is nothing that moving there did to improve his business. Only his personal life. This was a personal decision.
And let's be honest here. I mean, he didn't move there for Leanna. I don't believe that for a moment. In my opinion, I don't think that he's the kind of person that puts other people before himself. So it is most definitely personal.
We think she nagged him to death. Go ahead, Red.
It seems like he moved to get Leanna away from her family.
I would go with that route too, because
fair enough.
We've talked about it before. Her Twitter feed recently has been one meltdown after the next, and her regretting this Seattle move openly. So it's getting there. We're learning little by little.
Obviously, I can see that for sure. In past episodes and stuff, we're of the mind that she nagged him to death, and because we're trying to figure out why he rushed so quickly without tying up all the loose ends in Connecticut. There was some rush, and I was thinking that either she was giving ultimatums, or that there was some worry that his machinima contract was going to be renegotiated, and so he wanted to move and get himself cemented there as quickly as possible so that he could then do what he's doing now as a failsafe, but as long as he made the move, he doesn't have to undo it, like instead of just getting stuck in Connecticut.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. But we have said that there was an element of Leanna nagging him. So I mean, we can't just abandon that and say, oh well, but I see where you're coming from for sure. But it would be disingenuous if we're like, yeah, we thought that all along. We honestly thought that she might have nagged him. Too. Yeah. But I definitely see where you're coming from. I can see that for sure. And obviously we're just speculating, so I mean, who knows?
We'll never know.
Anybody else got something to get in before we go on? Let's continue.
All right.
All right.
And my health. And this was kind of the third major reason why I wanted to move out of Connecticut. I have a lot of health problems, not major health problems, but post-nasal drip, okay? Had it my whole life. That's why you hear me snorting or whatever. Never goes away. Every video I've ever made, you can hear it. Yet people complain about it today.
It's not like they have treatment for that or
every video I've
anything.
put
Yeah,
out
nothing you can do
for
about
years,
post-nasal
not
drip.
cured.
Incurable disease.
No cure for it or anything.
No
like that.
cure.
Cure.
Cured. My back injury.
Let's hear this.
Which when I moved out here was much worse than it is now. My overall health.
That's
when
it?
comes to eating and everything.
Wait, pause. Wait. Pause. What
Let him
happened?
finish.
Okay. Actually, okay. Let him finish this thought. But you got to pause Ruski after he's finished with this.
Oh,
I
well, we're
can't.
definitely pausing.
Okay. Let him finish this thought. Let the man finish, and then we'll tear him to shreds.
All right.
To improve by moving to Washington State. Okay. And by the way, most of them have improved. You know, when you think about it, the quality of my videos, big jump when I moved to Washington and I had this office.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
All my equipment,
The
sound
office
proofing,
makes it a
everything
bigger
sounds
difference
so
for
much
everyone
better than
else.
it used to. It really is a giant jump in quality from what I used to do.
Okay, now pause the Ruski.
Now pause it. Yeah.
Okay, and there he's
Oh,
very
That's a wonderful
he's
pause.
pondering
pontificating.
his next lie.
He's like, what else can I tell these motherfuckers? I'm on a roll tonight. What else can I serve?
Mind if I
Okay,
just rant this bit first? 'Cause
have at it. You're our house guest, so please do.
Oh my god. Okay, so I worked in medical for 5 years. I worked in hospitals, a couple of them, and I've worked in private practice too for 2. And it's just I love first the post nasal drip. You know, you had the money to go go to a surgeon to just redo your nose. They would have readjusted by breaking the bridge, letting it heal, and readjusting it so you had a perfect bridge. That's a lie. I don't know why you need to lie about something so silly, but it doesn't make any sense. Again, Phil. And then the second thing about your back, you know, you talk about how your move made your back better. This is the same concept of like the BMW makes your back better. I really don't understand how you could. Did you go get a chiropractor?
No.
Did you go to a back doctor?
No.
Did you use any of these information to talk about that?
No.
Absolutely not. In
No.
fact, you never mentioned any of this stuff before. It would have been more sincere if you came to people saying, look, I'm running out of money, but I have to go to this surgeon. I have to do this and that. People might have understood you better if you talked, you know, maybe more transparent about that. But you can't do that because you didn't actually go do any of that. What is living in Connecticut versus Seattle change your back difference? Is it were you living in the mountains? Was it the climate change? What the fuck is this?
Very
It's a
nice.
fucking joke.
I'm gonna tag in on that one. So, all right, check this out. This motherfucker, if you guys remember, and I'm sure the people that have been here for a while know exactly what I'm about to say. This fucking guy said to you, if you were a fan before, if you were just an observer, a skeptic, and if you were a fan, he would tell you that one of the biggest reasons that he wants to move out there is so that he can get a back surgery that will completely change his life. And that the reason why this back surgery needs to occur in Seattle, where he has a house, is so that Leanna can nurse him to health and be there for the grueling and arduous rehabilitation from this completely invasive back surgery that he needs to repair a herniated disc. He then claimed upon moving there that the herniated disc was magically cured, which does not happen by inhaling air. Okay? The second that he moved there, his biggest reason for moving there completely disappeared. And now,
Amazing. Didn't do that.
and now, 3 years later, when referencing his back, it is so much as a passing mention. I'm surprised he had the balls to even bring it up. I'm surprised.
That's phenomenal to me. For one, Leanna's not a nurse. She can't take care of you when you have a herniated disc. The bulge in your disc doesn't go away, whatever section it is. You know, the jello has to be. There's like so much stuff you have to do for a herniated disc, whether they puncture it and they reshoot the gel back in, artificial gel, or they let it go and they just replace the disc, which is the worst type of surgery.
Sure.
It's the most painful. Or they give you the it's like this shot they put in your spine that is extremely painful if you've ever had it done or seen it done. That's supposed to last for like 6 months, but it makes you like a zombie. So I have no idea.
He said he's going to get a procedure, back surgery, to fix his herniated disc. So I would assume the invasive surgery to actually...
No doctor wants to do that, though.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's like if you go to a back doctor, any back doctor will choose that last. They'll try the shots first to see if that will reduce the pain, and if that doesn't, they'll usually diagnose you with fibromyalgia or something like that, and they'll just keep giving you opiates. And when that doesn't work, then they'll do the next part where they puncture the gel between your discs and they fill it, and which they try to patch it. It's very dangerous to do that because you can go paralyzed. That's really why they don't want to do it. The last part is replacing the disc with plate, and it is it's very rare that they ever choose to do that because that's a 50% chance you could be paralyzed for life. I mean, they don't like doing that, so it's really hard to push him even on that to get a doctor to do that.
Now, our buddy
My
Eddie...
favorite part...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
My favorite part is that he makes a big deal about the post-nasal drip, but the back problem is like, oh, no, it's fine now.
Yeah,
that's
fixed.
phenomenal.
It's just fixed.
It was cured by the Seattle air. Didn't you guys pay attention?
Fucking amazing.
That was a huge inhale. He opened his mouth wide, and you just saw a whirlwind of air go into his mouth, and it just...
Passed his post-nasal drip, cured his back, but didn't cure his post-nasal drip.
Because that's uncurable. Didn't you listen to him?
It's uncurable.
Oh, I should have known.
And just to wrap it up with that medical crap, it's just, this is Phil we're talking about. If he was really going to surgery, guys, on the King of Hate vlogs, you would have seen about 5 to 6 videos of him going into surgery with Leanna holding the fucking camera.
Yeah.
He's talking about wish me luck. And if he could have, he would have recorded them fucking operating on his back.
Of course.
God forbid.
And post surgery updates.
And post surgery
absolutely.
Updates.
Of course.
He's so full of shit. Fuck off.
This
Phil.
never happened. From what we've heard, his personal friend Chris Arid Lord has gone on record and said that on the podcast even that Phil had a car accident. He sued. He was getting a settlement check, and that was a big part of it. My theory is, you see him dancing and shit and all this stuff. His back injury wasn't that bad. This herniated disc was maybe exaggerated by some doctor in order to facilitate this lawsuit, the settlement. And I think that it's possible that the settlement was running out around the time that he moved, and so it's no longer it's no longer this lie he has to live. And obviously, his life being on camera, he needs to maintain that his back is fucked up in case. Because when you have a settlement, they hire private investigators and shit to check you out and to make sure that it's legitimate to catch you on fraud. Maybe that was part of it. He had to. He had to live that lie, and that now that the settlement's over with, he's free.
Well, I mean, also, if you're talking about accident stuff, I got a buddy right now who's my gym buddy. He hasn't gone with me in 6 months because he got hit whiplash from a car, and he said his neck hurt. He's getting a settlement, and he's got a lawyer, and the lawyer has him going to a chiropractor every day. That's all you need. That's it. If you're talking about trying to get a settlement from an insurance company claim or anything like that with medical reasons, you can just go to the most minimal of doctors on a weekly basis, and that's all you need just to show them that you're doing something about it. Yeah. And they'll recompensate you. You don't even have to go get this massive surgery. I mean, for all we know, he could have just had whiplash, and that was his poor back.
For all we know, the reason that he has any back pain, if at all, is because he fucking slumps forward and plays video games and just has bad posture. I mean, he sits. How many hours a day does he sit? You know what I mean? He's completely sedentary. So he's sitting there. He used to sit for like 7 hours a day, just doing nothing. When he's watching TV on the couch, he's sitting. When he's eating dinner, he's sitting. When is he I made the point that Tyler, of course, stole from me, that we almost never see him on camera standing.
That's not true.
When does he stand? He sits. His whole life is either sitting or laying down sleeping. So,
That's depressing.
Maybe he has absolutely no core strength, and his back just sucks because he's not, he's not active. He has no core, no nothing. He has no muscle to speak of. So,
but my back, man.
So anyway, that's what I just want to point out, that I find when I heard this, obviously we cheated and we watched it the other night. When I heard how just quickly he glossed over the back, the fact that he even brought it up, but I'm not overstating this. He was making the case to you that the reason why he's going to move is to save his fucking quality of life and to just completely change his life and have this back surgery and that's going to just literally be a miracle cure for him. And the only way that can happen is he has to be in a house in Seattle, because if it's in the apartment, in the condo, there's no room for it, and there's no way Leanna could wait on him hand and foot and nurse him back to health. That's the case he made. So this whole back, what back, slap in the face to all those people he told that's the reason he needed to move.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the gout, where that's basically gone away and been completely cured, despite the fact you can't just turn gout around.
No, you can't. It's impossible to cure.
Well, he treats it. He was drinking cherry juice and shit. I mean, he's probably eased the symptoms of it, but yeah, I'm sure that's it. That's his life now. Hanging out with gout. No gout about it.
If you're sick, just move to Seattle. That's all it is. That's Phil's advertisement.
Oh, man. All right. Anything else before we move on? Oh, go ahead, Table.
I was gonna say that's what you can do. You can like sell jars of Seattle air and say, "Oh, it'll cure your back and stuff."
It's an inhaler. You just give yourself a fucking squirt of the Seattle air.
That can be his new business when his YouTube channel tanks.
Dude, Leanna should seriously have a soap scent or a wax tart scent. Seattle air. It's a miracle cure.
Oh my god.
Anything that ails you, just fucking take a shower with the Seattle soap, the Seattle air soap. Cures up anything. Eczema, fucking chicken pox. It's good. All right, we good? We ready to move on? Mr. Tyler?
My health has improved. I lost weight.
Oh.
As people say all the time when I stand
Yeah,
up,
they say that all the time.
Yeah, I lost weight. I'm a lot skinnier than I used to be. I'm eating way healthier than I used to. Leanna makes us really healthy meals most of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Once in a while we go out for fast food.
Yeah, because Leanna makes those healthy
the
meals.
one time a week that we go out for fast food to film a DSP Tries It, people think that I eat that every day, when in reality I'm eating these healthy meals almost every day.
Real healthy. Go to his Instagram and check out how healthy they
awesome.
are.
And my back, by the way, so much better since the move.
I just want to bring up the fact that
It's the Seattle air, man.
Number one, lifting heavy stuff.
I told you.
Like when there was snow a couple weeks ago and I had to shovel, then it fucking
Whoa,
went like
fuck
crazy.
you, Phil.
Or number two, if I'm out for like a day and I'm stressed out and we've been walking around all
New
day.
Patreon goal: buy
doing
Phil a
errands, and I come home,
snowblower.
Then it hurts a little bit. But it's
When you're stressed? Like when the views are down, the back hurts?
My back is rehabilitated in a lot of ways.
Rehabilitated?
Fucking cured.
But the one thing that didn't turn out the way that I wanted
Because of what?
was basically Leanna and my relationship here in Washington, mostly because of the business.
Oh, no.
What I was hoping is that eventually, like I said,
he's a mafia member.
Businesses here in Washington State, and we'd be able to have a lifestyle schedule that maybe we could live.
A life schedule? What is this, preschool?
Because the way it used to be when we lived in Connecticut, okay, is that for 3 weeks of the month, I would work my ass off. Every day I'd be live streaming, multiple hours or multiple sessions.
Tough job.
5, 6,
I'd be
7
playing
hours
the
a day
shit out of
in
those
a
video
lot of
games,
cases,
dude.
depending on what
In my
the
bachelor
movies were out or
pad.
whatever. Editing videos
Sometimes I'd
and
play
stuff,
7
and
hours
it
of
was
video
like that
games a
for
day.
straight weeks. And then I would take off 4 to 5 days in a clump when Leanna would come visit for the month. She would come visit for the month, and we'd have this kind of basically like a mini vacation where we'd be able to spend meaningful time together. We'd be able to go out and do some tourism, or maybe go on a little mini trip,
tourism,
have time going out shopping and doing stuff together, going to restaurants or whatever in Connecticut. That's how it was. It was kind of like 3 weeks of the month I worked my ass off, and then for a few days at the end of the month when Leanna came to visit, it was like almost like a relaxation period, a mini vacation. And it was perfect because, number one, I would have enough videos saved up from those 3 or so weeks before she visited to upload to YouTube during the time when we weren't going to be doing any kind of new gameplay or whatever. And it filled the time perfectly, so no one really complained. And number two,
no one complained. You mean her? No one complained.
Time together.
She didn't
have to
complain.
worry about business or YouTube or any of that shit behind the scenes, and we could just sit down and relax and do stuff together. And I would unwind, and I would come back feeling refreshed and ready to hit the ground running for another batch of new stuff for the next month. Unfortunately, since we moved to Washington State, that has completely gone away. Okay.
Can he just say Washington? We know that he's not in D.C. by now. Can you stop
in reality, what has happened here?
No, he just moved, didn't you know?
My life has become work.
He's got to make sure you know.
My life is 100% dictated by work.
Oh.
Meaning every day I have to get up and get ready for stream.
At 11
because I
o'clock.
stream
At 11.
every single damn day. Now there are a couple
Yeah.
Well, I don't even
exceptions.
11, maybe
Today I'm
noon.
not
I have to
feeling
wake up in the
well,
morning and play
right?
video
Or I didn't get
games,
a
dude.
lot of
I'm in
sleep the night
hell.
before. Maybe I'll take
I have to roll out of
a rest
bed
day here
and
there.
actually
Most
do
part,
something.
I have
those
to
are
take a
play video
shower.
days where I'm in bed all day because I feel like shit. Or every once in a while, very rarely, maybe 2 times a year, I'll schedule maybe a weekend or a day or two with Leanna where we'll go do stuff together, and therefore I'll take a day or two off. But for the most part, I'm here. 365 days a year, I'm here streaming almost every day, putting out new content for you on YouTube. I don't know if anyone else does that. Because I don't, again,
Many
I don't follow anyone else on
people
YouTube.
do
I don't
that.
watch anyone else's
They just
stuff.
spread their videos
So I have
out
no idea
more.
how they have a work-life balance, but basically my life is work. Okay, that's
Yo!
just how it is. Now, luckily, my work is video.
Bullshit.
games.
Pause. Okay, fine. Pause. Fine.
Pause,
All right.
sir.
Oh,
I'm,
yeah, we
man.
can't let
I'm
that one
resisting
go.
the
We
urge.
can't-
My life is
This
work.
is-
Look at that. My life is work. The whole life.
Who here does like construction or blue collar jobs? Anybody?
Not anymore.
None anymore. Okay, I do one now. When I got out of the hospital, I'm a home inspector now. I work every day except Sundays, especially in the summer. As many houses as I can. I have to go and I'm working about 14 hours a day, and I'm on roofs. Today I'm on roofs. I'm underneath houses. I'm checking. I'm doing all this stuff in houses and inside of attics for 30, 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy talks about his whole life is working, how fucking hard it is for him to sit down and play fucking video games and upload raw footage.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Phil.
His
Oh,
editing,
man.
his bread and butter editing is to click stop record, start record on OBS.
Imagine it-
on OBS.
Just
That's
imagine if he goes with like Leanna or something to one of these bars and like he meets like one of her coworkers' husbands or something. And the guy's like a general contractor
it. Yeah.
or something like that, and he's like trying to explain to him how fucking hard his job is. I don't know. I don't know how that would go.
Think about it this way, all right? Let me tell you, man. My life is fucking hell, okay? I wake up like 11 a.m. It's fucking ridiculous. I check my phone on Twitter, and then I go take a shower. And then by like fucking 1 o'clock, I gotta fucking, by like noon, I gotta fucking play video games for like 4 hours. It's ridiculous. Then I have my girlfriend cook me a home-cooked meal, and then I sit around for the rest of the day. It's fucking, it's terrible.
Yeah, what a fucking. I can't. And another thing, I kind of listened to him talk about this. I know me and you, Fred, talked about this. We have theories, but
Mhm.
I'm kind of wondering if maybe he's taking time off less because of Leanna saying that there's not enough time, and more because Leanna's taking selfies of herself with her friends at bars. What do you think?
She's given the indication that she's a strong, independent woman and she don't need no man.
You know that Phil's kind of getting a little worried about that.
Yeah,
Phil's a controlling.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. That was it. It's just
That-
Phil's a controlling person.
It is. I mean, we talked about this and we've talked about this on the show. Like Phil doesn't realize it, but that was the beginning of the end. For Leanna to go out, to get a job, to become more independent, to become more autonomous, to have some life outside of the chores at home and cooking for him and waiting for him to be done at work, that gave her purpose, meaning, and self-worth. And you could see, I'm sure that her doing soap and stuff made her feel creative and talented or whatever. But to actually get out there and to have other people to interact with and to do a job and to earn a paycheck and stuff like that, it gives you a lot of things. It's not just a job, it's not just a paycheck. There's actual things that you get out of it, especially if the alternative is you just sitting around the house, not having any friends, not talking to anybody, not making contact with other people. And so her getting that job was the beginning of the end for the type of relationship that Phil has had her in, which is under lock and key. He literally, not kidnapped. I don't know what would be a good way to say this, but he basically smuggled her across the country, away from her parents, away from any outside influences that may naysay the lifestyle of the YouTuber, and she's all his. And now that she has a job, she has friends, that's his grip has been released.
Yep. And I think this is more because, like I said, I really believe that he's a narcissist wholeheartedly. And,
Of course.
and there's no, and if he is a true narcissist, then this would be more to his benefit than her holding him at an ultimatum. I truly believe that she's too childlike, man. Let's be honest. She is a childlike person.
Mm-hmm.
She's just learning about responsibility and independence. So her making such a bold decision as to approach Phil and say, this is what you're going to do or else, it doesn't strike me as something Leanna. But what does strike me as something Phil would be like, okay, she's doing all these things. Her friends are going out having drinks. And I'm sure the girl talks that happen, the text messaging, the girl talks, whatever they're sharing, between girl to girl. And maybe that one guy who bought her a drink at the bar, that might have done enough for Phil to go, okay, I gotta get back into this controlling factor. We know he won't let her work a full job. I mean, it's unrealistic for him to even agree to that kind of stuff to me.
And obviously, this day off to I don't know if we're skipping ahead or not. I think we're basically at the point to be able to say this. From what he's saying is this day a week is going to I don't know if he went so far as to say salvage, but it's going to strengthen or help their relationship. This doesn't come out of nowhere. You don't just, Phil doesn't really seem like the receptive type. He doesn't seem very perceptive either. And so I would think that she might have said something to him to the effect of, this is taking a toll on our relationship, or worst case scenario, I'm unhappy and I might be leaving. So.
True.
To go back on King of Pole's point with the girl talk and all that, she's got to be talking to him about the with the girls at work and stuff like that, and they're just probably telling her all sorts of things like that, exactly, where you can't be with this guy anymore. He's not spending any time with you. He won't even cuddle with you on the couch. He sits on the opposite end. They're going to get to the point where they just tell her that she needs to find someone else, and they're going to hook her up with someone else. They're going to find someone else to put her with.
Of course.
And it's like, Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was going to ask you a question when you were done.
Oh, no, I'm done.
Imagine that you told your girlfriends that you found a guy and that you were moving in with you, uprooted your entire life and invested fully in his YouTube business. Just to even explain to a normal person that is outside. I mean, let's be honest, I wouldn't say a bubble. The internet is a vast place with so many people on it, but it's you talk to somebody, I don't know, just your average person that maybe watches a few YouTube videos every now and then. They don't think about the business of it and, oh, he's a full-time YouTuber and yada yada. The average person doesn't think about this kind of shit. And so you'd would you even be embarrassed to make the case like, oh yeah, he plays video games all day? Like, this isn't something that you like tell your friends with any sort of like I was going to say prideful zombie, but like, it would be almost a shameful thing, no?
Yeah, I would definitely have to come up with something else that he does. Oh, he's an entrepreneur. Well, what does he do? Well,
right.
He runs a business.
Yeah.
Well, what does he do? He runs a business. Well, no, he runs a business. It's cool. You would come up with something else other to say than he just works on YouTube and plays video games. I mean, she had to wear a fake engagement ring for the fact that the people at work were asking her about their relationship. I mean, she got a fake engagement ring or a ring to put on.
Really? She didn't do that,
she
did
did?
she?
Yeah, she posted it on Twitter or Instagram or something. She got like a fake ring.
Oh,
For why?
Christ.
Just
Holy
to put it on her
fuck.
finger, and because people kept asking her about Phil and her's relationship, and she put a fake ring on her finger.
I'm gonna actually look this
Jesus.
up on the gram.
Oh my God, that's a huge indicator right there. If your girl, this is just if my wife went out and just started buying herself fake engagement rings or something, just show something, like let's say instead of me going out and getting her one, that is that's rough.
That's
That's
Yeah,
some
it's
some
fucking
dire straits.
That's sad.
that
Super
shows.
fucking sad.
That's
And
coming.
that-
That's coming straight out of the Patreon fund.
And I really want to stress is, the behavioral tendencies of this kind of stuff, right? Leanna, from what I understand, I mean, she's what, 23, 24?
I believe
Right.
24 now, 23.
Yeah, she's 24. We don't know, from what it sounds like from her past, she lived with her mom. She didn't really have many girlfriends. She's very childlike, and and stuff like that. And now all of a sudden she's in the role of a grown-up woman, and she's now making friends for the first time in how many years in Seattle?
Yeah, it's been 3.
And these aren't like, last time I'm gonna jump out on a limb, but if I were to guess, make an educated guess, I would say the last time she probably had girlfriends or things like that, like real girlfriends, besides the one best friend or two best friends. Remember, she went and had girls' night out or something like that. Maybe she was 16, something like that,
Yeah.
18, something like that. I mean, like if she was a kid, these are adults that she's probably hanging out with. People are 28, in their late 20s, mid 20s to maybe early 30s, mid 30s, and they're married and they have kids probably, or they're dating around, they're going to the clubs. She never really did any of that kind of stuff. She didn't have the college life or that kind of post life, and she's young still.
Mm-hmm.
So this kind of lifestyle being introduced to her, and her finding out that she's, an adult, and I'm sure you could probably correct me if I'm wrong here, Zombie, but I'm sure in most girls' situations when that happens, I'm assuming, let's say you have a girlfriend that you introduce to your friend, and she's kind of innocent like that. Wouldn't you guys be obligated to take her out, show her the town, show her how to be like, get into that kind of whole mindset?
I think Prideful died.
Yes, I think she did too.
But no, that's a
just
valid
saying-
point. And the other thing is too, she was basically living the life of a housewife already at the age of 20. She turned 21 in Washington, so she was 20 years old, and she was already living the life of a housewife.
And she didn't get her license until she was like, what, 20 or something?
Yep.
21 maybe?
Yeah, I think 21 or 22.
And so she
It was
basically,
last year. It was in concert with the job.
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All she needs is one guy to buy her a couple drinks and treat her right, and it'll blow her mind. One guy to tell her, like when she starts thinking that she doesn't have to cook for him or pick up their shit afterwards, or when she's sick, like this fucking asshole does,
Yeah.
and shit like that. One guy, that's it. It's going to take a couple instances, and it'll just flicker in her eyes that there are better things out there than this gout-ridden fuck.
Oh, we've already
and
been
one
saying
dude's
she's-
gonna get up in them guts,
Ah.
and she'll leave Phil.
We've already been saying she's been getting slammed in the bathroom, so
Oh yeah,
at work.
Oh.
So
that's why she dyed her hair red.
damn right.
Dudes like that.
He's like, oh,
So they don't
I like gingers. Oh yeah, you like redheads, huh?
Oh. Something I wanted to bring up is Phil and Anna only met once a month. For how long before they decided to move into each other? Because I don't think they've
It's about 2 to 3 years that he was grooming her.
grooming.
Sorry.
So they've only seen each other for like just over 20 times before they decided, hey, let's move across the country and move in together. That's,
We came up with this. The amount of time that they spent with each other was more within like the first 3 to 4 months of living together 24 hours a day than their entire relationship beforehand. Because every time they would get together, it would be like this runaway tryst. She would get on the train and travel states over and stay the night and do the unspeakable acts or whatever the fuck. So, I'm trying to get poetic. I'm sorry. All right.
and I don't understand how her mom was okay with this. How she was just gonna spend a weekend with like some 30-year-old guy.
Of course
I
they're
don't
not.
think she knew.
Are we gonna speak of these unspeakable acts?
No, we're not. They're unspeakable acts for a reason. But
Please, dear God, no.
I believe.
Yeah, Tyler.
Didn't we hear something to the effect of like that her parents either aren't a fan of Phil or some shit like that? Like, it was around the time of the wedding. I remember we were talking at length about the fact that he didn't want to go to the wedding, not only because of Fallout, but because of like having to face her family. And I forgot if it was Leanna that said something about it and stuff. But you also have to factor in like any sort of pressure from her family. You have to think this is a man who wanted to play Fallout and maybe had some other reason, but deprived her of going to go see the wedding of her brother, one of her closest family members. She talked about this for a while, yada yada. Deprived her of that once in a lifetime experience. At least a first wedding, maybe a second or third, who knows? But the first wedding, because he wanted to play Fallout, and then he lied about it. extensively. And so, you know, how well could you how well could you hold somebody in regard like, oh, yeah, he's a stand up guy. He's
How does she deal with the lying?
yeah. Oh, he seems like a nice guy. You know, he took her all the way across the country. We never saw her again. What a nice guy.
Like if my sister dated somebody like Phil, God forbid, because if she did, I'd beat the living shit out of him. But if she would date someone like Phil and they decided not to come to my wedding because he wanted to play video games, I would be pretty upset.
You giving him the hands?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
I would never let my sister date someone like Phil.
Well, he's a coward, man. I mean, his personality is that of a coward. He doesn't approach people. You know, you can
really
see that
doesn't.
with John and Howie's video where they would tell him something and he would never respond back and then use it to make fucking money. He is a fucking coward.
Howie
He can't approach people on problems, and if he does, he has to do it over phone and hope they accept his apology while he does it again.
Yeah.
I think from what we've heard, he's very socially awkward.
Yeah.
From some of the stuff Airlord has said. Apparently, you know, he doesn't respond immediately when you talk to him, like you said.
Yeah, he said he just when they were at a convention, he just sits there by himself, stares off into space, and just like it tries to shut out the world and shit.
He's had a couple of his FC friends mention that the Phil that you see on YouTube is an exaggerated version of the one that he acts like in real life.
Yeah.
Well, that's because he has no social. Like, there's you as a human being, right? I have to get psychological on this. As a human being, if you don't, if you're talking about it, we're tribal by instinct, right?
Yes.
We need to socialize.
Yes.
And Leanna is not, you know, and we're not talking about like just, you know, how is your day and stuff like that. If you work from home, you know, it's a prison. It subconsciously in your mind, you are always going to be at your house. There's no need to ever go out. There's no need unless you live in the city. I think it's more appropriate to live in a city in this scenario because at least you're around some social society. In this case, he locked himself away in a gated community, spends all of his time on the internet, and he only socializes with a woman who, to be fair, she isn't really. I'm sure she can't really talk about intellectual conversations or give some type of insight that might go make you think. And he doesn't open fucking books. So this is the kind of person where eventually this erodes. Imagine years and years of this where you just isolate yourself. And then finally you go to some event, like let's say, like you said, a con or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to be so socially awkward. And maybe you weren't before, but it's because you don't even know how to react to people. What are they trying to do? You're just completely lost in that kind of thing. So you would stare off. You would have these blank moments of just in your head moments. It'd be pretty fucking sad to see.
It's all Jaha's fault.
Yeah, Jaha and the squad ran him down.
Yeah,
they rolled up on him, and Phil's like, "Oh, I can't talk to anybody now because Jaha's hiding somewhere, and he's gonna fuck me up. So I'm just gonna keep to myself."
Yeah,
maybe that's why I moved into the gated community because he's scared of Jaha.
Yeah, across the country, like I'm gonna get the fuck away from this guy. One more quick point. So if you notice though, a lot of Phil's social interaction, I don't know if I could say depends on, but just so happens to be that he is sort of in a position of power or regard over them, right? It's his stream. He's talking to you as the YouTuber. You're the consumer. You are making him stuff. It's always like he's talking down to you from a position of power, authority, clout, whatever his position. And so to be out and about in public, it's more equalized, right? He's not a big celebrity. You're out on the street. He's just Phil Burnell. He's not the king of, hey, Darkside Phil. Oh, hey, Phil, let me get a shout out. Let me fucking try to play games with you and shit like that. And so I don't know if how to, causation, whatever, but
that's definitely probably right on that. I mean, if he has narcissistic personality disorder, that's an absolute given. It's a power play. I am this champion. Entitlement.
Yeah. So you remove that.
Doesn't have that,
right? You remove that, and you've got somebody that just doesn't know how to interact with people without having some sort of people are talking up to you type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't communicate it the right way, but that's how his interactions tend to be. And those are all his interactions tend to be. Okay, anybody else want to slip something in real quick before we continue? All right, we're going to keep it under 8 hours. Let's go.
If this work was anything else, I probably would hate my fucking life and want to jump
Oh,
out the window.
Jesus Christ!
should
Oh, fuck!
You should go ahead and do that right now.
Why do we keep coming back to these traumatic declarations?
Oh, if I can't do this, I'm going to kill myself, guys.
Stuff like that. That's why I love this job.
I wonder if he
almost
could jump
got
out a
me
window,
killed.
though.
For work,
Like physically,
But
if he could physically
Have
jump
to
out
be
a
a
window.
bay
There
window.
has to somehow be a work-life balance, and unfortunately, what's happened over the past few years since I've been in Washington is that what I was hoping would happen.
Okay.
Since, I was going to have an office, I was going to have a better setup, I was going to be able to do things differently. I was hoping that things would stabilize and I kind of have like a plateau and this is where I am and I just stay where I am.
What does that have to do
the
with
business,
moving?
And then I'd be able to say, okay,
Because he has an
now I can
office,
finally
it's-
get a
everything should
schedule that's a
stabilize.
little
He has
bit
an office now.
relaxed,
It's more
where I
business.
could, maybe have some time off or whatever. And eventually what I wanted to do if I was going to keep making the money that I was save up money so I could go maybe get another kind of business, like a restaurant.
So he can have a
or
failing
some
restaurant
kind of
too now.
brick-and-mortar business, and I could share my time possibly between YouTube and this business venture.
Oh.
Not that I wanted to do YouTube full-time forever. I didn't. I kind of wanted to phase out of it. And if things had gone well, and if no things had
Good
gone
Lord.
badly, more than likely by now, 3 years living in Washington, I would have been at a point where I could say, okay, now maybe I could start taking the initial stages to phase out of being a full-time YouTuber and still do YouTube,
Yeah.
but do
No.
that as a part-time thing while I go off and I have my own business going or whatever.
Nah.
And that didn't work out at all. For those who've been following along, you'll know. Since I moved to Washington, it's been roadblock after hurdle, after challenge, after every possible fucking thing that could go wrong.
Pause.
False
Can we please
copyright
pause
strike.
on that.
Sure.
Oh my god. For one, Phil, you never saved your money. It's you told us specifically all this debt you had when you moved, all the shit you've been buying, with the fucking figurines and the statues, and I'm sure that fucking hoarder habit doesn't just go away.
The condo.
So to convince me, the condo, to convince me or anyone else that you were saving this money for 3 years down the road for this big fucking illustrious plan for a restaurant, which is the stupidest idea.
The biggest
you could ever
money
do.
pit. Just a first time restaurateur is just it's failure waiting to happen.
And that you're actually going to work it? Your sauce is that fucking good, Phil? There's no way. A restaurant is hard. It is fucking hard work. I thought people who become chefs and stuff, I tip my hat to you guys because that is a dog eat dog world. You have to bust your ass, especially if you own your own business. You're in there every day. There is no off days. You wouldn't have time to fucking stream. You'd be too stressed about the amount of shit you have to buy, the prepping, the fresh fruits you got to get in there, the amount more money you got to bring in, the advertising, making sure your food is good.
Yeah.
Ah,
He can't even cook fucking eggs.
what? Invest in the stocks, Phil, if you want to sit back and create dividends and maybe make a franchise out of something. But
Right.
you're a fucking idiot.
Best case scenario, if he was to actually open a restaurant, he would need to just like completely staff it and just leave it up to them. Leave day-to-day operations completely up to a store manager, and have somebody run this for him and he just funds it. Then that's it. That's the best
Yeah, that's
chance you would
exactly
have. But it's a money pit if you do that.
Right.
And he's not the type of person that would want to give all authority. Like, that this fucking guy's going to be walking around like Stalin and shit, fucking giving orders and, this guy's going to be
Not
over
how
there.
my sauce tastes, all right?
Yeah.
Let me show you. Get out of my kitchen.
Let me give it.
Fucking suck,
Here,
man.
pinch of salt in there. There we go. There, like he's putting fucking tablespoons
Offline
of salt.
sauce.
And that's the thing. Like he was giving he was dropping in little hints here and there. Like, they don't have good. They don't have good Italian restaurants here in the West Coast, and so this that, and he's so that sauce just really gets him off. I'm telling you, he like 50% of what defines him is his ability to fucking make that sauce. Like
That fucking non-fresh tomato goddamn sauce. There's no fresh tomatoes in that sauce at all.
and there's a shit ton of water in that fucking sauce too.
Fuck
If he
it.
did-
More water,
if
more
he
sauce.
does- If he did open a restaurant, I would say we should all petition to get Gordon Ramsay to do his next episode there.
Oh
at Hell's
God,
Kitchen. That would be fantastic.
That'd be the-
nightmares.
that'd be
It's
the
a nightmares, Phil's restaurant.
That would
It'd
be the
fucking
first
amazing
episode where
as
he gets-
dresses Phil down.
first episode where he gets physical with the guy.
Phil would literally piss his pants on camera.
It's fucking raw, Phil.
Your gameplay, it's fucking raw.
You're damn right it's raw. That's as raw and unedited. That's how I like it here. What? It's what people like me for. I give it to them raw and uncut.
Oh,
Did you just snort in my kitchen?
Get this bloated walrus out of here.
They gotta shut down the kitchen because he hacks one up.
Dude,
oh god.
It's my
Oh.
nasal drip, okay?
like, there's no cure.
Oh.
No cure at all. It's like
Oh
AIDS.
man, shit. I'm kind of for this restaurant now.
Yeah. I mean, come on, think about this. Like, Phil cannot take criticism. He's gonna be not trolling, but trolling as in like looking at it constantly, looking at the Yelp. You know what I mean? Like, just he's gonna be responding under sock accounts and shit. Like, it's just some customer that's really standing up for this restaurant. You know, it's just some patron of the restaurant. I mean, Phil loves having patrons, but it's just I can't see him doing a restaurant. A restaurant is the least. It's the least sure thing that you could say, like, oh, well, I've sort of built up a nest egg and I want to invest in something that's going to carry me for the rest of my life. First time restaurateur is not the way to go. You know, there's so many different things that you can invest in. Like you said, stocks, right? I mean, Washington is a tech industry. Not that these stocks have to be local, but I mean, you know, come on. That doesn't inspire you to be like, maybe I should invest in some upstart tech, you know? Maybe some fucking self-driving cars, maybe some upstart business.
I wouldn't recommend tech, but I mean, if he was getting into stocks, he could just look at whatever's making the most dividends and buy those most shares. I mean, that's not even... And then just sit back every quarterly and wait for the money just to come in. I got a friend who owns 30,000 shares in ExxonMobil. He makes $68,000 a year.
Oh, that's fucking paper.
Just sitting there. And he works. He also owns his own. He's a contractor. So he makes about six figures, and half of it is because he's like 62, but for 30 years he was buying ExxonMobil shares and just keeping them.
Smart.
For the payout.
Smart guy.
You know what, Fred? This is an angle for us to talk to DSP about our little non-for-profit program that I'll talk about offline. Get him to invest in our non-for-profit program.
Oh, yes.
You know.
We shouldn't let it out on the air, though, because somebody might steal it. All right?
I don't want those fuckers stealing our
But
idea.
the Tugs for Tards is definitely going to fucking bring in the cake. I tell you what.
Definitely.
All right.
And there was a guy who was... I don't know if Phil responded to it. It was very funny. Somebody tweeted at him for recommendation to have Leanna start a ChatterBait account.
Oh.
And see if that'll with Phil. See if that'll work. Like do video games and more.
Yeah, go the basher route. Just have your girlfriend do the heavy lifting. I saw somebody say, I forgot where. They're like, oh, you know, Leanna could just probably. Leanna could just probably.
Can you
I don't
imagine?
know.
Donate 20 coins to get Phil to leave camera.
Oh, that'd be a smart strategy.
Find out if Phil has ED or not.
Pay for Phil to put on clothes. All right, I'm putting the top back on for 30 coins. Anything else before we move on?
I found the Twitter where Leanna was wearing a fake ring. I posted it in the chat. In the Skype chat.
Very nice. Let's have a look-see. Oh.
She got this shit from Claire's or some shit.
Yeah.
Claire's.
Jesus.
Somebody's been
It's
shopping
plastic.
at Claire's, huh?
It's plastic.
My coworkers keep asking me. I guess I'll put it on Screen Z. Give me a second here. If I put it on screen, it's probably going to be a nightmare to edit because I won't remember. But I guess I'll do you guys this solid anyway. Hold on a second. Let me get this here. This like this. This like this. Here, here, and here. Okay. My coworkers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged. Gotta fake it. And it's like this solid ring.
At least it's not a ring pop. It could be worse.
August 23rd, 2016.
That's an engagement ring?
That's a pretty shit. That's a shit engagement ring.
That's what
Patreon.
YouTube career gets you.
That thing looks like a piece of plastic.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It
I bet you the
literally
girls in the
looks
office think like she gets beaten at home with something like that.
It literally looks like the One Ring.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure if I proposed to my wife with that ring, she would say no.
She's gonna square up
Yeah.
with you, dude.
What the fuck is with her nails? What are you doing, girl?
Oh, okay, getting
Not
sassy.
Phil.
Okay.
It's literally like one of those rings you would get out of a cereal box.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat says a shower ring.
Oh no! It looks like she tried to open up a can of pineapples and got it stuck on her finger.
Yeah, there you go.
Ed and Eddie, I can't say it. Ed and Eddie when they were marrying the Cankers, and they gave them like what was it, can tops for the rings.
I totally just cheated and just split the parts so that I don't have to look for that when I put that on screen. So, yeah.
What a fucking lazy
hashtag philosophy. What up?
Phil style editing. I love it.
Absolutely. You got to learn from the best, man. He's been doing this for 8 years. It's a legacy. So, all
Someone
right.
said she stole the washer from the sink in the kitchen. That's why there was a leak.
Oh no. The plumber was like, "Let me borrow that real quick to fix it. I can use that as a washer."
Here's your problem. This fucking bitch took the washer from the sink.
Did you wash your hands again, Leanna? Did it fucking come off?
Oh.
Anything else before we continue on?
Nope.
All right, here we go. 24-hour stream. Here we come.
Multiple ones. DDoS attacks, right? Being swatted.
We keep coming back to such grim shit every time we pause. Jesus
Every
Christ.
time!
It gets worse and worse. I'm going to jump out the window and kill myself. I got swatted and DDoSed.
Don't show up in YouTube search when a new game comes out.
What does this have to do with your schedule? What is this?
Viewers, like literally 0 new viewers come into my channel to
Yeah, I
watch
wonder
my stuff
why.
because when a new game comes out and I'm
I
playing
know.
it,
Couldn't be his
none of my
content or
videos
him.
are showing up in YouTube
It's
search
conspiracy.
anymore
Oh.
because those false copyright strikes a few years back completely
Copyright
fucked me.
strikes.
No matter how people want to spin it, they say, "Oh, Phil just uses that as an excuse and all that." No, like literally, I got false copyright strikes against my channel.
Okay.
I had to delete a ton of videos to prevent even
No,
more.
you didn't. You panic deleted them.
Copyright system. I was instructed by YouTube to do this.
No, you
No,
weren't.
you were instructed by Machinima
I
to
was
do
instructed
this.
by fucking YouTube to do this. 'cause
Fucking
they just
YouTube.
suck, and they didn't want to recode their whole system for me.
No, of course fucking not. They
When I
didn't
deleted
want to
those
do
videos,
that.
My YouTube channel
Jesus.
just basically plummeted out of YouTube search, and they never came back. So here I am 2 years later.
YouTube owes
Now, like,
him
copyright
to
shit
be
is
like
going
front
on,
page search
and
results. Are you kidding
I
me?
get no new viewership on my videos.
He's
at all.
entitled.
The few people
But
who
he
kind of
pioneered Let's Play.
discover me by accident,
Slowly
were
he
they
did
hear
that.
something
Career.
completely negative. They heard that I'm an asshole. They heard that I'm terrible at games. They want to see for themselves, and they come and watch. Like, oh shit, this is actually entertaining. And Phil's not that bad of a guy. I'm going to keep watching his stuff.
Quick pause.
It's ridiculous. That's
No, they
the
don't.
only new viewership I get.
Okay. So he's happy about viewership. Did he literally just say that people stumble on him from negativity? I thought he says that all the negativity chased people away. Did he literally just say, oh, well, you know, the only way people find me is they hear negative shit about me and then they come check me out? I guess
Yes.
you're welcome then, Phil. What the fuck? You're welcome.
I mean, I like how Phil says this, right? And that yet on his Twitch channel, he's got all these new Twitch community people coming in there that never seen him before that are starting to subscribe to him, and they're starting to wake up to their antics. I've been curiously following his Twitter like a hawk, or not Twitter, excuse me, Twitch
yeah.
like a hawk, and he, oh my God, I don't even know where to begin with it. He turned off everything, so you don't know if someone subscribes, you don't know when somebody donates. He never announces it because he doesn't acknowledge the chat
Right.
unless he has to go do something.
Right.
So it's fucking mine, and it's just, it doesn't make any sense. People have been bitching about it in the chat, and he just doesn't recognize it. And I think there was a pre-streamer, he kind of said that he would do it. He would start announcing them again, but he won't turn them on because the trolls, the detractors, are going to fuck with it and do something to him because of that. It's mind-boggling to me how he thinks he's going to get new viewers by just shutting everyone out, and now he shuts down his comments.
Well, chat's not for the viewers. Chat is for him to get instructions on how to play the game. It's not for the viewers.
Well, he doesn't even look at it in Twitch anymore. I mean, he doesn't. I've been watching his entire Neo stream, and it's been funny as hell. But he doesn't even look at it. The only time that he sort of talks to his chat was with his Yakuza 0, where he's actually seems like he's enjoying himself because he's just playing mini games. Which the mini games he plays are either he's a pimp or he's doing the phone sex stuff. It's real weird. He keeps consistently going back to that, by the way, and not making that up. And he'll talk to chat sometimes, but rarely does he do it. But in any other game, none. For Honor, he didn't do a single talk to anyone unless he had to go do something. And in Neo, particularly Neo, the one I really focused on, he didn't talk to anybody ever. If he did, he would have realized he should switch out of mid stance in that game, but he never did. To this day, he played that whole game in one fucking stance because everybody tried to tell him how to fix it, and he didn't know why it wasn't working.
But he beat the game in the process. He only had to die 244 times to make that happen.
I said he was going to get a 400 the way he was going.
Also, the fact that Phil said that people heard he's an asshole, so they check out his stuff and realize, oh, he's not that bad, and they become new viewers. Phil, you're welcome. Where's my fucking residuals?
Yeah, where's our check?
Yeah, right.
This is a form of cock that we didn't sign up for. What the hell is this? All right, are we ready to continue on?
Yep.
I go.
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
Get anymore. Ask anyone. It's very hard now for me to get any new viewership on YouTube because of this bullshit that happened with DSP Gaming and the false
Oh, ask
copyright.
anyone.
You just said that we
So,
helped you. What?
I went from here's my income to here's my income to here's my income. Then the false copyright strikes hit, and I went down to here's my income. Oh yeah. Then I lost my contract with Machinima that was based on views, and now my contract on Machinima is based on ad revenue. So I went from this income to this income, and now
Wow, fucking Machinima fucking him over.
We'll talk about it later on in this video.
Machinima's an
YouTube
asshole,
ad revenue
man.
has plummeted out
They
of
didn't
nowhere
tell him
into the
about
fucking
this.
toilet. So now my income's boo. So because of this, I've never been able to go from this schedule where I said, okay, when I first get to Washington, I'll work my ass off, and every day I'll stream it. Every day I'll work. And eventually it's going to get better because I can maybe not be a full-time YouTuber anymore. And, there's
How?
silver
What's the
lining
calculation there? I don't
at the
understand.
end of the tunnel. And it just kept pushing back and getting further out of reach and further away. And now to the point where I don't know if I'm ever going to reach it, honestly. But anyway, what I'm getting to here is something's got to give. Because I'm at a point now where literally with Leanna and I, we don't get to spend any quality time together.
Any
Aw.
We
quality
wake up in the
time.
morning, we see each other for half an hour, if that, to just basically wake up and snap each other out of being asleep and have a coffee or whatever.
Snap each other
I'm
up.
immediately to work.
She wakes you
I
up,
can't
Phil?
sleep in ever. I'm
If you
immediately
wake
to
up
work
at
every
11,
fucking day.
you're sleeping
most
in.
People who have an office job, at least get a day or two off. Even people who have tough, contracting jobs. People who work
Did you just compare yourself
That's
to a
you.
contractor,
That's
Phil?
you, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, you
That's
fucking
what
shut up,
jobs
Phil.
are.
Even you
Have
get a
days
day
off.
off.
Kicking your fucking
You're
feet
an
up all
asshole 'cause you get a day off.
kicking your fucking
Every
feet up
day
on
is
the
a day off
weekends,
for
dude.
this
What
guy.
the fuck?
Man, tomorrow if I'm beat, I could just sleep in. And, oh yes,
Sleep in 11 a.m.
Be on a schedule where I get this done and this done and this done. Every day, my mind is gotta do this for the business. Gotta
Play
do
this game,
then
play
then
this game,
then
play this
then
game.
That's how my mind is all day. And then people say, "Oh, well, Phil, you'd get more done if you didn't have that relaxation time at night." I need that because all day, the moment I wake
need
up,
that.
If
I
you wake
need
up at
it.
11 and you watch
then
TV and movies at
finally
10:30
I
at
give
night,
myself an hour or two to
not a long
not
day.
All he does all day is
sit there
consume
with Leanna
media.
maybe and watch a little bit of TV or whatever.
Whether it's
That's
video
what
games
time
or
to get.
That's your
movies.
fucking
Watch a
time
TV
together,
show,
Phil?
unwind so we can go to sleep.
They
And
sit
sleep.
I mean,
they
it's
sit in
ridiculous.
proximity to
You
each
don't
other
get
and
any
watch
time to
that
go out and
screen.
Do anything together.
They sit as
to
far
have
apart
any
from each
meaningful
other as they
time. And I'll
can.
be honest
Pause.
with you,
Pause.
especially
I can't.
now that she's
Fucking
working.
can't.
and she-
Phil, you talk about having a day off. You have no meaningful time. Do you think that Liana I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's a homebody, right? But if you're not, if you have the chance to afford like a staycation the way you do, and yet you talk about and 2 mortgages and stuff like that, you obviously have the money to go out consistently, right? I'm just going to assume this, or make an educated guess, whatever. Shoot me. But I mean, if you only get these few times, wouldn't you want to do that like maybe once a month, take her out then? Instead of like, when I have free time, our quality time is I'm going to pop a movie into the DVD and we're going to watch it on the couch and then I'm going to fall asleep.
That's all
And
they
I'm
ever
going to get
do.
up and I'm going to go do that for another 3 weeks. I'm going to go do my shit. And then, Leanna, when you're there, we'll watch your fucking movies. Didn't he bring movies to his staycation too?
Always.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
every single staycation.
Always.
What the fuck is that?
Always.
What is that?
Yeah, they bring a stack of Blu-rays.
Wait,
did
doesn't he
you-
bring like a console too?
They bring the laptop. No, he doesn't bring. I'll give him that. He
Oh.
doesn't bring the console.
No game
but
consoles.
he doesn't want to work. You know what I mean? He doesn't. Oh, the dreaded
Brings
games.
console.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that. Don't tell me he brings consoles on vacation, dude.
Yeah, that's
You got-
backbreaking work. He doesn't want to bring his work with him. Are you kidding me?
Oh, fucking God. Why would you? You're at a vacation, man. Go check out the sites. go do stuff. You talk about this fucking tourism, but your tourism consists of your fucking couch and the TV. Like, I just don't even understand.
Well,
Phil.
that's what he's doing. He's touristing over to the couch, different part of the couch.
It's just like, I understand if you're struggling with money, you don't want to spend a lot of your money, but you have plenty enough money to go fucking buy fast food every fucking day, and you have plenty of money to afford multiple mortgages, 2 business loans, and a BMW, and some other shit. And she
Leanna's
has money now.
business.
She has enough money to go out with her friends and have drinks.
Uh-oh.
So what's the problem, Phil? Are you making excuses again? I don't know. You're fucking. it just
Well,
pisses
even when
me
they
off.
go out, like their staycation, they were playing Pokemon Go like 90% of the time. Leanna was on her phone, he was on her phone. They weren't talking, they weren't communicating, they were just
And the
catching
best
Pokemon.
part, they were playing Pokemon Go in the hotel room. That's the best
Yeah.
part. I mean, they went out.
Hotel room.
It just coincided with them going to restaurants that they would sit in the restaurant and catch fucking Pokemon. But they were playing that shit in the hotel, in their hotel room.
Why? Like, you know what? What floors me about Phil, right, is that I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty convinced that Phil doesn't treat Leanna right. And as another man, like with my wife, like I have a lot of compassion. She tells me all the time. I put people first all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like when you meet somebody who like just cannot do it with his most closest person, his significant, his partner, his lover. Like I have a hard time respecting you as a human being, man. You're just a shitty person. And it's like you can't help yourself but just be this person. I don't understand how she accepts all the lying you do, all this other shit. I can understand like maybe 1 or 2 lies, like in a relationship, right, to your significant other. But just consistent pathological lying is just mind-boggling to me. I'll never get it.
We know a guy that'll treat Leanna right. But all right, any other nonsense before we move on through this nonsense? Triangle shape button, my friend.
He has a part-time job. We see each other even less. A lot of the times, she's going to sleep early because she needs to get up early in the morning for work.
Oh,
while
what a
don't
novel
need to.
concept! You
So
don't.
I'm staying up, especially because a lot of times I'm babysitting.
She's going to sleep
videos,
early so
or,
she
you know,
doesn't have to be
I'm stuck-
around you
a
on
lot
the
of
opposite
times
side
I'm
of the
stuck in the
couch.
office now. I used to have a schedule.
Babysitting
where I'd be
videos.
out of the office by
Babysitting.
9:30. I'm getting stuck in here till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night now.
Oh.
Every day.
How?
It's like this now. To the point where it's like there's no work-life balance. We're not even seeing each other anymore. It's just a mess. It's stressful as shit. And you know, the past couple of weeks, people have been saying, Phil seems stressed out. Why do you think? This is exactly why. Because there's stuff going on behind the scenes with YouTube stressing me out. And it's not just
You're gonna
YouTube,
make me
there's
drink.
a lot of other stuff going on as well that's pulling my attention away.
Drink anytime he
from
snorts.
the fun stuff or being able to spend time with Leanna. You know,
Okay,
I'm
let's
I'm
get-
trying
let's
to
get
death
Fizz
in
in
here.
fucking condo
Let's
in
get Fizz in
Connecticut.
here.
It's
You two
driving
can
me
have a
nuts.
drinking
It's a big,
contest.
long, arduous process, and every day I'm getting pinged. Can you give me this data? Can you give me that data? This status update, that status update. I got people from the
Phil, you're not a help
contacting me. I got
desk
people from
technician,
the real
okay?
estate
You're not in the
agent
tech
contacting
world.
me.
He's
Shut
getting
up with that
pinged.
whole getting pinged and tickets.
Properly.
Oh
He's
my
on
God.
call.
Like the middleman, which is wrong because I'm the customer.
sure.
And
He's on call.
It's just
Whatever.
a
He would
mind
know
fuck,
what
basically.
on call is like.
so all this happening, and there's never
Somebody's
a day
pouring
to
one
just
up,
say,
and
okay,
it's not Fizz.
I
Never.
That's
had
fine.
to pour some liquor, man. He's getting
and
me a
that's the
headache.
problem right now. I'm to my wit's end, really, when it comes to it. And
Fizz's
Leanna,
mouth
too,
just
Leanna
started
sat me down
watering
the other day, and she's
in
like,
the
"Listen,
audience."
This sucks. You know, we need to change something
It
because
sucks.
we're both stressed to fuck out to the limit. She's stressed out because she's at work, and then she comes home, she runs her own business with the soap making stuff. And she's cooking.
think that's why she's
still.
stressed, Phil?
Here I am all
Oh,
day.
she's
I wish I could
cooking
help her
still.
with a lot of that stuff, but I'm not.
That
I'm in the
bitch
office
gets to fucking
streaming,
cook it, or else
I'm
she gets the
uploading
back
videos,
of me
and I'm
hand.
Working, and she even says, you're here all day, but I barely see you. It's true. So, something's got to give. So we decided. We sat down and we had a serious talk, and we said, we got to fix this. How are we going to fix this?
Uh-oh, she sat him down.
I'm
Yeah,
going to change my
that's probably
schedule
what
starting this weekend.
Oh.
This weekend coming up, okay? So
It took him
it's
21
either
minutes
be
to
Sunday
say
or
this
Monday.
shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Either Sunday
is
or
Phil
Monday, and
for you.
obviously I'll
Classic
announce it on
Phil.
Twitter.
Well, we
when it's
can't
happening.
talk.
I'm
What are
gonna
we at, like an
start
hour and a half
working
now?
A little bit earlier,
Hour
as in
47.
1 hour
Thank you,
earlier
Table,
every single
thanks.
day. So
Making
right
it
now,
worse.
stream
You should have just said all
typically
right.
They turn on at noon Pacific time, and then there's a pre-stream, and it usually is done by, say, 12.
You don't even start until 30
depending on
minutes
the day or
after you're
whatever.
supposed to.
And then we get started
30
with gameplay.
minutes,
We get
try
3 to 3.5
45.
hours of gameplay
Fuck.
every day. Right?
Yeah, just cut out the
Space.
garbage, the delays, and
It's
then
now
maybe
gonna
you'll be
start an hour
okay.
earlier than
He's
that.
got jack off.
Okay, so
Dude,
you
he's
stream
still gonna
Pacific
start
time,
streaming at
so
noon
11
anyway.
a.m. Pacific time.
Damn it, Table,
All right,
I'm
when the
eating.
stream
Don't
turned
talk
on
about
and
him
all that will
jacking off.
happen. And I'm planning to do an extra hour
You
of
don't like that
gameplay
sauce?
every day.
The,
No,
ta-
oh,
the,
fuck
the special
you.
sauce.
All right,
Aw.
reasons. First of all,
Fuck
for
How does that
Neo,
help you, Phil?
that I've
You're
been
doing
playing
more
for over 2
time.
weeks. Imagine if every day that I played it, because right now I think I've done 13 to 14 sessions. Imagine if there was an extra hour, right? That would have been 13 extra hours of gameplay.
That doesn't make any fucking
and I
sense,
would have
Phil. You're
probably
adding
finished
on
it 3
time.
4 days earlier. I would have finished at the end of last week. And this week I would have been able to work
It's all
on
about
all new
finishing
stuff.
the
Maybe I
game,
would have
not
been able to
enjoying
cover
it.
extra
That's gonna
game or
fuck up
something
people on the
that I
stream.
didn't cover, right?
Yeah, let's pause it
In
real
the
quick. Let's
long
break
run,
this
help,
down
you're
just
gonna
real
get
quick. Let's
complete.
talk about what he's trying to accomplish. What he's saying, and this really only works if he's just playing one major game like Neo. So he's saying that he's going to stream 1 extra hour, and then he's going to somehow bank some footage in order to put up. Let's say that he's going to take that break on Saturday or Sunday. Okay, Sunday is probably the most convenient, right? He's going to work 6 days. He's going to work an extra hour, so he's going to have roughly 6 hours of extra footage. Maybe it'll probably end up being like 4 or something. But anyways, he wants to bank extra footage. Now, here's the problem with that, though. Okay, let's say you're playing Neo, right? You play an extra hour, right? So then you're going to withhold something. Then you're going to upload it. So, okay, let's say he has 10 parts. So he's going to upload maybe 8. He's going to save 2, then the next day, and then the next day, next. So he's always going to be like behind by 2 until he gets to the end of the week. The problem, though, is that that's going to discourage people if you don't go to his stream to then go to his stream. Because if you are, so let's say Monday, you didn't catch the stream and you were planning on getting caught up on YouTube, you can't. And then Tuesday stream, you're going to have this gap. And so this is actually going to discourage people from attending his streams if they can't attend every single one. It's either all in or all out in some cases, I think.
To be fair, Phil has understood that his viewership can't necessarily spare the time. There have been a few occasions, I believe it was one of the earlier Assassin's Creed games, where he understands that his viewers want to get down and play the game for themselves, but in typical business fashion, Phil has stated that as soon as you're done with the game, as soon as you're finished with it, come watch my playthrough.
Yeah.
I don't think he understands it, man. I mean, he's called the people who aren't watching lazy,
Yeah.
and they're not doing enough. He doesn't give a shit, man.
But what if he's playing
just,
more than one game, though? How is he going to space that? That doesn't make any sense. So let's say that he plays Neo and then Horizon and then, he usually alternates 2 games. But okay, so he's going to withhold. If he doesn't play the same game all week, how is he going to divvy this up so that he can release? I would assume that he can't put 3 parts of one. And
he's fucked for March, man.
Yeah.
If you look at the games coming up, you have Mass Effect,
Mm-hmm.
you've got Horizon, you've got Nier Automata, which just came out, I think.
He's
You've got
skipping Nier, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh, what a fucking
because people were able
Wow.
to exploit and get it in Hong Kong and get the English version early.
Yeah.
He's saying that there's no point to cover it because everybody already has. So
And
Fuck
Phil's
off, Phil.
extra pissed. Phil's extra pissed that a game that is fully complete with English text, with English voiceovers, there's absolutely no reason to withhold the American release.
No, he just
no
doesn't want to
reason.
play the fucking game, because if that was the case, he would have never played Neo, because there were plenty of people who got Neo 2 weeks early, which I actually bitched about because there was tons of streams up was it 8-9 days before the actual, they did a Dark Souls 3 launch. They let the certain people play the game 2 weeks ahead of time.
he did play
And
Dark
he
Souls
couldn't
3
get it.
ahead of time.
From
But
He,
not Neo. They didn't give one to Neo.
Yeah.
He said that was bullshit, but he still played it after a week and a half of it being up on Twitch.
Yeah.
So that's no excuse for him saying, "Oh, these people got it a week early." Fuck
And not
him.
only that,
Yeah.
but he has actually gone before, and he went and he went through a bunch of hoops. He had to buy a bunch of Japanese credit for PlayStation or Xbox.
He
Twice,
paid
right?
$180.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just to play Dark Souls 3 a month early.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he broke even on that.
He bought the game 3
Yeah.
times over because he fucked up and he had to buy Japanese credit for Xbox Live, and he had to like try to buy it and had his audience fucking walk him through it and shit. And he did end up playing Dark Souls 3 early. So he just isn't putting forth the effort to do this. He's instead continuing on with Yakuza 0, which he admits no one cares about. So I don't know.
Going back to the Nier Automata thing, because other YouTubers have already played it, so he doesn't want to cover it. Some YouTubers, they've gotten the Nintendo Switch early, and they're playing Breath of the Wild.
Oh, yeah.
The
I saw
embargo is
that.
going to lift in a few days, and he's still going to play that. So
Yeah,
it's pretty hypocritical.
Did he actually pre-order the fucking Switch?
absolutely.
Yes, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
caved in.
With
You know how
credit.
much he probably had to put down? It was like around $500 just to get that.
With credit.
He got it from Best Buy, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
what the deal
but
was.
it's like 300. It was like what, 250 or $300, right, for the whole thing, and then he's got to buy the
399, yeah.
all the other shit is separate. So he's got to pay like $120 for a full-on extra Switch controller.
Yeah.
and a charger, and he's got to buy the converter because it doesn't come with an Ethernet cable port. You have to buy an adapter to plug in the back.
And
And
he's
that
probably
was
going to buy the Pro
40
controller. Pro controller
Yeah, he probably
70.
does.
And the
Pro
arcade
controller.
stick.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
and
he
what?
really wants
There's
to
a
play.
fight stick?
He really wants
Yeah.
to play Street Fighter, and he's not going to play that on a pad. I'm sure.
Why would he play Street Fighter on Switch?
That's
As it's
that's
like a
what
new
he.
the
version.
one he's
exclusive
good
to
at.
Switch.
That's what got him to buy it.
the HD Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter
the shit.
2.
Yeah.
That's why he
Oh,
bought
fuck
it.
yeah.
Ultimate Street Fighter, yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to get a Switch just to body him now.
If you, I don't know if you saw this, but he actually was shitting on the Switch. He said he wasn't going to get it, and then an hour later, he's like, "Oh man, this Street Fighter 2 is pretty awesome. I already pre-ordered it. I got it all ready to go." So he changed. He had his own little Switch within an hour and decided to pre-order it after shitting on it and saying he didn't want it because of Street Fighter 2. And so I don't know if there will be a stick available. Nintendo.
There is, but it's third party, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's probably going to be a Mad Catz, if anything. Mad Catz likes to jump into
Mad-
those.
Mad
Well, yeah,
Mad
of
Catz
course.
is done
Yeah, Mad
immediately.
Catz.
Well,
is-
And I hate Mad Catz because they have I don't know if you guys are part of do any fighting game stuff for long term, but they treat every time a new Street Fighter game comes out, or Capcom makes them recreate a new fight stick intentionally, that you have to drop either $50 to $200 sometimes just to play the game with a fight stick, or you're stucking with a pad. Like when Street Fighter 5 came out, you had everybody who had a fight stick have to rebuy a new one because they made it to where it wasn't compatible with the game, and on PC and on PlayStation 4. They do it every fucking time.
The absolute best part of this is if he throws down an arcade stick just to play Ultra Street Fighter 2, then he has essentially spent $200 to play one game moderately well rather than pretty well.
And it's not going to be an ongoing playthrough, dude. He's going to play it a little bit,
sir.
you know.
He's going to get
It'll be
3
300
days
parts.
Oh yeah, the game's going to be long.
Yep.
Okay, let's see how much this fucking fight stick is going for.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so the Nintendo Switch fight stick is a Hori for one.
Okay.
Looks just like it's a Hori, and Hori's pricing it at $158 in Japan, but in America it's going to be about $200 or $198.
Oh, well, fuck.
All right, but
Yeah,
let
that's
me do
about
some
normal.
math.
I don't think
And-
I don't think he'll do it. I don't know. $200? I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can do it.
He's going to do it. I mean,
You think-
he's such
you really
a-
think
He's
so?
going to buy it. He's going to buy. Yes, he's
Yeah,
going to
he's
fucking
gonna
buy
do-
it.
I'm going to do
Because
some math.
they're
Let's
having
take
other games
bets.
gonna be free
Let's
with it,
take
too.
let's take a bet right now. I actually am going to bet that he's not. I'm going to take
I
that
believe
bet.
that he
I don't
will.
have much faith in Phil, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm feeling it. I will take that bet that he's not going to buy it.
If you guys don't know anything about fight sticks, chat, a Hori is a second. I think I would say second tier brand. They're really good. So their fight sticks are usually around 150 to 200 automatically, but their fight sticks are pretty decent. They have halfway Sandway parts. So
I have the VLX stick. It was worth it. It's good.
You said how much?
it's-
How much does the
I've
fight
got the new
stick cost
Quamba
again?
Obsidian, man. It is fucking phenomenal, and I play Guilty Gear XRD on it, and I love it.
Yeah,
You said how much does it cost again there?
About an average of a Hori stick is between $120 to $200. A newer one is going to be about $160 to $200.
So
Older-
that's how much
older-
the Switch one cost, or
The Switch on Japan is going to cost $158 retail, but in the U.S. and Europe, it's going to be between $190 to $200.
So 200. It'll be 199.99.
Yeah, something like
okay. I just did some math here. The Switch console costs about 300.
Mm-hmm.
that. Mhm.
The game he's going to get, he's going to get Breath of the Wild first, so that's going to cost about 60. And yeah, Street Fighter is also going to cost probably 60. He's going to
No,
probably
it won't. It'll cost 30.
Ultra's going to be
Oh, 30?
40.
Oh, 40? What a fucking...
Like, I heard 40.
You got to
I thought it
factor
was
in
higher.
a micro
the Pro controller. The Pro
micro
controller
SD card?
costs 70.
micro SD
and-
card of reasonable
Oh, yeah,
storage
micro
because
SD card.
like there's like 25 gigs of onboard storage after all is said and done. So you're absolutely
Yeah.
going to need a micro SD card, a
Yeah,
sizable
like I was
one.
saying, yeah, the Pro controller costs what is it, $70? It's pretty
Mm-hmm.
expensive, and the fight stick costs 200.
I'm pretty sure
And
he's going to
depending-
play Breath of the Wild on a Pro controller. I don't
It
think
probably will.
Yeah,
I've seen hardware impressions, and they don't really like the sort of included little thing where you put the two Joy-Cons and create a controller out of them.
yeah.
They don't really like
People-
the buttons and stuff. So I guarantee you, one try and he's gonna be like it's not comfortable. Even if
Yeah,
he doesn't
people-
buy it at launch, he's gonna buy a Pro
And-
controller.
People have also
And
been
a
complaining
main
about-
thing that I just realized is, didn't Phil sit there and say that he'll never play Street Fighter V again and fuck Capcom because of how
Absolutely.
shit it was? Which I'm all for that. Fuck Street Fighter V and Capcom at this point. They after season 2, I'm done. But on a real note, you're gonna go out and give Capcom more money again for some Ultra Street Fighter 2? Why? Fuck Capcom. They're just gonna do the same thing they've done with Street Fighter V. You think the netcode's gonna be better again? No, it's gonna be shit, and you're gonna
Phil's-
fucking hate it.
Phil's idea behind not supporting Street Fighter V is if you stop supporting crap, they will stop making crap. And he is supporting a new version of Street Fighter 2 on a whim without testing it himself, without getting early impressions. It's like, fuck that. It's Street Fighter. It's my lifeblood. I'm a
Capcom's-
huge fan.
And what longevity will it have? This isn't gonna be like the next
Yeah.
thing.
It'll get
Ultra
it'll be-
is not even going to be at EVO this year. That should
Yeah,
tell you
it's
everything
only
you
on
need
the
to know.
Switch too.
I don't even want to talk about EVA right now because if we get into FGC stuff, I get depressed because it's so
Yeah.
bad right now.
It's just
It
this
is
this
super
game
bad.
is just it's oh, I don't want to take a phrase from Phil. It's gonna be not a niche title, but it's gonna be sort of in its own little space and time, right? It's not this. It's not gonna be this standard game that goes.
No, it'll be
you know-
like Alpha on Xbox Arcade.
Yeah,
It'll be-
it's a fun
Yeah,
game.
cool.
It'll be fun and it'll be nostalgic and it checks off a lot of boxes, but it's not going to be this flagship title that people are going to play and it's going to have staying power and stuff. I'm sure there's going to be people playing it and stuff like that, but it's not going to be this giant game that's going to have staying power.
Yeah, it's not. And secondly, yeah, it floors me. Is Phil is like, oh fuck Street Fighter V and fuck Capcom. I'll never support them again. And here you are, Phil. You're throwing
No, Street Fighter 2.
throwing money down.
He's going to do the
It's
same
Street
thing
Fi-
for Ultimate Marvel. He's going to do the same thing.
Of course, I fucking can't. I
It's
just
money that he desperately needs
Yes.
for the business.
Yes. Well, we're on the schedule talk now. I mean, maybe in this video he'll talk a bit about his financial situation.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yes. And speaking of that, going back to what I said, if he really does buy the fight stick with all the other Nintendo Switch stuff, it's going to cost him between $570 and $600
yeah.
with taxes and your shipping and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Jesus.
And that's not including all the games he's going to get rid of. So
Oh,
I mean,
of course. He
that's gonna be
needs to.
more.
The problem is that he needs to, right? So for him to be able to justify the purchase of the Switch, he's going to need to put money into it with games, right? Because he's
Yep.
going to think
Yep.
like, well, I mean, if I just buy the Switch and only buy a couple games,
gonna-
it's a waste. So I need to fucking keep pumping out games so I can make this thing worth it. And so it's going to be a money pit, And last thing, doesn't Nintendo take a cut anyway, even if you're a managed partner, or no? Does that protect you from that?
No, they take a cut. They will.
They take
if
a cut
he-
Okay,
anyway.
well,
No,
he's
here's
gonna
what's
be-
going to happen. You have to, because Angry Joe had an autistic screeching moments about this. Because what happens is if Phil decides to upload any raw content of him playing that fucking game and he puts monetization on it, they're going to claim it. They're going to claim it like they did with Angry Joe. It doesn't matter. That's why Angry Joe lost it. And if they're going to claim Angry fucking Joe repeatedly, every time he does something, they claimed it. I mean, he tried to do raw footage of him just streaming Mario Kart 8 that his fans bought him, and they claimed it. And then he tried to do Splatoon, they claimed it. And then he just said, fuck it, I'll never play the Wii U.
Well, Angry Joe
And
is
then-
not a managed partner, though. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I remember Phil bragging.
It doesn't. I don't
okay.
think.
Okay.
because I think Nintendo makes you sign a clause where anything you claim they take the profits.
Nintendo has their own partner program.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
That is it. He would have to leave Machinima and go with Nintendo's partner program, where he'd have to love Nintendo for life.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
So basically, do we know the percentage by any chance? I feel like I heard 40 or something like that. But regardless, we're gonna get another vlog about how Nintendo fucked up his launch coverage of the Switch.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
There's
Eddie,
this tractor working at Nintendo.
yeah, Eddie was saying that Phil is under the impression that Machinima is going to protect him and that he's going to get 100% of the revenue from these from these Switch videos. So if that's true, if Phil is genuinely in the belief that Nintendo isn't going to take their cut, he is going to have a meltdown.
Well, they're going to claim it. They're going to claim his shit, and they're going to flag him. That's what they did to Joe, Angry Joe, and he lost his shit. And and he had to contact Nintendo of America just to get them to stop doing it. And even then, they still do it. It's the Japanese, literally the main corporate office that does it.
Mm-hmm.
They claim everyone. So any raw play that he puts out with a claim, get ready to listen to his vlog about how he's in dire straits again because his DSP channel got flagged again.
Oh boy. All right.
Phil needs our money, guys.
He does. And we're going to find out all about that in about 7 hours. Are we ready to continue?
Woo!
Yeah!
Let's do this.
9-hour vlog.
I actually disconnected because it took so long. Give me a second.
Motherfucker.
God
So wait.
72-hour.
Wow.
Let's endure. Coming straight at you.
How
guys.
far are
Get
we?
fucking ready.
Just for
I've got a
curiosity's
whole
sake.
bottle of vanilla rum.
There you go.
Puerto Rican
I don't
rum.
need to
Oh,
go to my
great.
job.
How far are we into the video? Just for
I haven't
curiosity's
fucking idea.
sake.
22
We are
minutes.
22 minutes. Okay,
Oh,
no
right.
problem.
Yeah.
Let's try to stop less.
No,
All right.
no, that's what we're here to do. I mean, see, the thing is, the
shit.
reason why I don't feel bad if these are long is because this is part podcast and part endure, and so at least it's going to be the length of the video. I mean, fucking, it's an hour-long video, but this is also a free-flowing podcast in between, and so I realize they're going to be long, and some people, oh, it's fucking 4 hours, oh my god. But, I mean, when we do podcasts anyway, they end up being 4 hours even without a video aid to them. So I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't even get back in the room. I
You-
clicked on the link. It won't let me back in.
You
damn
effing
it.
S.
Motherfucker.
You're oh my god.
Ooh, she was about to call you an idiot. God damn. Shit.
We have to stall even further.
Yeah. I don't know how to. Who's in control of the room then? I hope it's not
I
me.
am.
Oh,
Don't worry. I'll just give me just stall.
okay.
Stall.
So I guess
What do you
then we'll
think you've been doing?
we'll
Tell me what time were we at?
2208.
Okay.
Tyler, if you fuck me up and I have to edit this in some fancy fucking way, I will put my hands around your neck until you're dead.
You're gonna have to edit this out.
You can't split this shit.
I'm gonna fucking split Tyler's forehead open.
Tyler is the only one that is going to get split around
God
here.
damn it. Well, anyways, let's see. Well,
Don't talk so long.
what do you mean don't talk? We're here for this. This is what we're here for. What do you mean you disconnected from the watch together?
It said we were inactive too long and it kicked me out.
Well, you know,
It does that.
just
still
move
here,
your
man.
move your mouse
still here.
around while you're there. God damn it, Tyler.
This is why we don't put Tyler in charge of things.
I know. I'm just gonna start up my laptop and I'll fucking do it.
All right, I got it. Here, just go to this room.
A new room.
I have
Wow.
to.
It better be exactly the same, Tyler. I swear to God, if my editing is inconvenient because of this,
Oh, it's going to be.
it's already going to be like a 3-hour editing process to put this together. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm not even going to do what I normally do. I'm going to do it as lazy as possible.
Just pull a Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I'm just gonna put the straight. I usually do it all fancy. I take a screen cap and put the source
I
footage.
got you, Fred. Okay, chat. I'm gonna need you guys to do a commentator edit for.
Commentator
Just submit it to SOK Gaming. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we're doing SOCOC.
So cock.
Okay, hold on.
Are we good? Are we ready?
Hold on. Let me make sure my audio is the same as it was. No, it's not. Thank you, Tyler. There we go. And resolution is 720. Okay. I have no idea if this is the same, but yeah, Tyler's going to be editing this together, so no problem.
This is what you guys come here for, right?
All right.
If Phil is anything to go by, editing is hard work.
All right, let's continue on. God help you, Tyler, if this is any different than where we stopped.
I didn't even know that they actually kicked you out for being.
Turn it
inactive.
off. Go in the menus and turn that off.
Week. And this week I would have been able to work on all new stuff. Maybe I would
No,
have been able to cover
that's
an
not where we
extra
were.
game or
I'll kill
something
you.
that I didn't cover, right? So this is going to, in the long run, help. You're going to get more gameplay of the games you want to see right away. The streams are going to be a little bit longer, and people are going to be, I think, more engaged. By the way, the streaming has been going so well on Twitch. People are engaged. I got regulars coming in every day. Are happy. We're chatting it up. We're having fun, discussing the games. And not only that, but people are subbing. People are cheering. Everything's going awesome with Twitch. Twitch has been pretty much the biggest change that I've made. That's the most positive thing for the experience of the viewers and me. Because it's
and me,
and it's profitable.
And
I'm making
me.
some money doing it, unlike when I was streaming.
I
And
care
you.
about
Everything
ME,
there is working
my
out well.
enjoyment.
So there may also be some days where I'm going to work a little later. So maybe what'll happen is I'll stream earlier, and then I may end the stream a little earlier.
He's gonna
too,
wake
if I
up
want
early?
to. We'll see. But there may be days where I have heavy editing to do. Right? I need to do a lot of
Like
editing.
what?
Oh, shit.
Heavy editing.
I'll try to give
OBS
it out so I
Studio,
have more
man.
time.
It's a
Like
bit.
what?
I'll change the schedule
You don't
around.
even do
This is
KO
why
gaming
every
videos
night I put
anymore.
my
Your
schedule
fans
on
do.
Twitter. It behooves you to follow me.
Fuck you.
It behooves you.
Fuck
Fuck
you.
Follow him.
So starting
Is that a
this
word?
weekend, I'll let you know
It's
on
a word.
Twitter when this is going to go into
Definitely a
effect,
word.
whether it's Sunday or Monday. I
Give
am
me a
streaming
definition.
an hour earlier every single day. So more gameplay every day.
Behooves means it's a
But
duty or responsibility
The
to do
trade-off
something.
here
The
is
trade-off.
that one day a week
trade-off.
I'm going to be taking completely off from YouTube. There's no live streaming on Twitch, no video. Well, there may be videos on YouTube. If they are, there'll be videos that I already previously recorded and I batched up so that I could upload them and they would go live on that day that I have off.
Doesn't this
Exactly
plan
how
make it
used
so
to
that
be
he
when
has
I
less
lived in
time with
Connecticut, where
Leanna
I
for
would have the
6
longer
days a week
streams,
so that he can
and
have
I
one
would
day
batch
with
up
her?
the videos, and then on
Pretty
the
much.
day off, I would have those go live.
Wow.
That's how it's going to be.
Genius.
Now, the day every week is not going to be the same day because it's dependent on Leanna's schedule, on her work schedule. We have to find a day that she has off, but also doesn't hinder with the game releases and stuff that are coming out so that I can work the new releases and stuff on release
Wait,
day.
what? Her
So,
schedule is
yeah,
not going to
this
be
week,
in sync
all
with
this
game
weekend,
releases,
starting
Phil.
This weekend, I'm working more. Extra stream hour or whatever.
Well, you tell your boss to give you a day off, you
And
dumb
as you know,
bitch.
we've got the release of the Nintendo Switch a week from this Friday, which is on March 3rd. I will be covering that. It's coming. It's supposed to be coming from Best Buy. I'll be doing a live stream, unboxing it or whatever, live. Like I
Oh,
usually
Best
do
Buy
with
better
hardware.
not fuck him
You
over.
know, and I'm doing Zelda
2
stuff.
weeks late, dude. The
Next day,
unboxings
which is
are
gonna
already
be
up.
Saturday the 4th. But March the 5th, I'm gone. All right? I may have some videos. Maybe
I'm
I'll
gone?
the living
What do you
shit
wear?
out of Zelda on Saturday, and then I'll have a ton of videos. And I'll
Then why don't
split
you
the
take a
videos
break on
between going live
Thursday?
on Saturday and Sunday. So at least if you're around
Because that's
Sunday, and
logic.
you're bored, you want to watch
You
new
don't wanna
videos,
put
there'll be
logic
new
into this.
videos versus nothing. Okay, but I'm gonna take that Sunday to have a real day off and spend it with Leanna, have quality time. and
Real
we'll find
day
some
off.
fun stuff to do
Quality
that
time.
day.
Quality
And we'll
underwear
also get our
time.
errands and chores done. We'll do it all, but we'll have the whole fucking day to do it, rather than me. Oh, I gotta get up, gotta get to stream, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da, squeeze everything in.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da.
It's not
Shit,
working.
Phil.
Okay, so that's why
This is
we're making
Italian
this
impression.
change.
All right.
So, I'm excited.
Oh, he's rubbing his hands.
More live streaming every day
Birdman.
that I'm here. For the days that I'm not here, you should still have stuff to keep you appeased. All right.
What about the people
And
that are going from stream to
hopefully this
stream?
will
I
work
don't
out for
understand.
everyone. You'll get more of what you want. I'll get a day off a week. I think it makes sense. All right.
All right.
Okay, that's number
fans
one.
don't
The big
want more, they
announcement
want
that I had.
less
That
of
was the whole
anything.
reason I was making this vlog to begin with. But now let's get to part 2.
Well,
The thing
vlog's
I
over.
think-
Oh, that's it.
And I'm
Now we
talking
can
about-
skip it.
Because the bottom line is this month
We're done.
of February, I've been busy with so much stuff. If you remember, there was Resident Evil 7. I wrapped up my playthrough of that, and I even played a little bit in PSVR. I was playing Yakuza 0, right? I was playing all that stuff.
Okay.
And then Neo began. So I started playing Neo.
You suck ass at
and
Neo.
that took
Yep.
a ton of time as I juggled it with Yakuza 0, and then we had For Honor, plus we had the Injustice 2 beta. So there was a
God, he
ton
hates
going
For
on.
Honor.
Not once in February, I'm not even lying here, did I look at YouTube views or did I look at ad revenue or anything. I
Boy,
was
if that's
staying
true,
completely
what a
away from
fucking
it, 'cause I
mistake
said,
that
I
was.
let myself
Why?
play games and not worry
Phil,
about
it
stuff.
behooves you
It'll come
to keep
through,
track of your
right?
business.
And for the most part, if you watch the stuff this
Okay.
month, I think
He
you'll
looks at that
realize, wow,
shit
Phil
every day.
focused in on the games, and that's what it was about. It wasn't like I
Well,
was complaining
it's
about
time
views
for.
or money
They
or
got
anything.
1
No, I
week to
didn't let it get
donate. Better
into
check it
the
out.
look until yesterday, because I figured, gee, 3 weeks into the month, I probably should.
Why
be
would you
responsible
look
now
1
and check
week?
and see how things are
Why?
going.
Why 3 weeks in?
Not good, man. It's ridiculous at this point. Now, the thing is, views-wise, all right, just to give you some perspective here,
Okay.
views have been pretty steady on everything I'm doing. It's not like all of a
here we
sudden
go.
I got this giant decrease of viewership out of nowhere, and it plummeted, and now, it didn't happen. What happened is, the middle of last year, the middle of 2016, YouTube changed the algorithm of how to count a view. They didn't tell anyone they were doing it.
How do you
They never
know?
publicly explained it, but they changed the algorithm.
How?
So even though
I'll
people are
explain
coming out
that,
and
but
watching
he's
my
full of
videos,
shit on that,
not
too.
all the views are counting.
That's a half-truth.
It's a fact. There's no fucking other explanation for it.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
fact
That you're
middle of
not
last year,
presenting.
I
Bottom
started
line
getting less
is-
views. Nothing I could do about it. But the good news was the ad revenue was still consistent throughout the end of the year of last year and everything. Everything was looking good. Then
Can we
all of a
pause in a
sudden,
minute?
Sure.
Okay, like, I talked to you about this earlier, Fred, because this really pissed me off. Chad, I don't know if you realize this, but wasn't it in January he made that eBay video talking about he was fucked after December because January was really, really bad and he was going to be on the streets or whatever in March?
Absolutely.
And now, isn't he? If I'm wrong here, I'm pretty sure he just told us that January was fantastic. That actually it was normal, consistent for him, and everything was solid. So Phil, what was that e-begging video for? What were you talking about? How you were fucked in January and your check was going to be low? Were you intentionally? Did you just bait us into paying you more money?
You mean the one where he had about $150 of an extra boost in Patreon,
Yep.
and that
Oh, yeah,
somehow
yeah.
made up for everything? The
and
terrible
some extra
drop.
money in his pocket. He said.
Hmm.
Interesting. Interesting.
It is interesting to me as well that we're even here at all. But no, so the fact that he is here and that he's trying this again is fascinating because you can't do the same thing every time, right? And so he already went on January, like you said, oh, red alert, hurry up. And then February, I think 5th, during the weekend preview, he's like, oh, thanks everyone for donating. Everything turned out fine. I guess I just overreacted. And then here he is again. Okay, what? How are you going to pull this off? And so the way that he pulls this off is to come up with some scary numbers that sound bad. Oh, 35%, 10%, can't pay the bills, need time, my back, fucking, all the shit. And so when can, where does he run out of steam in this like one-upsmanship of how bad his life is without your donations,
He's a pathological liar, man, and his Freudian slips catch him every fucking time. And it floors me that this kind of slid under, that he would actually mention that, oh yeah, January was fine, guys. I know that video was there, but fuck that. January was great.
You guys pulled through.
Yeah, that $150, I had everything covered, and then I got to keep some in my pocket. Go fuck yourself, Phil. So you were straight. You were super straight, bro. Even if that 150 didn't come in, all that meant was you were just going to be a little bit short, but you'd still have money in your pocket, is what it sounds like. But it's just, it's unreal to me.
It's like what Fred said a couple times. It's just the boy who cried wolf over and over and over again. Eventually, he's going to hit that point where people are just going to say, you know what, we're done. We don't believe you anymore. You're an idiot and a liar. And we're going to take all of our donations away from you. Because they're going to get sick of seeing this every single month. It's going to be March, halfway through March, April, halfway through April. They're just going to keep coming. And this is never going to stop.
And you know what, Zom? That point was last video. If you saw those comments, it was. You saw the comments. Yeah. Everybody, fuck you, Phil. We're tired of the shit, Phil. What are you talking about, Phil? We work a fucking job and we can do this, that. That point was last video. And so This is just you can tell disabled comments, disabled ratings. He knew what was waiting for him there. He just wants to siphon out all the bad and just hope that there are still some true believers out there that are gonna fucking save his ass. So,
Telling kids to donate their Christmas money.
yeah, their earnings from mowing lawns and selling lemonade.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this isn't like, I just don't even understand Phil. And some people are talking about his COCC or KOCC thing, his cock.
His cock, yeah.
Yeah, his cock stuff. If you guys haven't been paying attention, he asked again in Twitter about like what should I do? What else should I do to get more money in? And people were making suggestions. His fans were making suggestions to do game reviews of games he can't get to in time and submitting it to him. And he's all for that. He's ready to take your game reviews and put on his fucking channel.
Can you imagine that? Like, he prides himself in his game reviews. He's going to have someone else who has little to no experience doing this, like, oh, I like this game because the graphic frame rate is good, and I like the gameplay. Wait. Can you imagine that shit? Like, who is actually going to make it to begin with? You know, Sky Sands, I don't know how good he is in the English department, but, you know, you're going to have these mouth breathers trying to fucking... You know, for all the things we say about Phil, yeah, he's a well-spoken guy. You know, what he says is complete garbage, but the way he presents it is usually okay. You think that you're gonna get like a quality review out of one of these people, you know? And then Phil is just gonna slap KO Gaming on there and say, "Oh, this review was provided by whoever."
Sponsored.
And here's
sponsored.
And here's where it gets crazy, right? Well, imagine this. What if one of the people who submit the videos actually does a really good video and it pulls in, let's say, 500,000 views?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Something that's like ridiculously good. I'm just throwing this out there. Do you think that reviewer will not go to Phil and say, "Hey, Phil, I think I'm going to do this on my own now. You know, I'm actually kind of got some viewers here, or maybe can you throw me a bone?"
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's going to be his response immediately. Like, no, you just need to keep giving them to me.
No, listen,
he's going to pull John Rambo.
The reason you did good is because it was on my channel. Like, if it's that, without me, there is no you.
Right, and he'd be pulling a John Rambo when the kid fucks off somewhere, and he'd be like, "Yeah," in middle of the night, you want to do another collab? You want to do another review for me?
Drunk texting him at 3 a.m.
Fucking yeah,
hey, buddy. I've been thinking about you, man. How's it going?
Suck your dick for that review, dude.
For the cock.
Absolutely.
Do it for the cock.
Don't forget, chat. It's his literally. He just lied again about his January stuff. He cried wolf.
Yeah.
There is no way to beat around this. He was fine.
He's constantly moving the chains. Constantly.
Oh yeah.
Every month it's like, oh, let's reset. It's this month that's bad.
I don't know.
Not before that.
I don't know if he forgets or if it's just Freudian slips where he's just his subconscious is just spitting out the truth because he lies so fucking much.
Yeah, he's just lying so much that it's just
pathological liar. He believes what he says.
Well, he thinks that people don't notice. I don't know if he's aware that we have sites like Graphtreon that literally show you a line graph of his day-to-day Patreon totals, and so we can look this up. You know, he's already tried to blur the truth when it comes to his total, like, oh, you know, what you see up there is wrong because this that. Okay, but if you're saying, okay, he's trying to say that it's wrong by like a flat amount or something predictable, okay, fine, let's take you at face value there. If it says that it is 1,500 but that's fake, but then says that it's 1,700 but that's fake, that's still a difference of $200. You see what I mean? Like,
right.
There's still, even if it's incorrect, it's still, we're seeing the difference of the two incorrect numbers. And so we can see the difference in donations. And so we did, and he's like, "Oh yeah, those donations really helped me." Really, Phil? The $100 and something completely saved you from the precipice of being homeless? You know?
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Well, I guess that's how it works.
And I almost forgot because I was going to gloss over this for a moment. He told a half truth when he said about the YouTube algorithm. He was talking about the stuff that was going on in YouTube. There was this algorithm they didn't realize. Somebody caught after this whole PewDiePie iDubbbz and all these big YouTubers, these drama YouTubers and social YouTubers were complaining about this. Phil just kind of caught in on that and just tried to cash cow it. But what was going on was if you subscribe to somebody and then you unsubscribe quickly, it would take it would unsubscribe an extra person, so they would lose a subscriber. That's what it was doing. And it was a bug that was fucking people up, and some guy exploited it. And if you spammed subscribe and unsubscribe, it caused you to lose thousands and thousands to hundreds of thousands, in some case within hours of subscribers, like real subscribers.
But he's talking about views, though. Did that affect views?
Right. But it did affect views.
Okay.
It did.
How so, though? How does that?
It would, when you log, because as you're clicking it and unclicking it, you're losing the subscribers, and it was supposedly skewing the views. It was messing them up, making you lose views on videos that originally had more views.
Okay. So you're proposing that people went and did that to him? Or...
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he's telling a half truth because there's no fucking way that anybody did that to him.
Okay.
What he's talking about is like there was this YouTube algorithm drama happening, and if anybody cares about YouTube or follows it, like an autistic person like I am, then you'll see all that was a big talk for a while and for some time until YouTube fixed it. But Phil's like, oh yeah, that totally happened to me too. That's why I'm not getting enough views. You know, he's fucking delusional if he thinks that happened, or he would have lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers, which he didn't. So he's full of shit.
Okay.
Again.
Oh, I had no idea about that. Thank you for bringing that up. I had no idea. I didn't know about that bug.
Yeah, it's just a half truth. It did happen on YouTube. It was a real thing, but it didn't happen to Phil.
But is this an ongoing thing? Is this an ongoing change to the algorithm?
No,
did they squash that right away?
Their algorithm. They changed their algorithm because of the drama channels like Leafy's here and stuff. It's the same thing when we were talking. I don't want to bring that up now because we'll get to the next video.
We have to pretend like we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's right.
You're peeling back the curtain here.
But it was something that was happening in the drama channels where YouTube was trying to change it to where those channels would not get advertising money or not get support from YouTube or Google. And it caused this new algorithm change to fuck up all the channels. But Phil was not affected by this. I mean, he's thinking that his viewership it's an excuse by him going, oh yeah, that's probably why my views are down. You know, it's just him looking at it. It's a truth, but not a whole truth. He's not absolutely right on that.
Well,
he's just using it for more bucks. He wants more sympathy from you, saying that affected him too.
Unfortunately, at this point, we have no clue what's going on with his views, and so we're going to have to soldier on to figure it out. Are we ready to continue, or does someone else have something to slide under the door? All right, continue on.
In January last month, it says I made almost like no money during the month. Like I'm not basically about a third of it. No, I take it back. Originally, it looked like it was going to be a third of my income had vanished out of nowhere.
Okay.
Because the ad revenue had dried up from the holidays. That in January 2017, even though I worked my ass off, I did Dark Souls: The Redemption run. I played Resident Evil 7, which everyone loved, right? Very popular playthrough.
Which is curious why he's not doing the Resident Evil 7 DLC.
And YouTube was telling me, well, you still made a third.
Yeah, because I'm not giving that piece of shit Capcom money.
So according to YouTube,
for what should have been in the game to begin with,
securing ad revenue for the
because
website.
Phil knows how game development works.
Because the bottom line is, you can't just buy ads when it's easy. Oh, well, in the holidays it's easy. Everyone wants to advertise, so it's easy because we make a ton of money. So everyone should just backload all their fucking videos to the end of the year so they can make a shitload of money during the holidays, and then it dries up in January. So go on vacation.
That's up to the advertisers. What are you talking about?
You do some actual fucking work.
Force them to buy ads that they don't need or want.
You're going to have programs that are going to target certain demographics and certain group of people based off of the information on your site, so that they will pay you money to advertise even in a dead month like fucking January.
Why?
But they don't do that.
They're not going to do that.
You don't think that they would want that? You don't think that they want money themselves?
It's stupid.
Doesn't Phil have a degree in business too?
I work
Yes,
my
he
ass
does.
off in January.
Lazy fuckheads, guys.
I'm starting to think he doesn't have a degree, it's a certificate.
These people with jobs are fucking lazy as shit,
They gotta
dude.
have a cereal box.
YouTube, because
Along with
January
Leanna's
ad
engagement
revenue's down,
ring.
oh, guess what? You lost a third of your income. Now, the good news here is two things happened. Number one, you, the viewers, you guys, rallied. You went to my Patreon.
Oh, we did.
Pledge, actually. You went to my
Yeah.
Patreon.
Yeah,
Pledge.
all $200
My
bucks.
pledges went sky high for January. It was the highest
$200, and it
on
was not the
Patreon.
highest
And
ever.
you
Fuck
actually
off.
Made up. I'm not even kidding. You made up for the gap in income.
No.
Because YouTube
Well-
basically sucks shit and doesn't get ads in January because they suck.
Nope.
So awesome. I was ecstatic. I was like, thank you. I couldn't be so happier with how that turned out because people rallied and said, no, this is bullshit. We like Phil.
I mean, I'm
We
still
want him to
in
do
deep
this
shit,
job.
but I'm ecstatic.
YouTube lazy fucks.
That's what
I'm
they
ecstatic to
said.
be swimming
Yeah,
in shit.
that's what the
Let's
people
keep this
said.
going.
YouTube
Let's
are
get
lazy
Phil
fucks.
before
Fuck
he
them.
leaves. And
Let's
you did
help
it.
Phil
Thank
despite
you,
them.
everyone. Seriously, like, amazing. Okay?
Okay.
Now, here's what happens every fucking year until this year. Ad revenue goes down in January, and then in February, guess what happens? Movies start to come out, and you got Valentine's Day holiday, and you've got the Super Bowl. The combination of those
Super Bowl.
three things turns YouTube ad revenue completely around, and you start seeing a massive influx of new advertisements around the first week of February that usually continues from February all the way into the early summer. So usually ad revenue on YouTube is fairly consistent and good from February through like maybe April or May. Then it starts to dry out a little bit again when the summer hits, okay?
Okay.
So, that's what should have happened. And the bottom line is, all right, yes, in the month of February, my business was down a little bit viewers-wise, meaning about 10 to 13% less views. In fact, I have the
Keep improving.
statistics.
Oh.
I have the statistics.
Look at this.
He has evidence?
The first and only time he's ever
Yeah,
presented
you know,
evidence of
yesterday to
anything.
Try to see how I was doing for the month. My jaw dropped. And here's what I saw, all right? So here's what I saw.
Pause the
So
Ruski.
for the time
Before he even starts. I don't even want to let him start. Okay, so he's got minus 13.21% compared to previous period, right? We see there it says January 12th to January 31st. Now, I'm sure that different people will have different interpretations, but just off the bat, doesn't this look like he is, and I like how he's nervously looking at the computer like, oh, I just put it up. I hope they believe me. Doesn't this look like he is comparing January to December? Wouldn't December be the previous period?
Mm-hmm.
Because in parentheses, it's showing what the previous period. Again, this is just interpretation. I don't know for a fact. Obviously, there's not. This screen cap isn't that helpful, to be honest with you. But it's just, to me, I read this. The first time I missed it, and I had a friend reach out to me and say, actually, I think he's lying because it looks like this is comparing that period in parentheses to the previous month, which would be December, meaning he's comparing the most profitable month to the least profitable month. And so I'll leave that up to you guys for interpretation. I've heard both. I've heard that this is actually comparing it January to February, and I've heard that it's comparing it December to January. And so I just want to put that out to you guys. Because that's the best we can do. The best we can do is speculate. We're not going to know for sure. But it just looked a little off to me. So let's hear him out. Let's hear what he has to say.
period of the beginning of February to yesterday, okay, that time span, compared to the end of January, which was January 12th to 31st, they tried to find an equivalent period of time that could be measured. My views are down about 13%, all right? That's okay. And you want to know why views are down? It's very simple. Because at the end of January, we had Resident Evil 7. Huge, hyped. Everyone was excited to see what this game was. It was an enigma. No one knew what this game was going to be. And when it finally was released, it ended up being really good. And it's funny because I played Resident Evil 7 for 3 days, and it single-handedly skyrocketed my views and my revenue and everything. You know what I mean? Can you imagine what January would have been if there was no Resident Evil 7? It was already down a third of income. Seriously. And now they're going to tell it would have been even worse, right? So this month, February, it's down a little bit. I expected this, to be quite honest with everyone. Because Neo, yeah, it's a great game. It's all the people who like Dark Souls are going to watch me play that. But that's not my entire viewer base, right? That's a select group of people who like to see me play these hyper-difficult games and fail and rage and all the like that comes with it, right?
Title.
Now, the flip side of that is I've actually been doing way better at Neo than I do with Dark Souls. So a lot of groups
You died more in Neo than you did Dark Souls.
Haven't been
Bullshit.
around
Yeah,
because they
no,
watched a couple streams. They're like,
you
"Fuck, this is
struggled
good.
hard.
What the fuck is this?" And they left and they came back. In addition, you know, there haven't really been many other games outside of Neo this month that were superb or that anyone really wanted to see. My Injustice 2 coverage did pretty good. I played Injustice 2 for a couple sessions.
God.
I think it was 3 sessions. And overall, the viewership was pretty good for that. It's what I would expect for a fighting game, quite honestly. Pretty good. So I was pleased with that. For the beta, that went well. For Honor was a fucking stinky turd. First of all, the game is not fun to watch. The game isn't. It's just not. It's slow-paced action, melee combat. After you see an execution a few times or whatever, you realize you've seen it all. And the game's not very good in my opinion. As you know, I reviewed it on my KO Gaming channel. I'm not going to get into that here. I'm not surprised that For Honor did not garner any kind of real viewership interest. Because I don't think the game's very good at all. I think that people...
Can we pause on that?
Because the mainstream media rated it...
Okay. For one, Phil, fuck yourself about For Honor. I don't even like the game. I think it'll be shit. But if you look on Twitch right now, that game has consistently been in the top 3 to top 5 every fucking time. There are people on there trying to set up FGC communities to get that game for tournaments. Okay, there's an MMR rating system and all this other shit, Phil. So I don't think the game is good, but I think that you're fucking wrong when you're talking about, oh yeah, that game sucked ass. So you're a fucking moron on that. Secondly, your Neo stream, people didn't leave because you were doing good, Phil. People stayed. And the this is how you don't play videos were fucking amazing. We haven't seen shit like that in a long time. I mean, you were fucking snapping on some of those. You were so good. It was such good quality of those. This is how you don't plays of Neo. That you're full of shit again, and you know you're full of shit. People weren't leaving because you were sucking. You were doing so goddamn good. You were dying left and right to the most stupidest of shit and losing your shit over and over and over again. It's fucking unreal. And then he gets into Injustice 2 where he says he plays 3 sessions. He's played like so many sessions of that game. And again, he just raged. He just raged and lost his shit again and got mad while everybody was beating him. Because I don't think he won a single fight in that game.
He won. He won a few.
He did? He did win a few. Out of like the like 50 of them fights he did?
If anything, it was just the few people that beat his shit in. But it was about 50-50.
Was it really? Okay. I didn't think he won any. I mean, the ones I saw that he barely won any. I think he won like 2.
Oh.
Well, regardless
you got that
of the
training
fact,
mode, boy.
Regardless of the fact, I just don't even. I like how he thinks like we can't look to go see if he's telling the truth or not. Like he just thinks if his word is God, and we're not going to Google this shit or go to YouTube and look up "This is how you don't plays" on Neos or For Honor, right? It's just amazing to me that he. He just believes that we're not going to take a gander and take a look at it ourselves.
I think he's trying to do a home front kind of thing with For Honor. He's trying to make it, oh, this game is so praised, so I'm saying it's the worst game ever, so people will go see my review and freak out over it. I think he's trying to just pull that magic again, and it's not going to work.
I don't know. He's just a fucking asshole about things, and he says things like as if it's God's word. Yeah. For Honor shit. Nobody likes it. Go look at Twitch. It sucks ass, and I did a review on it. Don't go look around. You know, it just floors me how he reacts to things.
Phil is basically a crusader against those big corporations that to kiss AAA games' asses and give it great ratings across the board. Phil is a rebel who tells you how it is.
He's an advocate for the common gamer.
Yeah,
he's the voice of the people. He's the people's champ.
Yeah, he feels like it. Fucking narcissist.
I'm sorry that I have to steal this meme, but he's a real gamer.
Oh, jeez.
All right, let us continue.
It's so high, it's so good, and then you fucking play it, and people after 2 or 3 weeks are gonna say this game's fucking boring as shit, and they're gonna stop playing it, and that's why I rated it like I did. But yeah. Didn't get any interest in viewership. People basically saw me play it once or twice and were like, this sucks, and that was it. So outside of that, what else have I been doing? Yakuza 0, which we already know my Yakuza playthroughs are for a niche audience, alright?
Oh, it's
niche. The good
niche.
thing about my Yakuza playthroughs is that usually over time, they get viewership. What happens is people who played the game like to look for people playing it in English rather than in Japanese with English subtitles and reading out the dialogue and stuff. And usually over time, it takes a while. Usually it takes 6 months or more. But those Yakuza playthroughs I've done in the past got good attendance in the long run. So
Doesn't
hopefully
read out the
Yakuza
dialogue.
playthrough will turn out well, and it'll be worth the amount of time and effort that I'm putting into the game, because boy is it freaking long, okay? But for the most part, what else was there this month? Nothing. So of course my views are down. This was to be expected. Now, alright, yeah, it would have sucked if, compared to January, my ad was, or my money was down a little bit from what I made in January. But like I said, typically in February, ad revenue goes up on YouTube. It always has. There's a ton of new ads on YouTube in February, right? And you've seen them everywhere. I've seen them on YouTube. You've seen them on YouTube, right? So what gives? Well, I look at my ad revenue, and here's what YouTube told me. This is the ad revenue statistic. So this isn't ads playing or people who watched ads. Don't get this has nothing to do with ad blocker, nothing like that whatsoever. What this means is the amount of money that I made on YouTube from this period of time compared to February. I'm down 35%, more than a third. Now, last month was bad. I'm now down a third more than last month. So at this point, I'm not even exaggerating. Basically, my income for February is down about 50% from what I would usually make on YouTube, and I made all last year. Why?
He looks panicked.
This makes no fucking sense.
Because he knows he's lying.
Is the truth, if in February my views have been down 13%,
you can only spin a lie so much before no one's going to believe your shit.
13% less people watched my videos, so 13% less ads reviewed, and therefore I should be making 13% less pay. Not fucking 35%. Nothing about this number makes any fucking sense at all. Any logical human would look at this and say, what the fuck does that mean? That is bullshit.
I ate
that
35%
makes no
less
sense.
food. Why am I not losing weight?
If you were on YouTube in February and there were supposed to be ads, and there were none. What were all the ads? I don't understand. I've seen them. Movie ads playing, product ads playing, all over the place. So why the fuck did I not make any money when everyone watched these fucking ads?
My Phil is trying to get an answer.
What the hell was that?
I wrote my partnership company, Machinima, because I need to get to the bottom of this. What the fuck is going on? First of all, I thought maybe the reporting was wrong.
I wonder what that email looked like.
The fuck is going on, you assholes?
What the fuck is going on?
I need an answer. Because this is insane. How am I supposed to pay my bills when you're now telling me I'm making 50% less money than I used to, and it has nothing to do with me? My views are only down like 13%, so it's not me. This 35% dip is insane, and it's YouTube, not me. Okay? So here's what Machinima responded with.
It's always someone else. It's never Phil.
They responded with "fuck off."
As usual, I don't think they answered my question or understood.
As usual.
There's your answer,
I
Brett.
basically kind of get an answer, but it's not the answer I want, and I have to go
Yeah,
back to
fuck off.
the
Not the answer I want.
The answer I
So this
wanted.
time they came back to me with
You
data,
can't handle
and they
the
said,
truth.
Well, Phil, if you look at the amount of
But I
ad
want that
impressions you had
answer.
in January, and you have the amount of ad impressions you've had in February, and they did all this math. I'm not going to get into the fancy part of it, but the summary is, according to Machinima, my ad impressions, meaning the amount of people who watched ads on a daily basis, is about the same. I didn't go down when it came to the amount of people watching advertisements in February at all. Basically, what the guy explained is he's like, well, you got to understand that February is going to be several days shorter than January.
2.
So, yeah, you're going to have a little bit
Well,
less
3.
income this month to begin with. And, yeah, as you can see, you have 13% less views this month, so you're going to have that dip in ad revenue. And that was basically where he ended it. And I'm like, okay.
10% less days.
This data's basically telling me that it's not that like people came in with ad blocker out of nowhere, a bunch of people, and blocked every ad on my video, all my videos on YouTube, and I was making no ad revenue because everyone was ad blocking. That wasn't the case. According to Machinima, the ad impressions are pretty much equivalent for January and February. So there's no change. The same people are coming and watching all my stuff. But for some reason, I made 35% less money. And that's what there's no explanation from. So I pushed back to Machinima. I said, no, thanks for that data, but that's not what I wanted.
Okay.
What I need to know is,
Thanks
why
for
is it
that.
then, if the ad impressions are the same, why am I making 35% less money?
I want
'Cause that makes
alternate
no
facts.
fucking sense. None.
I want the
Now,
truth.
I have
Well, you're
a few things
making
to say about this.
sense.
Number
You're making
one,
like
is this
pennies.
just me? Is this some bullshit happening
It
to
makes
my
some
channel
sense.
only, or is it happening to other people? Are there other people out
Damn,
there,
Rad Rad.
YouTubers, who are experiencing a significant dip in revenue this month for no fucking reason? It makes no sense. There should have been an increase because there were more and better ads on YouTube. Yet YouTube's telling me I did a 35% worse. So what is it, me or is it other people? Because at least if there's a few other people who it's happened to, maybe we can have a commonality, a common ground, and look together and say what the fuck is
Maybe
going
we all
on.
can
all
stand
have a-
together.
Maybe we
That's
can have a
number one.
common
He
enemy.
gives a goddamn about this other person
I
if there is
can't
one.
believe that this is affecting everyone. I can't, because you would think that if everyone's getting a third of their paycheck cut away, just think about that. You go to work, you work your ass off, the same schedule you always work, right? And then they give you your paycheck and it's a third less. Oh well, sorry, no explanation.
Well,
what the fuck? What
That
would
doesn't
be
work
going
in the
on?
real
Some
world,
fucking
Phil.
down sewer
Only
ass.
on YouTube. You see?
So it's bullshit that this is happening with YouTube. I deserve an
Can
explanation.
we pause on that?
Right?
Sure.
You would think that it's
So, Chad, take this into account. How many times have you guys heard that, getting into the career of making YouTube your career is dangerous? That you need to be, stable, everything taken care of you before you even try to do this, right? It's not an easy task to get involved into trying to make a YouTube career. You're not going to be the next PewDiePie. It's going to take a lot of work, right? And here you have Phil going, trying to give you an example is if he's going to clock in and clock out at a 9 to 5 and his boss cut his check with in half.
Mhm.
Well, you're an independent contractor for a company that you can never get in contact with, right? And here's the more fucked up part, which I know me and you talked about this, Fred. He has to deal with a middleman that he can never talk to,
Right.
which is YouTube and Google.
Mhm.
He can never personally go and look for advertisers. In fact, when the advertisers want to put ads on YouTube, they sign clauses that are non-competence clauses where they can't just go past YouTube and Google and put their ads on specific channels they want unless they it's a company that is a multimedia production management company, or like Machinima or like Maker, where Disney bought them out just to do that, to get a hold of PewDiePie. They didn't want to sign the clauses and get into bed with YouTube and Google, so they just bought out Maker and got a hold of PewDiePie themselves physically. That's the only way you can do that, the loophole. But in Phil's case, he can never talk to these people. And so the question begs is, why did you not realize that maybe it's a bad fucking idea, to put all your eggs in one basket with this YouTube bullshit when you were moving out there 3 years ago, when you were making all this fucking money? You should have gone, man, maybe this YouTube shit, they might fuck me one day. Oh, shit, I can never talk to my advertiser. I wonder who's giving me my ads. You've never thought about that?
Nope.
It's fucking stupid to even suggest that. You don't know. And you can't even talk to him even if you wanted to. And since now Machinima is your production management group, they have to go try to talk to him. In which case, they can only talk to a few of them maybe, but they're still going to have to go through Google and YouTube and the middleman no matter what. There is no cutting that out. And if Machinima can't get anything done, then you're fucked. You're fucked royally. And there's nothing you can do. You can't sue them. You can't do anything. They have so many corporate lawyers that they'll throw the book at you in a half. They'll make you settle.
Oh, of course. Well, it'll be a battle of attrition. He's not going to be able to afford to sue them. And Machinima's not going to fucking... Do you think Machinima's going to foot the lawyers for this one? Hell no.
They'll cut them loose.
Yeah. He's causing too much trouble. He's messing with... I mean, that's how Machinima eats, They can't go to battle with YouTube over him.
It would not be the first time Machinima has cut someone loose for threatening their business.
And I really want to stress this. If you don't know anything about Machinima, guys, I really recommend you go look up Bro Team Pill. This guy went out of his way to break his contract intentionally by giving out trade secrets, which broke his clause. And those trade secrets were mind-boggling. In fact, Machinima is probably the worst production management company on YouTube to date. From what is known from them is that they've changed ownership 3 times, and that they've reduced their employment to a small percentage. So now where it's a bunch of college kids apparently who run this shit, and they're so unorganized, and they try to do as many internships as possible with these people, and they just put them in front of computers and tell them, okay, just look up channels that you like and offer them, send them emails offering them stuff. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, apparently. And I'm not making this up. You can go look up YouTube videos on Machinima's business practices. There's so many of them out there of how shitty Machinima is, and Phil's trusting everything to them. You know, he's fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's no way around it. He should have woke up like 3 years ago when he started realizing that, you know, when he had to do his quick move, you know, because he had his contract was about to be dropped, and now he's swapped from views to ad revenue. Well, you can't tell me, Phil, you didn't go look at other production management companies that might have maybe wanted to do, you know, keep you in the views. Or were you? I think it was just a case of I'm too fucking lazy to go do that. I'm just going to keep re-signing with Machinima and let him handle me and see where this goes. He's an idiot. This is why you don't invest all your chips into one basket, guys. Never do it. You'll turn out like Phil.
But who else is going to hire him at this point? That's
No, he'll never. There's no way he'll get another job.
Ah, shit, we got the doctor of Fizz.
What up?
Yeah. So now we got 2 drunk people on the cast.
Drinking
I'm not
contest. Let's
drunk.
go.
Yet.
Drinking
No,
contest.
I'm
let's
not
go.
getting drunk. I finished my rum. I'm just good. I needed a drink when he was spilling all those lies. It was too much.
All right, let's continue on. Or do we have anything else to slide in there before we move on?
Just a brief revelation.
Okay.
Does Machinima really even need Phil that badly?
No.
That they are
Well,
constantly going to bat for him.
At this point, it's just free money, right? It's a parasitic relationship. Literally what happens is Phil generates income. They take money from that and give Phil a portion of what he earned. Literally, there's no drawback to it. And now that they've shored up that one problem, which is where he was making money purely on views, no matter what the ad revenue was. At that point, there might have been situations where they might have broken even, or I don't know if it would be a situation where they'd be at a loss of maybe a little bit of money or something. But now that they have him in the ads-based contract, it is completely parasitic. There's literally no drawback. It's just free money for them. Frankly, I mean, he's low maintenance. I mean, there are partners that they never talk to. You know, they just cut checks to, and that's it. Phil, does present them things, but if this continues and he just continues to have all these problems, and they have to continue to dedicate man hours to him, and God forbid it gets to this point where they have to, go above and beyond and meet in person, and a lawsuit, they're gonna cut that immediately. It's not worth that. But at this point where they just have to send emails back and forth, I mean, it's just free money. It's not that big a deal,
And a follow up, what kind of company that's supposed to be your representative when it comes to your fucking money and your business in this particular instance won't even answer the phone for you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but if my accountant was doing fucking stupid shit, I'm gonna be wanting to see where his office is, and I'm gonna want a phone number. And they won't even call Phil. They don't answer that fucking phone. So he's got to email him, and they fuck around the bush. I mean, how shitty is that? That's got to be fucking awful. Networks in general are fucking cancer.
Yeah.
But he's an idiot for even signing it. And you're right. What does Phil benefit from this? What he benefits is he doesn't have to deal with the headache of trying to handle his own money. That's it.
Yeah.
He just gets a check written out to him, and they take their 15% or whatever they got signed for him.
That is true. Basically, they're his manager. I used agent. Yep. That's not fair because they don't do shit for him. They're basically his managers, pimp. Actually, you know what? There you go. They're his pimp. They're his pimp. But they offer minimal protection from things here and there. They did kind of help him when the copyright strikes happened. They expedited the process. They were able to get his strikes taken care of quicker. His privileges were reinstated quicker. So you can't say it's completely for nothing, but in general, it's not worth the amount of money that's coming out of pocket for that. But they're his managers, and the fact that he doesn't have a direct contact that he can call and talk to, he has to send emails, and he's frustrated to the point where he never throws Machinima under the bus. This video, he throws Machinima under the bus and says, oh, I try to talk to them, and like usual, they fuck me around and don't give me the answer that I want until I fucking pound their asses until they give it to me.
Right.
That's definitely signs of frustration, you know?
Yep.
Two things come to mind regarding Phil's relationship with Machinima. A, they don't really need him because they have plenty of people that do full playthroughs for their channel that are far more popular than Phil ever will be. For example, they have under their employment a person who I usually get confused with around here. The Rad Brad is a Machinima partner, and I'm not sure if he still is to this day, but a man with 6 million subscribers, you want to strike while that iron's hot. But I do have a theory.
Okie doke.
And I'm not sure if Machinima is this like vicious. They are keeping Phil around to show the public that if we can make a piece of shit like Phil worth our time, imagine what we can do for you.
I don't know if they think Phil honestly makes them look worse, right? If I were a partner company, I wouldn't want to have Phil because it makes me look like I'm selling out any sort of decency just to have this dude generate money for me. You know,
Fred, let me just read this to you because this is eye drawing. Because I was trying to think of all the shit about Machinima,
Okay.
and let me read the new owners to you. And
Warner
maybe
Brothers. You're talking
some
about Warner
shit.
Brothers?
No, I'm talking about Machinima. Let me
I thought
read the owners of Machinima so you guys have a better understanding of what kind of company this is and their money net worth from the company. So the total company net worth money as of this year is $35 million. That's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
All right. Now, these are the 3 owners, and their net worth estimate that they get per year from the company is in this. Now, and it even shows how many people work there. Not a lot, by the way. All right. So Chad Hughes, he's 28. And he's the head CEO. And he makes $2.4 million.
Okay.
28. Okay. It's the same age of PewDiePie, or roundabout. Okay. The second owner, Alan Henderson, 15 years old. And he lives in Florida with his mom, dad, brother, and dog.
What?
His estimate net worth is $1.2 million. So the other owner of Machinima is fucking 15.
15 years old. How is this possible?
Alan Henderson. He's 15 years old. He's a co-owner. He's a co-CEO. And the last one is Jack Allwin, who's 19 years old, and he's $1.6 million.
Something's up there, dude.
He is their no, I swear to you, the Alan Henderson is their co-CEO, and he's their filmmaker, as well as a former Disney actor. And the last owner is Jack Allwin. He is their professional animator and IT guy. That is the company. That is their 3 owners, and then they have 20 other interns.
That 15-year-old is either someone died and left it to him, or he's just like
I'm gonna post the wiki in the chat.
Or he's just like a placeholder, like a fucking. Yeah, that's weird.
He is their filmmaker and and an actor for them.
The 15-year-old?
Yep, he is their filmmaker and their actor, and he lives in Florida with his mom, dad, brother, and dog. And he makes $1.2 million off of Machinima a year.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, and now let that sink in. A 15-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 28-year-old run this company, and they're supposed to be managing his assets. A 15-year-old, and then 20 interns who are still in college. A fucking 15-year-old is supposed to be figuring out Phil's economics.
That is fucking fascinating. I had no idea. We didn't
think a hoax.
We didn't think to look, like, you know, it didn't really matter to us, but now to know that's madness.
It is. And that's it's nuts that they're making that kind of money, 35 million net worth as a company, and they're making that kind of money, and that's the people who run it. Their age is that, and then the people who are talking to Phil are fucking interns in college who don't give 2 shits about it and just trying to look good for their former work, whatever the fuck they're going to be doing, whether it's STEM or social or medical.
Wow.
That's scary.
Well,
And that's the people batting for Phil. So you keep that in mind when you guys think about Phil and this Machinima bullshit, because in the end of the day, you know, it's a parasitic relationship. It really is, like you say, Fred, and this just kind of goes and proves it. They're only going to do so much.
Go ahead, Red.
Well, isn't Machinima owned by Warner Brothers at
It
this
got
point?
recently bought by.
Was it?
Yeah, they. I think it was maybe within the last 6 months. I think it was over the summer. Yeah, Machinima was purchased by Warner Brothers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned
That makes
it.
more. Yeah, that
And-
makes more money.
But we were wondering how much Warner Brothers. When a giant company scoops up a smaller one, we usually wonder, how much are they willing to put into it? What knowledge do they have of the industry? What do they care? How much effort are they willing to put into it? At what point does it not become profitable? Blah 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 blah. So there are a lot of factors.
Right.
It doesn't just because they've been scooped up by Warner Brothers doesn't mean now there's now they've turned it into an honest company and now it's on the up and up in every way. They could just be keeping it as a subsidiary and just reaping the money off of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like, and it could be them. Who knows? But let's just find that's interesting information.
yeah,
You know
no,
what I mean?
that's mine. I had no idea. Like that's
Yeah, I didn't either until I just Googled. I decided to Google their net worth and the owners. That's what I got.
well now we look lazy as shit.
A 15-year-old in charge of someone like Darkside Phil. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, you're talking about Leanna or what?
Were we talking about Leanna?
I thought we were
I'm
talking.
not
Oh,
sure.
okay. Well, all right.
have
We
no
got
idea.
We got to get moving. Let's continue.
Yeah, we really do.
Phil,
Yeah, well,
that
that's-
pause
Bigger
was
YouTubers,
fantastic,
they'd
by the
all be
way.
talking about it. Oh my god! Even though I get 1 million views on every fucking video, which is me yelling at a fucking camera, talking head about some dumb fluff piece.
You mean
and
you?
make millions of dollars doing it.
Okay,
my
not
ad
you.
revenue's down. But you would think you would hear that. No, I've heard nothing. Right? I've heard anything? From
Because you
anyone
don't watch
saying
other
the ad revenue
YouTubers.
is a
He's
disaster
the
in
realist.
February. So I don't
He
know
doesn't
what's
need
going
to.
on. I don't know how this is affecting me personally. Only am I being targeted? Is it an error? Was it a mistake?
Am I being targeted?
Is
Tune
it
in
gonna be
next
fixed?
week.
What is the deal? So I'm waiting to hear back from Machinima. But the
Oh,
bottom
boy.
line is,
I expect
I'm in
to
a
win
bad
every
place,
day.
man. This is bullshit.
I'm in a-
And at this point, I've been doing
I'm
YouTube
in a
for 8 years. I've
bad
been doing it for a
place.
living.
His eyes are starting to well up with water.
This
Looks
is the
like.
epitome of bullshit. This is called a complete lack of accountability by a major corporation that basically thinks that they're hot shit.
Yeah, it looks like he's
Google
gonna
thinks
cry
they're
a little
hot
bit.
Shit. And when I see something like this, I say, this is bullshit. And I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. I'm really not.
Oh, he's
I
not gonna
love
do it,
doing
huh?
What are
what
you
I
gonna do about it, Phil?
I love
Yeah.
live streaming. The live streaming experience.
He's gonna go give him the
Yeah,
hands.
stand up to a $1 billion
Can't say
corporation.
anything more positive about it.
What are you gonna
I
do
love
about it,
putting
Phil?
out videos.
I'm gonna
for
sue YouTube.
Listen, KO Gaming is having a reinvigoration right now, where I'm having not only
People
my-
making
I'm having
videos.
other
It's
people
coming
do
back.
my work.
countdowns and first
completely
I'm having other people do my
reinvigorated.
work for me. It's
I
great.
I tricked people into fucking running my channel for me.
Abridged versions of playthroughs, and this is how you don't play videos.
Oh.
It's kind of a renaissance.
Oh,
You think
yeah.
about it for my stuff where I'm now
A renaissance of
involving myself
slavery.
with the viewers directly. This is great. This is positive stuff. I'm not gonna let myself get shut down by a bunch of fucking nerds who work for Google who don't know how the fuck to do their job.
Yeah, you're such a
I'm
cool
here.
guy.
They don't
Show
know
me
how
one
to do
thing.
their job.
Phil-
That's
Phil
why
is not a
everyone
nerd
wants
at
to
all.
Here, and I was here, and all of a sudden one day, I was caught off camera.
Yeah, those
doing
nerds get
saying
paid way
racist
more than
remarks,
you.
And that was the end of it, or something.
You're not
like
a nerd
that.
yourself,
Last
Phil?
year, the
don't you show
incident,
us
right?
those
That could have been the end of me.
pictures?
We got through
Yeah,
that.
you
We've been
jerking
through
off on
so much shit together.
Oh, we've been
8 years
through
I've been
it.
on fucking YouTube. Do you really think that because a fucking nerd at Google doesn't know
I
how the
love how
fuck
he's
to actually
saying that,
enable
like
ads
he's a
properly
jock.
or count ad revenue or whatever the fuck they did wrong, do you think I'm gonna let that end me? Fuck no.
What are you gonna
We're
do?
gonna find a way to fix this.
Oh, we.
Alright?
Here's this Wii shit again.
By we, I mean you.
Yeah,
So-
Wii U.
I'm waiting for an answer from Machinima.
You.
I'm gonna pound the fuck out of
Oh,
them if
God.
They don't answer me.
He's gonna
I'm
have
get
sex
nailed.
with them.
I want a fucking answer because this is my livelihood, and no one has a right to just take my livelihood away from me like this. They've already fucked me with
They
the bad
do.
copyright system and the false
This is
copyright.
literally,
system. They
Phil
fucked me by
autistically
taking my
speaking
YouTube
him.
channel
Yeah.
out of YouTube search. They fucked me again, left and right, every few years
They
by
fucked
changing the
with the
algorithms
drive.
Oh.
of how popularity on YouTube is
This is
calculated.
getting oddly
And
sexual.
My ass is so fucking stretched out.
What
at this
the
point,
fuck?
It's time to push back.
What?
How you like that for an analogy? So, At this point,
All
I'm
right.
answer. I'm gonna fucking pound the fuck out of these.
Gee,
guys.
This is so sexual. What
It's
is
gonna be a
this?
goddamn good one.
It's gonna
I hope
pound
that-
their
Goddamn-
asses.
Oh,
DSP
well, it was it's
Let's
just
get
some
Breeze talk
freaky
about pounding
bullshit.
dudes.
No.
He's gonna pound their
It's
fucking
not
asses
again in
until they
March.
give him what he wants.
That's it. I'll tell you right now. January, that was bad, but because of your support on Patreon,
$200.
I made up for it,
Point
and
to
I
the
was
microphone.
okay. All right. This month, this is terrible.
Keep
This
in
is
mind,
disaster
we're already
month.
in February.
Because
Yeah.
There's no way he's lasting until the end of
Thousands
the
of
year.
dollars. I'm not exaggerating here. We lost revenue.
Oh,
And
man.
if this doesn't
We're so
fix
early
itself-
in the year, dude.
I don't know how I'm gonna pay my bills come April because this the way it works is it's a 2
we're
month
back at
stagger.
it.
Man, he always has this problem of not knowing how
Right
he's gonna
now,
pay his bills. You'd
I'm
think he'd
making
come
less
up with
money.
something
I'll
else,
see
you
that
know?
lower amount of money in April. I don't know, and especially because guess what April is?
Fu-
It's
April
tax
Fool's
time,
Day.
Because I got to do my taxes.
Or
the
it's
next
okay
few
for him to
weeks,
lie to
a
you.
month,
You haven't done your
and
taxes.
the
yet, Phil?
first payment due is due in April. How the fuck am I
Wait,
going to
why
pay
do
my
you have to do
taxes,
taxes?
if I'm
You have an
getting
account?
thousands of dollars?
Yeah,
less?
the
It's
dean of some
insanity.
prestigious
This is
college.
fucking insanity is what it is.
Just use TurboTax,
YouTube
Phil.
is about to fucking get the shit
No, you
blown
can't
away
'cause
from
of
them
his
because
business.
They're gonna get the
I'm not
shit
putting up
blown
with
away from them?
I
You're
don't
gonna
care if I
blow
have to make
them?
fucking videos
Fred,
to
you
get people
cutting
to
out.
come together to put an end to this shit. But I'm not gonna let my livelihood get pulled out from under me because these fucking assholes don't do their job. I'm just not.
I think
8
it's 'cause
fucking
my
years of
headphones
life,
were
I'm gonna throw
spilling
away
into the
now
mic.
because these assholes can't fucking do their job. No.
Can I
I'm
get a
gonna
pause,
fucking-
please?
Slapping hands
God,
now.
We're gonna figure this out.
Let's get that
Pause,
Pazaruski.
please. I'm sorry, Phil, but your seniority doesn't mean a fucking goddamn thing to YouTube.
Ooh.
At all.
Ouch.
I don't know why you are absolutely focused on your status, your veteran status. It means absolutely nothing to YouTube, which I've been trying to tell you, actually.
He's the innovator of Let's Play. Come on, that's why he has the status.
Yeah, but fucking really? Your 8 years mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, why is that a focus? He treats it like one of the innovators of Let's Players means that he should get some type of red carpet treatment. No, that's not how YouTube works.
Right.
Regardless of if you're one of the people that started the trend, they will ban you on a whim. They do not care.
Here's the thing. These are idle threats again, but they're directed towards YouTube. He never really holds Machinima to any sort of standard. I mean, let's be honest with each other. Machinima is the one that put him in this position in the first place. If he was still under the views-based contract, this wouldn't be a problem. But Machinima's the one that sort of dropped his guard down with free games, and then all of a sudden, boom, fucking completely cut the legs out from under him. And so he has no scorn for them, and it's interesting because, and I don't know if we covered this or mentioned it, but Machinima's much more close to home than YouTube. YouTube is almost still kind of like this distant thing that he can talk about, and it's just such a grand, big structure that it's not like he's talking about anybody in particular. Whereas if he was talking about Machinima, he has like his contact with Machinima, and that person might get upset or offended. And so it's Machinima, they get the pass, and here he goes. Sorry, he's gonna pound asses, and he's gonna really stretch their asses open, and he's really gonna fucking, do all.
Push
Can we
back,
actually talk
apparently.
about
Blow
can we
the
actually
shit
talk
out
about
of
that
him.
metaphor?
Absolutely,
What's he gonna pound them with?
his
His big legal cock.
There you go.
I'm giving credit to somebody in the chat, Lich. I'm doing this.
Uh-oh.
If you get fucked in the ass and you push back, you get fucked harder. Duh.
Okay.
All right.
On a real
I'll take
note,
your
Well, I
word
guess
for
somebody's
it.
getting fucked in the
I'll-
Burnell household.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. And on a real note, though, about the whole YouTube and the content creators situation.
Sure.
I mean, it's even Chad, you guys recognize this. I've seen you guys typing it. YouTube sucks ass right now. Content creators are getting fucked left and right all the time. In fact, if there is no free market right now when it comes to these video stuff, because no one else is like Vimeo and them are not up to par to what YouTube is, which is sad because YouTube knows that, and they've locked down on this corporatism. that they can do whatever the fuck they want and get away with whatever the fuck they want and never get touched.
Sure. There's
And
no
the
competition.
content creators suffer. No, I mean, like, look at YouTube Heroes, right? There is no good treatment of the content creators. And Phil, you know, again, this goes back to Phil. Maybe 3 years ago, you should have realized this, right? You know, that when you were getting into this career, that YouTube is dangerously volatile.
Yeah.
That it is an up and down roller coaster. It is not stable at all. And the only time it is stable is when you have over 1 million fucking subscribers, and every video you're putting out is at least 500K to 1 million views within a day. You know. Yeah, and you're sustainable. Or I mean, not even that. Like, you could have 1 million subscribers and get at least like 200K, you know, every time you put out a new video, and he would be beyond good. But until then, when you have a channel like him, he's not ready to cash out. He should have never even thought about cashing out when he got to his point. He should have kept working at it and looked at it as like, okay, I'm doing really good. I need to keep this. I need to go even higher. Instead, he settled and moved. He's a fucking idiot. Again, don't be like DSP, guys.
I think
don't
we've
do it.
learned. I think we've learned that loud and clear. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get across the frustration of him using his 8-year legacy. Like, YouTube
Oh, yeah.
owes him something
Absolutely.
for his hard work and his long term.
He helped build YouTube with his bare hands, with those 2 hands.
With a broken frickin' back.
You're damn right.
Yep.
I just
Yep.
wanted
he
to
was,
say,
he was PewDiePie all over again.
I just
He
wanted
gave
to
them
get
the
in the
hands.
quip that YouTube Heroes is the cock of YouTube staffing. Let's continue.
We're gonna figure this out some way. All right.
We're gonna.
So anyway, you can tell I'm a little peeved about.
I mean,
this
I'm
fucking
gonna.
issue,
Oh.
right? Because this is my fucking life. I worked my ass off to be where I am and to keep doing.
You only
this
made
job.
an hour
I don't want this
vlog.
to Go away.
I worked
All
my
right?
ass off pushing back.
This vlog is
All
working
these
my
things
ass
you can do
off.
to hell. Again, I hate to be a broken fucking record and make a video like this every month. I never want to make a video.
I don't
like
want
this
to do
again.
it.
I wish I could win the
Continue
I
to
don't wanna
watch me
do
do
it.
it.
He's gonna do another one
Never
next
have to
month.
make a video
Yeah.
like this
To
again,
make
never
the
have to
video.
mention views. I can just come in and play games casually for fun and share
If
that.
I could just
experience with
avoid real life,
You could
I
play
don't ever
casually
get
for
there.
fun
I gotta
for
go start
free.
buying lotto tickets, I guess. But I digress.
Yeah, that's a good
I
investment.
don't ever want to do this, but it seems like once a month I have to make a fucking video like this because YouTube fucks the fuck up every month now.
Fucks
alright?
the fuck up.
The ways you can help. Number 1, watch the video.
Oh, here we go.
That's,
Here we
I mean,
fucking
The
go.
that's
list.
common sense. Everyone knows that.
Watch my
And according
videos.
to YouTube, you're doing that, right?
He should
Okay,
just,
there was
like,
13% dip in
put a
February.
like a
Yeah, because I'm
fucking
playing
a
Neo
commercial,
all
pay
fucking
for a
month, and the
commercial,
games were
just
slow.
saying all this shit
In March,
at this point.
just
A
give you some
billboard. That should be a
perspective,
Patreon
Horizon
goal.
Zero Dawn, the launch of the Switch, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Ghost Recon
Zelda.
Wildlands, Mass Effect Andromeda, the final Dark Souls 3 DLC, and MLB, all in March. Plus, there's more. There's going to be episodic
Is he gonna
content and
actually
stuff
play
coming
Ghost
out.
Recon?
Yeah.
A ton
He's
of
gonna play
shit,
MLB.
right?
He likes baseball.
So, March
He
is
doesn't play
crazy.
sports
I think
games
people are
very
gonna be watching
often,
him
but I
grow.
guess he will this time.
But I gotta fucking make it there. I gotta pay my
He's
bills.
gonna freak
you
out
know
when he
what
gets a
I mean?
strike in that.
I gotta pay my bills.
So-
I won't even make it to
Outside of
March.
just watching the videos and watching the streams, you can pledge to my Patreon, and I'll say it
Oh
again.
my
$1.
fuck! Say it
I'm
again.
serious.
$1.
There's thousands of people who watch
Give
my
me
content
money.
on a daily basis.
And if
you
they all
watch the
gave me a
videos I put
fucking
out on
dollar-
YouTube, at least 1,000
If you
people
don't,
a
I'll
day
pound the
are
fuck out of
watching my
you.
videos on YouTube. When a big game comes out,
Stop being
Resident Evil
lazy
7,
and give me $1.
ridiculous amounts of people came out to watch that, right? $1,
For $1,
ladies
you
and
can
gentlemen,
support
to
his
my Patreon.
child.
If everyone
Stop
who watched
pointing at the
paid
screen,
me
you
$1
fuck.
a month,
It's not
I
cool.
would never have to mention this horse shit ever again.
Horse shit.
I would be free of the fucking shackles of YouTube's.
Here we go with this again.
Shackles.
I would
Fucking
never have to
nerds who
mention
don't
it
know how to
again
do
if
their
you guys would
goddamn
help me.
jobs, and I'd be able
Get
to
off your
fucking
asses and give me
be here
that damn
play games
dollar.
and relax and have fun like I
Come
used
up
to.
off that dollar,
There's a lot of
bitch.
people, I'll be honest, say this. Phil, why is it that back then, way back then, when you
Oh, he's getting
started on
whimsical.
YouTube, you were so, you didn't seem to have stress.
Getting
You never have to
philosophical
talk about
almost.
money.
Did we already
You started
get a
talking
day
about
in the
money
life
from
segment?
2012.
Oh,
It's true.
Phil,
Oh
back
my
then.
God, Phil!
Back
It
then,
It
was
looks
a
like he's gonna
whimsical
cry
time.
again.
Gravy Train, baby. When I started
The
gravy train. That is not something you want to say to your
Insane
fans.
amounts of money.
All he can think about is food.
Fucking money for just playing
And
video games
sauce
kind of money.
and condiments.
Did you hear what he said?
It was
He made
crazy.
Dirty
Why
Rotten
restaurant.
too much
would
money.
I ever have felt any stress around me, right? For me, it was like I was thrilled, I was excited. Every person that I ran into, I was ecstatic and happy with, and it was a different thing. And then, of course, reality hits and things don't go as well as planned, and, things just kind of go on a downward spiral in a lot of ways. And,
Downward
now we are
spiral.
where we are now. And now the stress, like I said, hopefully the schedule change I'm about to do is going to fix stuff. It's going to,
No,
at least in some
it's
proportion,
not.
give
How?
me the stress relief that I
How
need. to
could
have the day
okay
off.
stress?
But that's the
Okay,
thing.
maybe.
It's a band-aid tops.
The stress is probably never going to permanently go away, but we have to find a way to at least keep the fucking business afloat.
Maybe
okay?
if I got
So,
enough money, the
All
stress
right.
would go away.
Patreon, please.
Stop pointing.
We're
Some
back on
people
Patreon
were
again.
Incredibly generous last month. Thank you. I just want to say this.
Patron,
Please,
please.
do not feel pressured to pledge to my Patreon.
No, but this
unless
is the
you
only
can
thing I
actually
present
afford it.
you that
I'll
will
say
possibly
too.
help
I
me, or
know
else
they say,
emergency
oh my
I
God, Phil,
die.
I've been watching his content for 8 years, and he's going to go away now because YouTube's fucking him month over month.
After he finishes
I don't
this,
really have a lot
he's
of
gonna go
money,
back to why
and,
Patreon is the only
I really need the
solution.
money to do my own stuff, but I'm going to give him my money. No, please no. Only if you have the disposable income, you like watching my
Disposable
streams, you
income.
like my videos, and
Something
you can,
I don't
afford
have.
to do it, please.
Fuck
then.
you, Phil.
It is
Then
disposable
that's
because when
the
you
kind
give
of
it to him, it
people,
goes
that's-
straight in the trash
again,
can.
If people who watched, everyone who watched, $1 a month for me to keep.
There you
putting
go.
out
Back to the-
a
there you
certain
go.
amount of
$1 a
stuff
day.
that I
So he
do.
just talked
Poor
about people
child.
that can't do it, but
In
if
Africa,
everyone
named
watched, give
Darkside
me it.
Phil. I mean,
Take a sip.
Give me it.
And I never wanted to be in this situation. I never adopted Patreon. I never accepted donations until I needed them. Right?
oh, go
YouTube has
fuck
put me into this
yourself,
fucking
Phil.
position.
You put yourself in this
And I'm not
situation.
saying that there
stupid
aren't-
You
fuck.
had
I've had
PayPal
to
donations
put me
a
in this position.
long
You had,
time
right?
ago.
Of
Pipple.
course there were
Years to figure
bad
this shit.
miscalculations, financing and finances and stuff. But
Yeah,
honestly,
Phil,
who
living
could have
like a
foresaw
cocaine.
the
Throwing
fucking
money
tidal
everywhere.
wave of bullshit that happened,
The tidal wave.
starting with me moving across the country, right? There's so much bullshit that's happened. Who could have predicted that? If my income had stayed where it was when I moved across the country, I wouldn't need to be doing this. I never would have adopted Patreon. When I moved in 2014, I was making enough money to pay for everything and more some. And then all of a sudden,
And
income
more
goes
so. Then why
down,
didn't
false
you
copyright strikes, all this,
save?
Now I gotta adopt Patreon and this and that. Ridiculous. Okay.
Ridiculous.
So please, if you can, pledge to my Patreon. If you want to get in for this month, you've only got 6 days left. Actually, by
I'm
the time
so
you watch
tired
this
of
video,
hearing
it's
about
probably
Patreon.
5 days left to get in for February. So please,
5 days
consider
left,
it,
guys.
all
Only
right?
5
It's
days
very
left.
important. At
He
this
sounds like a
time.
car
This
salesman.
Time to scramble the jets.
35 goddamn percent less income compared to last month.
I like how you put it
Pretty
back up.
down.
Why'd he pop the
This
number
is
back up?
insanity.
Because he wants to illustrate
Alright.
his point.
It's basically
Note
do or
the
die time. It's
artifacting on the
emergency
image.
time.
Yeah.
If you watch my live streams on Twitch,
That could be
consider
anything.
subbing
That could be
to
the
my
amount of
Twitch channel,
dislikes, the amount of
twitch.tv/darksidephil.
That could literally
Even
be
if it's cheering
anything.
during
Watch
the stream,
time.
People have been doing this
Could've
tremendously
inspected
since
that
I came
element.
back.
That
and
too.
It's really helped me. All right. Twitch has now become a significant source of income for me on a monthly basis. I'd like to keep it like that. If we could get more people coming to the streams and more people engaged
More? You
in
already
doing
got a
this
ton.
stuff,
Fuck you, Phil. I come to your
Maybe.
streams. You don't talk to anybody.
right?
Go fuck yourself.
And it'll become 50-50, where 50% of my income's from Twitch and 50% from YouTube. It's never been like that. YouTube's always been like 90%. And then you got Patreon, you got a little bit here maybe from Twitch or whatever, that takes up that last percent. Maybe we need to find a way that I can make more money on Twitch so that it's not that big of a
More
deal.
money.
It's
Where's
bad
your
revenue
boardroom?
issues anymore. All right.
Fucking.
But outside of that, can anyone think of ways that basically I could have fundraising and or make money doing what I'm doing?
Yeah,
that doesn't
a
involve
job.
direct ad
That would be
revenue?
pretty good.
Sure. We'll do that chatterbait with
One
Leanna.
idea that
I'd
I
love
had-
to see
Yeah.
throw you 20
You don't
kisses.
want to mention the
merchandise, like
forbidden
t-shirts,
word,
like
job.
Teespring. We
Hold
should
on, I wanna hear
order
this.
these t-shirts. It's
Go
a
out and pound the
campaign,
fuck
so they don't
out of
make
people.
the shirt
Oh,
more
you know what? I want to
expensive.
hear this. Hold on. Check this
So
out.
there's no initial investment.
This is
cost.
what I
I
love.
couldn't
Listen
afford
to how he
that
describes
anyway.
the
I had no
Teespring.
money. There's no initial investment cost, and people could maybe get t-shirts. Now, last year, it was a dummy shop that I created on Teespring.
Yeah.
That was serious. I
No,
made
it wasn't.
Really terrible designs on there. I know they were bad. But I just wanted to see, could I get the shop up and running? Would there be interest? And it seemed to me that last year people were like, yeah, Phil, we'd be interested in Teespring, but not, shitty designs. You got to have someone make good designs or whatever. And I'll be
Pause.
honest, I was thinking about doing it, and I kind
Okay. Okay. All right. This is what I've been waiting for. Okay.
Oh,
Phil. That was a dummy shop with shitty designs that you didn't expect anybody to buy, and it was just a prank. It was just a joke. I mean, I just put the shop up to see if it worked. It wasn't supposed to go live or anything, despite the fact that I was fucking shilling these shirts pre-stream after pre-stream and telling you guys it's the best I can do because I can't get these copyrighted designs because they're gonna copyright strike me on fucking Teespring. And so this is the best I can do, and you need to buy these shirts. Please buy them. You in hindsight, this was a dummy shop. A dummy shop. You put it on your fucking Twitter and advertised it and told people to buy them. And it's a dummy shop. How? How does this guy have fans? He asked the fans to buy this, and it's a dummy shop. I was just busting your balls and fucking with you. I was just fucking with you guys to buy those shirts. I can't believe anybody bought those fucking shirts. Sammy Samosa. I can't believe a fucking retard bought those shits. It was just a dummy shirt, though. It was a dummy shop. I was just fucking around. I just got drunk one night and fucking threw it together. That's ridiculous. That's a slap in the face to anybody that even considered to buy one of those shirts. That he looks back and is like, yeah, you guys, I was just fucking around. You guys are stupid if you bought those.
Yep. And I forgot to mention this. If I just hit me. Some people in chat were talking about it by linking tweets from KG Hathalon talking about those screen caps. Guys, he says in this fucking video that he was going to be fully transparent and provide evidence, real evidence that he's telling you the truth. Okay.
You mean those two screenshots?
Right. Those two screenshots that look like really cropped shit. All right. Why didn't he just show us the archives of what he was looking at?
Yeah.
Right. Why didn't he provide any of the emails, like archives of the email conversation between him and Machinima or him and YouTube? Right.
He could
provide any information on this.
He could censor certain things, personal information. You know, he knows how to use Photoshop.
Things.
Yeah.
But the point being is a fucking two really shitty cropped screenshots, and that's your big evidence.
Mm-hmm.
No archives, no link paste bins or drop boxes. No fucking conversations with that you've had between you and Machinima to prove to us that you're really not fucking fooling us, right? No email conversation, which there's nothing wrong with showing that, in my opinion, unless it has some personal information, then redact it. I mean, nothing. He gave us nothing in reality. He gave us these two screen caps, in which case we don't know whether it's from fucking February or December.
Mm-hmm. Or if it even deals with his earnings. It could be likes, dislikes, watch time.
Right.
Anything.
We have no fucking idea. It's so he shows the screen caps and that's it. You need to take Phil's word. Word is God. Phil, you lied in this video maybe 16 times now? Half truths and lies and exaggerations throughout the whole fucking thing. I don't even know. I don't know how you think anyone believes the shit that comes out of your fucking mouth.
Well, I have the answer for you. Because he's not trying to convince you or I. This is all he needs to do. To rally the unintelligent people. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to go Phil on that one. The naive people. Okay, I take that back. I'm not going to call them unintelligent, whatever. Naive will work here, okay? The naive people that believe in him, that donate to him, that feel like they're fueling this thing forward and making a difference in his life, this is all they need. Just a little bit of hope. They have faith in Phil. That's the thing that blows my mind, but it's indisputable. There are people that have faith in Phil, and this is all they need.
I think if Phil fails, do you think that they'll also jump out of a window like Phil claims he's going to do?
They'll just move on to the next thing. They'll just move on to the next thing. It's the sad truth, but they'll move on to the next thing. But for some reason, they have set their watch to DSP. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I know I haven't talked much about psychological stuff, but I am itching to just sit down with fans of people like Low Tier God, like real fans of Darkside Phil and Low Tier God, and these people that makes no sense, no logical sense, no rationale, no realistic sense at all to do what they're doing. It is beyond me. I just to sit down for 5 minutes and just ask them a couple of questions to understand what kind of psychological profile do you have to have? Are these abuse victims? Are they so weak and such followers that this is the mindset? How do they react in real life? What kind of personal life allows you to have this mentality of acceptance of anything remotely like this? It is a phenomenon to me that these people exist in such large abundances. Maybe I would assume in niche abundances, but not in this case. And that they have tons of money to throw, right? I mean, let's be fair. I'm sure that there's a couple of these Patreon users that give over $100 to Phil.
Of course.
Every month.
Absolutely.
Every fucking month. I mean, they have to they have to be sick. These are people who can afford this kind of stuff. So what kind of people who obviously can afford more money to pay out Phil and live comfortably, right? Be so weak-minded, so influential with somebody who can manipulate you over the internet.
Right.
He's not even with you. He's not even interacting with you. He's not even doing things with you. You're so susceptible to manipulation and to someone. I mean, imagine that kind of person would have to be in real life to be able to be manipulated like that. You could probably get them to fucking go rob a bank. It just doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't get it.
Maybe they just found Phil and they're too lazy to move on to something else. They like familiarity.
I don't know.
People like familiarity, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but not a narcissist to another narcissist is like water and oil. It just doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
It's like they're like great white sharks, man. They claim their territory and then they stay in it, or tigers.
True.
They'd rather fight each other than deal with each other.
Yeah.
It's
right.
just-
This is a profile automatically. This is not a leader. These are completely followers who are beta acutes to things. Right. They are probably people who are bossed around and treated like shit, and they're very passive aggressive. There's no way that, and psychologically speaking, that's the only way I can describe somebody who would continuously be a fanboy to Phil, right? And then the only time they would vent their frustrations is anonymously on the internet, where they could, right? Like you see with KG
why
Halon.
this is the case.
Go
Because
ahead.
they're trying to make sure that people like us that criticize Phil's every move, they're trying to make sure that we don't win as a result of Phil going down in flames. That gives us a victory that we never asked for.
Yeah.
That's
No,
the
I
point.
believe that because his fans do show up when it's time to rally the troops. They'll show, oh, fuck those
they do.
fucking retarded haters. They're such fucking
Those fucking
no-lifers.
people
Yeah.
that live in
The
their
boogeyman.
basements or in the attic
The boogeyman.
and
We
have
are
nothing
the
better
boogeyman.
to do.
There
They have nothing
are
better to do.
I think there are a lot of fans that just get off on the drama. Like they like the drama around Phil and the gameplay is I know people that only watch his vlogs because that's his personal life. They don't enjoy his gameplay. They just like to see him on camera lying and coming up with bullshit and trying to pull things over on people and fucking scam people. Like they like that.
Right.
But
But at the same time, this is all free.
Right.
This is a whole nother level when you start giving currency for this, and it's free content. It's never going to disappear unless Phil literally disappears, which that could happen, but we don't know, right? But regardless of the fact, 8 years in, it hasn't happened. So the question remains is just what kind of person can stick with people like Darkside Phil or Low Tier God and these kind of people who are very, very narcissistic, obviously lying, and so manipulative of everyone around them that they can easily sway you on a fucking video that takes 2 seconds. What is your thought process?
Call me crazy.
Getting in the mind of someone like this would just blow my mind, because they all have to have mental disorders, in my opinion. There's no fucking way around it. I just don't understand what logically a rationale behind it. There is none.
Call
They're
me
dreamers.
crazy, but these people probably empathize with Phil.
maybe.
Maybe they do. They might be people who, like the Tumblr community, who might be susceptible to, or ultra sensitive to people who look like they're targeted. And they could rally behind Phil because they might feel he's targeted, and they want to protect him. There's many people who do that all the time in our society, especially now, right? You can look at the radical left and that happens, but that's the only other rationale I can see, is that they could sympathize with him on a moral level. Maybe morally speaking, they can just go look at it and be emotional about the fact that he has haters, and he did call us serial killers the other day, which is fucking mind-boggling. So God only knows.
All right. Anything else before we move on? All right, let's move forward.
Kind of got lost in the shuffle, and I never really ended up going back and doing it. Okay, I just got enveloped in all the work last year between the vlogging and the new KO gaming stuff and the DSP gaming stuff. And it sucks because that was an opportunity that I had that I squandered. Here's
Yeah.
the thing.
Oh, he
If
acknowledged
there are people
that?
out
He
there who are good at
squandered.
art, I mean, I've got
Whoa.
amazing
That was a
artists
very- he
submitting
brushed
some
over that
really
very
impressive
quickly.
fan art. to my streams and stuff.
No, don't pay
recently.
attention to that.
You've
Pay
seen our
attention to my
pre-streams you've been
plight.
Watching. If you want to make some artwork, high quality artwork for shirts, I'd be willing
High
to toss
quality.
you a few bucks. Now, I
A
can't
few
throw you
bucks.
$1 million.
I'd be
and I
willing
certainly
to
can't
trust
give you a
total
cut of every
strangers
sale of
again.
a t-shirt.
Oh.
Because the whole point here is fundraising for me, so I can keep doing this job.
Fundraising, he calls it.
Okay, I give you an arbitrary
I
flat
would toss,
amount, $5.
We'll talk, we'll negotiate. I have no idea what a going rate is. A few bucks here, or maybe
Yeah,
If it's
a
if it's
few
a design
bucks.
that's so good that I end up selling a whole bunch of shirts and making profit on it, then maybe I would, I'd be able to give you something reasonable for it. But
$5.
that's the thing, I'm in a situation where, oh man, if Phil would just have good designs, that's nice. Well, I'm not a graphic artist, and I don't have money to pay anyone. You know what I mean?
Then why'd you even bother with the first
So,
Teespring?
If you're interested, you want to maybe make
Why'd
a few
you bother
designs.
with
Last
the
night on
cup?
Twitter, I asked, gee, what would people like? And there were so many suggestions, sayings and things, and nothing I can do. Wow, dude, I was rolling. That's bullshit. Instant death.
Family-friendly shirts.
Some of the catchtriplets I said, like
That's
blah, blah, blah,
bullshit.
triplets or whatever
That's
from over
bullshit.
the years. Any of those, and if there was good artwork
That's
with it,
bullshit.
people would probably want to buy the shirt. But that's the problem. I'm
For
not a-
profit for me.
Okay?
Nope, nobody's gonna buy the fucking shirt. You already failed once,
You
you
are.
fucking asshole.
Yeah, with
And
this
you want to
Aero
make some
Text
designs and run it
t-shirts.
by me as
We
like a
sold
demo or
100
whatever,
shirts,
and
a
then
little
we can
more
hash
than
out some
that,
details
but
on
we
how I
had
can pay you back or
incredibly
whatever.
talented people.
All right? Let's
make
talk.
those.
Again, I told you about the ways. Email darksidefil@hotmail.com. You can tweet me, although I was.
I don't know how he thinks this is a good idea again.
I get so many.
But
tweets
the
a day,
difference
I
is the
could
shit
go
went to
yourself,
charity,
email
not
me.
fucking, make it for me.
Excuse me, I swallowed the wrong way. Or you could PM me on my forums, thekingofhate.com. All right. So that's one idea I have. Teespring. It's not going to be a great idea. Maybe I'll sell 20 shirts a month and I'll have a couple $100 of extra revenue or something.
You're
You know
gonna have
what
to
I mean?
price those
I
motherfuckers
really don't
high as
foresee that
shit
because
if you're
I
gonna
put
make
t-shirts-
anything off
t-shirts on
those.
Teespring. All of a sudden, I'm selling hundreds a month. I really don't foresee that.
You're gonna sell
happen.
5 shirts total.
I mean, when I was in the epitome of my popularity in 2012, and I was doing Project 7, those shirts barely sold. So, you know what I mean? I don't know
Yeah.
what the solution is here. A lot of people have said, make better perks for your Patreon. And I always say, okay, sure, suggest some. And then they immediately suggest perks
Suggest
I
some.
can't do. Like, why don't you do a show or a vlog or something where it's private for a day or two, you only give it to your patrons, but then
He's gonna bitch
you're
about what
on
I
it public
said.
for everyone else, so it's like advanced access. Can't do it. Because already when I started with Patreon 2 years ago, I had people who hate me who said, I know what I'll do. I'll pledge to his Patreon under a different name.
That's an
As soon as
accurate
he has
impression
those
of me.
videos, I'll just
Wasn't
fucking
his-
publicly give everyone the link and
His
everyone will
original
have the
take
video
on this,
from day
because
one.
I won't
fuck
do
the
it, because that
That's the
puts
truth.
my
I'm not making
content
that up.
behind a paywall.
Yeah.
No, I
Fuck
can't.
that.
That's
He
one
was
of the things
ethically and morally
that, other
against
people
it.
do. I cannot do advanced access to videos with Patreon. It's just I can't do it. All right, I wish I could.
I'm telling you,
I
man,
can't.
fuck your
Can't-
ethics.
Everyone
can't
says,
help
why
your
don't I have an
patron, you know.
ongoing patron multiplayer event.
You can't do it because Fred
where
fucked him.
patrons can pledge a certain
Yeah.
amount and they get to play with me every month.
Dude, he shoots down
It's a
everything.
good idea. But the
Remember he
reason I
shot
haven't done
down
that
Twitch for
is
fucking
because
years?
There's not always consistently
Yep.
a lot of good multiplayer.
You don't want to
games
play
to
anybody on
quite
multiplayer,
honestly.
Phil. Look
I
what
mean,
happened with
look
World of
last year,
Warcraft. Don't lie.
All right. All the multiplayer games.
It's a
that came out,
disaster.
Call of Duty.
We'd wreck his ass on
Battlefield 1,
Overwatch, no problem.
Uncharted
Yeah, that-
4.
I was going to say that, and
Absolutely.
he's
At the
terrified
end
of
of
his
the year, I
mics.
did a multiplayer event.
Yeah,
Guess
that would
what?
be fun to
Everyone
play
wanted to
him
play
on Overwatch.
Overwatch and only Overwatch. It's like,
Oh,
well,
we'd kill him
you
on
know,
Overwatch.
It'd be fun to
do an
teabag
event
him.
And then
like that,
teabag him
it's
a little
ton of
bit,
work
yeah.
to logistically have everything work, and especially the schedule that I've been
How
working.
dare
as
you,
know,
Tyler.
It's hard to make that work. I don't.
What I do
honestly,
now.
That's
how many people
unreasonable
are
to
gonna pledge
teabag
just
him.
Specifically for that event, we had what, maybe 20 people
As Roadhog.
who were interested and who participated in the
Roadhog.
Patreon
Or
multiplayer
Reaper.
event at the end of the year. So to do that every month as an ongoing thing will get me what, an extra $50, but I have to reshuffle my entire schedule to do it. I don't think that's going
I
to
wanna
honestly
annoy him
work.
with
I
McCree.
don't. Okay.
'Cause he friggin' hates McCree.
I just want to sleep dart him with Anna.
What are other ideas? You know what I mean? Like,
I
what are
think
other perks?
you would get
The- 9
annihilated
times
by
out of
me
10, when people
for
say you should have better perks for Patreon, and then they tell me the perks they want, it's all stuff I can't do. You know? And it's ridiculous
Can't
because you
or
look at
won't.
other people who are super
Both.
successful on Patreon. Oh, well, if I reach this certain amount of funding, I'll make a special video. It's like, but that's what I do now. I make videos every fucking day.
You make special
Oh my
videos?
fucking
What am I
God,
gonna
Phil.
make?
Go.
You know?
I make
already
special
do
videos every
I'm
day.
already-
Let me
it's
let me
like-
tell you guys
the
why you
events
should
that
donate
I
my
do
Patreon, but I don't need to
For
do
nothing.
anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck off.
Those are time
Donate in
consuming,
the
but I do them as a
existing
thank you to
constraints.
patrons
That's
for their
time consuming to make try to
But I don't
save
know,
my
like,
business. I need a
special
quick
event
fix.
Listen,
But
I have a
don't
good
feel
idea.
pressured- Don't feel pressured to save my business.
I have a good idea of what to give them.
I don't have time
Nothing.
to edit those videos and make you a special video, alright? Guys, just give me fucking money, you know? I'll just give you raw footage, alright?
I don't have the time or the resources or patience to do anything for you. Just give me the fucking money. I'm gonna threaten you. That's the goal.
I already do all that shit, guys. God, get off my back. Just give me your fucking money.
Patreon is a give and take. You give me money, I take your money.
The top goal every month is that I don't go out of
I like
business.
That's the other
I
problem.
do too.
Oh, well, this particular group of YouTubers has a Patreon.
Oh,
and
look,
they
it's
have
like
these
Kyle.
amazing goals where they do these events. Yeah, because they're a group of fucking people. They're not one man working out of his office from Washington, you know, where they can, one person has time to work specifically on this project or whatever. I don't
Oh my
have
god,
that
it's not a
flexibility.
freaking office. It's a bedroom.
I need a
I
staff
gotta
to do
cover games
Patreon
and-
goals.
Like half
I
a
gotta be doing
bedroom.
my own thing every day. Now I'm gonna be working even harder every day. I'm gonna be working extra hours.
Harder.
You don't even
They all-
fucking
they're
edit
online,
videos,
but-
Phil. I bet you when you
I don't
open
know.
Premiere Pro,
You
you,
have concrete
just look at it
suggestions
and
for
close it
Patreon
and just
to
say,
improve
fuck it,
it,
I'll
seeing
just
more
I'll
people
just
will
upload what I
play.
got.
Please,
It's
by all
fine.
means.
It's fine.
By all means. You can post them on the forums. Again,
Dude,
email me.
OBS
whatever.
is his editor.
I need this feedback. I need positivity.
Does he
I
use
need-
a bot to upload his
basically
videos too?
everyone to
I
say,
need
Yes.
some
This sucks.
get-rich-quick
What's going on
schemes with
YouTube?
no effort
Let's
or
get the word
investment
out
on
what's
my
going
behalf.
We can get some
Go
extra
ahead
people
and
watching and
give me
stuff.
all you got.
Again, people who normally wouldn't pledge to Patreon.
What
can
other
pledge, you know, last year,
advice
last
could
month,
someone
excuse
give
me,
him? He just
amazing
named all the advice
podcast.
Get a
people
job.
have given him
Again,
about
I
his
gotta say
Patreon,
thank
and he
you,
said he's not
everyone.
going to
You
do
guys
it.
saved my ass in
So-
February. But again, now it's February.
It requires
We're
no
in a
effort,
situation now.
no
For
upstart
fucking
funding,
explanation or reason.
no
Again, I gotta fucking
anything.
find out.
It just
I'm
has
gonna
to make
fucking
free money on
how.
its own,
Until I
completely
get a
self-sustained.
He's gonna
it's like
pound
my
you
business
guys.
go out of business
Yeah, or he's
because
gonna
someone
pound you.
fucking Google's a dipshit.
Yeah, he's gonna pound you.
Doesn't know how the fuck ads make the ad revenue, and they fucked me over. So I'm
Jeez,
gonna find out
That
what the
lube.
fuck's
Mad
going
again.
on. But that doesn't solve the immediate problem.
Salve.
I need income in the next, you know.
And
We
you,
need the
right
bottom
now,
list.
and you
Look,
know
I-
what?
I-
Patreon, guys, just give me your fucking money. I don't need to
I
work for it.
just need
Please.
income.
Watch the videos.
I already do
What
that,
about
guys.
the videos? Patreon.
Patreon.
On Twitch
If
when
you
I'm
point at
streaming,
Patreon
sub
one more
and
time,
or
dude,
cheer.
I'm gonna threaten you. I'm gonna pound the
I
shit
need
out of
it.
you.
You'd
Whether
be
it's
drunk as
Teespring,
fuck if
your
you were taking
artist,
shots
your
off of
submissive
Patreon.
Oh
t-shirt
my
ideas,
God.
please send them my
Just
way.
pointing in
Or,
general,
good
he'd be
ideas,
smashed.
Patreon goals, send them my way.
We-
This is the time.
Point at
Patreon
Twitter.
activity
Tell him
is
to tell him to
all-time high
contact
right
you
now
with
all the
Twitter.
Stuff that I'm doing. I'm loving the people. So many people are submitting videos now for KO Gaming. It's crazy.
4
Right now,
people
if I have
submitted
time right now, I'm gonna
videos.
edit one. Thank you for that. I love this, and this is what I mean. I almost feel like right now, I get the best relationship with my hardcore viewer base. Like the people
What?
who are watching my stuff are loving this stuff so much. They like what I'm doing.
Are they?
A couple years
What
ago,
is
I felt
hearing
like it was the
about
opposite.
this?
People thought I was doing everything wrong and I wasn't listening, and now it's like the opposite. And now this shit happens with YouTube. It's like when it just won't leave me alone, right? Either one group's upset, okay, I'm gonna improve myself. I positively improve myself. Things are turning around.
In what way?
Oh, YouTube fucks me in the ass with ad revenue.
Oh,
Fuck this.
God.
No, I'm not putting up with this shit. No more.
I'm not putting up with it.
What are you gonna do
Fuck
about
him
it,
in the
Phil? Tell
ass.
us.
But in the meantime, please do what you can to help. All right.
Detective Phil is on the case.
Is he done now?
On Twitter, the end of the
There we go,
I'm gonna
you
work-
fuck.
I'm gonna start working earlier. I'll also let you know the
We're
days
finally
that I'm gonna have
finishing?
off.
Jeez.
Hey guys,
You
did
know
you
when
know
Oh
that
my
I
God.
have banners?
All right. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'll see you all on stream. All right, tomorrow I'm actually.
Did we actually get through this? Is it
Yeah.
2? Is it
We
2
actually
a.m.?
did.
We
It's
have
like
about 3 minutes.
wow.
10:30.
We just talked all over the video instead of
And,
instead of pausing.
And let's play it from here. All right. Thank you so much to everyone for your support. All right. For just watching the video.
Give a pause, Ruski, at the
And
end
I
of this
love it,
before we
and I
get to
love
the
doing
next
this
one,
as a
just
job.
so
I
we
don't
can
want to give it up.
give some
No,
final thoughts on
I
this.
don't
Give a
want to
pause at
fail
the end of this
at
video
something
before the
when
next
I'm
one
not
starts.
Failing. People are watching
kinda
the
cutting
stuff.
in
They're
now
liking
again,
the
Brett.
stuff.
I'm
This
gonna assume
is
he said
good.
at the end
Feels
of this thought.
improving.
Give a
I think
pause
all
at the end of the
feedback.
video
And then
before the next one starts.
Lower income,
He thinks he's not failing.
Enough
Wow.
is enough.
How
And if it
delusional
comes
can you
to a
be,
point
Phil?
Where I'm gonna have to demand a fucking personal call with YouTube management.
Demand a personal call with YouTube management.
Jobs.
Wow.
And I'm gonna get all the answers.
I'm gonna
I
call
wanna
him
be
on
there
my
for that call.
I'm not putting up.
Oh
I'm gonna
my
call him.
God.
8 years of my fucking life.
I demand
worked
a
for you.
25%
I gave
stake in
you free
YouTube.
content on
Holy
YouTube, you
shit,
motherfuckers.
dude. Remember, think
For
of that
you
conference
to have
call. He
shit on
gets
your
CEO
website,
of YouTube on the
right?
phone.
I got
Never,
fucking-
you know,
let me get a hold of your
It's
manager.
not like
I got direct hotline.
it's certainly
to
not
the
like they
head
put
dude.
out their own content to make their fucking website popular. I was one of the people who spearheaded the raw reactionary
Spearheaded.
style.
You
Let's Plays on
spearhead.
YouTube.
You stumbled
A lot
on
of the
it.
shit you see now
Spearheaded. He
is
ran the
derivative
fucking
of my work. That I started
He's
on
to
YouTube
spearhead people
from
when he found
2008
them.
to 2012. I was one of the first people to do playthroughs like that from the hip, shooting from the hip, not a walkthrough, right? I was one of the first people to become popular
You
doing it.
called
Is what I
them
should say. I wasn't one of the
walkthroughs.
first people who did it, but I was one of the first people.
Yo, he's gonna go up to the CEO of
doing it,
Google, like,
and
Sunday
then was able to
Pichal, how
monetize
you
the
save
videos
him,
and
and
make a
like
living
square up
doing
with
it.
him.
That made it all possible for tons of other people to come after me and become way bigger and better than me. That's fine. I never asked to be big and rich and famous. I just want to do my own little fucking thing and be able to pay my fucking
But you want to be
bills
big, rich,
and
and
not every
famous.
month have to
And
deal with
completely
more
have it
bullshit
sustain
from
me.
people who fucking can't do their goddamn jobs. I swear to God, I'm gonna have them by the fucking ball.
Oh God, he's cutting a fucking
That's
promo.
right, YouTube, get ready.
For your
He's gonna
support.
kick down the door.
Yeah. He's coming for you, brother.
Demand
All right.
respect.
Okay,
And
you
whatever you
people
can do,
cannot
whether it's
complain about us
Patreon,
making gay
whether
jokes
it's
because
Twitch
Phil makes them
support
for
with
us.
subs or whatever, whether it's something
Gonna-
else,
gonna
please,
follow the
now
ball.
is the
He
time.
is threatening the
Let's get
shit
through
out
this
of
and let's
YouTube.
hope, fucking God, let's hope that YouTube gets back to me and says, oh, okay, we fucked up. Something happened, and this is why the ad revenue is so low, but it's going to get fixed or whatever. Something's got to give. And I'm not giving
And it's
up
gonna
on
be
my
the
business after 8
patrons.
years. I refuse. These motherfuckers are going to figure out
These
what they did wrong.
motherfuckers.
You motherfuckers.
Fess up, because I'm not. I refuse to go
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
when I didn't fail.
You
You know?
fully
Yeah, I've done a
overestimate
lot
how
of
much
things wrong
fess
over the
up.
years. I will publicly admit it, but right now I'm not failing. Right now I'm listening to feedback. I'm doing.
I'm not
things
failing.
That people want.
Listening to
I have all
feedback
these
while you
positive
told us what
improvements.
you're
You're
not
gonna tell
gonna
me
do on
right now
Facebook.
with the way that I just played
Shove it.
Neo, where I'm doing so much better now than ever before. When I lost to a boss that was easy for an
244
hour, I
deaths.
fessed up and admitted my fucking mistakes for the first time. Right, a major time when I said, "Wow, that was my fault," and I'm.
You
taking
never
the
said, "Wow,
criticism
that's
and
my
I'm seeing
fault,
that,
Phil."
That this is how you don't play isn't necessarily a horrendous bad thing. And
If it
adopting
makes
and
me
letting
money.
people share their content with me and my channels and
Yeah.
stuff. What the fuck? This is the best time right now I'm having.
He got real
And
mad
now
about
this
my
happens.
parody, though.
Fuck that.
Called me a
No
piece
way.
of shit.
You're
No
having
way am I
fun,
letting
Phil.
it happen.
Me or you?
I'll have more information for
He's
you.
trying to
shortly, I
convince
hope.
you.
But in the meantime, I need your help. Whatever
He
you can
knows
do,
the
whether it's
truth.
Suggestions,
Fucking
whether it's
delusional.
financial,
He knows
whatever
the
it is,
truth.
Please help out if you can. Thanks for watching.
Help out with
everyone.
money.
See you later.
Give me all the money.
All right, so that is the end of part 1. Thankfully, the largest part. And
Jesus.
all right, so thoughts on that video? Obviously, we have no idea what happens in the next one at all, and we're completely kept in the dark as to what happens here. So, like, if it was the JoJo's, yeah. So this is I might edit that in just to be funny, but that's where we're at now. He's looking to the side, kind of sad. He almost looks like he looks relieved, like he just pulled one over on everybody. Kind of, you know that face, like yeah. And I'm gonna take a shit after this, you know. But I'm gonna blow that toilet up. But
Something's got to give, all right.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we got through that in less time than I thought. That was nice.
Yep.
People are saying the video's great. The video's not over, motherfuckers.
The one thing I want to take away from this video is that detractors, congratulations. You are no longer the source of Phil's rage. It's those fucking YouTubers.
Yeah, that's right. He's gonna fucking. He wants to speak to the YouTube manager. He needs a conference call. This shit is important. He's gonna come grab him by the balls personally.
Yeah.
It's like I said before, where Phil needs an enemy to combat. He needs a reason to justify that it's not his failure that's leading to the downfall. It is an outside source that is killing him from within.
Mm-hmm.
First, it was the detractors, and now he's putting all his energy into focusing on those fucking nerds at Google who don't know how to do their jobs, despite the fact they're a successful business.
I like how he uses the word nerd, even though like he's the biggest fucking nerd of them all.
How could he not be? Like, look at him, dude.
He's
Oh,
like,
shit.
you guys are fucking nerds. Like, what are you doing that doesn't make you a nerd, Phil? Please explain.
He is a big nerd, and so the totality of this video is, I don't know what happened. Machinima doesn't know what happened. But in the meantime, give me money until we figure out together what actually happened.
Look at that fucking hairline.
And
Oh
by
my
we,
God,
I
I
mean
just looked
you.
up.
Did it?
Jesus
It
Christ.
changed from one day to the next drastically. It's like
Yep.
he has a mohawk.
Jesus.
What
Yeah.
the fuck is that hairline? And doesn't his skin, he looks sickly.
It looks like the side profile of a president on a coin. Look at that.
That's kind of what it,
Yeah, it
think I-
does.
that's kind of what it looks like when you never go outside ever.
I
Yeah,
think I know why
You
Phil
enjoying
doesn't
all those
shave.
white hairs in there?
yeah. I know. I was on my phone and I had my screen closer to my face than normal. I was like, dude, his beard is full of white hair.
Yeah.
At least I hope that was white hair.
Oh.
Gray hair, but...
He looks like an old character that somebody made in The Sims.
Appreciate that one, Fizz.
All right, so did we get our witty banter done with for this previous episode?
I took a mental piss.
Nice. I took an actual piss. It was fantastic. Nice.
Oh, we still
steady
have to
stream
take
of
the piss
urine.
out of Phil.
I took the piss out of my bladder, but I'm ready to take the piss out of Phil. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out. This is the epic conclusion. Well, actually, this is part 2. This is Act 2. Act 3 comes after this, in the next coming days, maybe weeks. But this is Act 2, and this will be the last one for tonight. Probably there was some madman, there were some wild people thinking we were going to do a Let's Endure of something else too, like a game, but that's enough for this. We're going to get through this, we're going to have some witty banter, and then we're going to get the fuck out of here. Act 2, Mr. Tyler, you know what to do.
Oh, what was I supposed to do?
Go fuck yourself.
Right.
Okay, what's up, everyone?
And so
DSP
begins
here.
part 2 of the
And
emergency
welcome
arc.
to another vlog, a big update.
Oh, it's
in
big.
regards to yesterday's video that I
Oh, he's
put
got
out
the
right
begging
here
shirt
the
on.
community.
Yeah.
7,000 people already checked it out.
I'm using that for the
Thank you
thumbnail.
for
I don't
that.
care
A lot
if
of
it's
people are talking
cheating.
about this because they're
I'm using that for the
It'd be
thumbnail
better
of
if he
this
didn't
Endure.
change his shirt. That would be amazing if he just like wore the same shirt twice in a row.
I don't know what is with this shirt. What is this, like his choir boy shirt?
In February, ad revenue goes up on YouTube, yet for you it went down. How does this make any sense? And people are
It's
worried.
like we didn't
I wanna say
even
thank you to
split the
those who
parts.
already
This is the
have been
continuation of the
contacting me. I'll be
video.
honest here, I haven't had a chance. I got
2.
oh my god, I've got a good dozen emails or more from
Ooh, a
people
whole
trying
dozen.
to help out, giving me advice. People pledged to Patreon today. Thank you if you pledged to my Patreon.
There you go.
Did Brightside
There
Viking
you
send
go.
him 12
Who knows
emails?
what's
Is
gonna
that
happen
that's
if
why
I'm
he
gonna-
says a
if I'm gonna be able to
dozen?
pay my bills come
Well,
Yeah.
Brightside
Ad
Viking
revenue
sent him like
sticks,
6, and then
okay?
Sam Samosa sent
So
him
if you want the
4.
full skinny on that, watch the video I put up here yesterday. I'm not going to go into full detail about it. What I'm here to do
Phil,
is give
come
everyone an
work
update,
at
'cause I
Whole
heard back
Foods.
from Machinima today. Huge positive news, and boy did I need it, because let me tell you,
Positive.
here I am today. I'm streaming Neo, the end of Neo. I do the final mission, which unlocks 3 post-game missions. I'm like, oh, this is good. Let me take a quick break. I'm going to jump into this post-game challenging content that I heard is really challenging. And I head downstairs into my kitchen, and there's a puddle of water in front of my sink. I'm looking down, like, what the fuck is this? I open up the cabinets, water comes pouring out. I'm looking up, nothing's leaking. What's going on? I turn on the faucet. Water starts pouring down into the bottom of my cabinet. And I look at the back wall and I realize this has been an ongoing issue apparently for a while, but we never would know. How would you know that there's a leak under your sink?
By looking.
It's only when you
If
turn your
water
faucet
is on the
right?
floor.
Because
What a
that's how
fucking
it is.
idiot, man. You could see
Did you ever
Look at the
care to look
drywall,
in there?
so we never saw
Oh,
it.
if there's water
all-
coming out of my
there's
pants,
mold on the
guys,
back
what
wall
could
of
it
the
be?
fucking sink. I'm like,
could
oh
it
my
be?
god, this is terrible. It's like when it rains, it pours. So not
Mold.
only
Hold
did I
on.
find
Literally.
out that ad revenue was absolutely terrible. in
Can we
February,
pause for a
and it's
second
gonna
on
be
that?
out
Sure,
I
of
have
yeah.
to
Now
explain
I've got
that
a
because he's
Yeah,
a fucking idiot.
call for pause if you
All right,
want it, man.
but you're about to get some home inspection knowledge. Okay, for
Oh
one,
God.
when you open up a sink at the bottom, usually it's particle board or T111 at the bottom.
Oh,
It's shit, It's just
fancy.
shitty
Oh,
wood,
shit.
and it's laminated about 99% of the time. Okay, and
Jesus.
these manufactured shit homes, I call them. These are your run of the mill homes. Just looking at the walls and stuff, I'm sure that all the paint on the outside's the same, right? Stuck over frame or something. Anyway, so on the back it'll be the drywall, right? And then the drywall behind that is either insulation and stud or not, but it doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
He says he's seeing mold on the drywall. What he's seeing is the drywall has rotted away, and he has what's called wood decaying fungus, which grows when you have active moisture, and it eats drywall and wood. It's eating the stud and the wall and stuff like that. So as he's scrubbing that quote-unquote fucking mold away from this leak that's been going on so bad that it's pulling out from underneath the cabinet or the sink, he's got so much fucking damage probably back there that it's going to cost him more than a couple $100. But his dumbass probably cost it more because he decided to scrub his fucking drywall mold off. Like that's going to do something, when in reality the only way to get rid of that is cutting it out and replacing it. Like if a plumber shows up, I'm sure they're going to say, look, I got to cut that drywall out, and I got to get to the pipes in the back and put a tub trap in, which that's they do that after they repair pipes in the walls. And then when they cut that out, they're going to see the studs, and he's going, well, fuck, dude, you're going to need a structural engineer because now you got to replace the fucking walls. You might want to call your insurance company on your home.
Holy shit.
Guaranteed.
Okay,
That
now-
happens. It just one little leak could do that and fuck up all your studs. If he's got mold, he's talking about wood decay fungi, and that is eating at his wall. And that only happens when you're leaking within the wall, so he's fucked.
Damn, dude.
Wait till he opens it up. You're going to hear him talk about thousands of dollars for a structural engineer to come look at his trusses.
Okay.
Or not his trusses.
Now that is
Damn.
fantastic. That piece of information was worth the price of admission alone. We're glad you're here. That was there's no one else that would have gave us that. So that was fantastic. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah.
That was good. That was actually really good. Somebody
When
was
the
gonna.
plumber shows up and realizes he tried to scrub drywall that's rotting away, it's gonna, because I'm sure he fucked his drywall up doing that. It's gonna be great.
Somebody was gonna say something.
Well, to put a little spoiler in there, he said today that he had to pay $500 for the plumber.
Yeah, we might as
So-
well. We might as well do that now because this little faucet thing is just a brief aside. It's only part of the video. So he had a plumber show up today. He said that despite this just small leak or whatever that was happening under the sink, he had the entire faucet replaced, and the job cost him $500. He had like a Moen faucet. Looks nice. I mean, I don't know much about faucets, the going rates or anything, but it's a Moen faucet. He said it was
alright.
completely replaced.
It's all right. It doesn't look like mine.
Oh my
Well,
God.
yours is made out of fucking, uranium and shit, so it's fine.
Uranium.
Enriched uranium.
Your
It uses
mansion.
nuclear energy to fucking produce hot water.
Yeah, but if he got the whole faucet replaced, it had to be more than just that. They had to put a tub trap in because he's saying that it's coming out from the fucking wall in the back and coming over from the sink.
Did you see
underneath
the
from-
Did you see the pictures by any chance?
I don't know. I didn't see any pictures of it. Did he post any?
Yeah, he did. Can we supply him with the pictures because this might be worth the rant itself?
Yeah, I take pictures all day.
Yeah.
As soon as I see it, I'll be like, oh yeah, he's fucked.
Okay, could somebody
Should put 'em
grab
on
the
In one home
Instagram?
inspection, I'd be like, you fucked your shit up.
Yeah,
son.
I'll put it on screen. Hold on a second here.
Hee that's the only thing that ate is wood.
You monster. Don't encourage him.
Prideful's gonna laugh for 5 minutes.
I'm
I'm sorry,
sorry.
I'll
I'm
mute
sorry.
It's
a
fine.
very infectious.
That's what the people like. The people come for the prideful laugh. So
That's the
Oh my-
new. That's the new one, Eddie. I don't.
okay,
I have
here
to see, does it
here's the
show underneath
Instagram.
The sink?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
wanna
yeah.
see.
I'm getting it to you right now. All right, here's under the sink. And let me get this on screen.
Oh my god.
So is it exactly what you said?
All right, so if you look at the bottom
Let me,
around the
let me
pipes,
get it
you're
on
going to see
screen
all
for
that
the
moisture
people.
damage on the drywall.
Hold on
That's
one
behind the
second.
wall.
All right, there we go.
And then they have the caulk on the left from the piping. I mean, that's just plumber's glue or plumber's tape with glue.
This is before the
resin.
plumber came. They have the towel under and shit, obviously.
Right. But it's leaking. It's either he could have been leaking on just the pipes around it, but there's staining on the drywall, so there's probably leaking within the drywall as well. But I mean, he'd have to fix that. At some point, it's going to just spread eventually because it's just moisture sitting in the drywall.
It says
So
here.
eventually, it'll just start rotting.
What it says here is spent the last hour scrubbing and bleaching mold under the sink. Apparently the leak was a slow one that we didn't notice. Wood is swollen and warped a bit from being wet for so long, but now it'll finally dry out.
Yeah, I can see the warping.
The leak only happens when we turn the faucet on, which is why we never noticed it. We keep the cabinet closed when using the sink, and it must dry up by... What does it say? Dry up by the next tile we use it? I'm assuming it means time. And then obviously you can see... So the solution to this, under the sink, was for him to get a new faucet. Does this make sense to you at all?
Yeah, I mean, the new faucet, maybe, but the plumber was probably just trying to get extra money on the top. I mean, that's normal in general. Just replacing the old faucet is probably the same thing. But at the same time, he probably just fixed a leak at the bottom. But there is staining on the drywall and warping in the back on the trim. If you look at the bottom of that trim,
Yeah,
and
let me go
then
back to that.
right above it, you see the staining.
Mhm.
So there's definitely moisture damage within the drywall. So eventually that'll start rotting, and he'll have another problem where whenever he looks, he'll look down and be like, "Holy shit, man, my drywall's gone," and it'll just get like that. The leak may have stopped though, depending on whether or not it's coming in through the wall, because we see it consistently on on the right corner underneath the cord, the silver tapestry cord. You're gonna see that it's eventually just gonna keep rotting. So it might be still in the wall, but the plumber may have just fixed it. I mean, he isn't gonna be a drywall expert, so eventually that is gonna fucking rot. It's gonna be a problem later on for sure if he doesn't get it checked out and he just leaves it. I mean, it's still moisture damage, and it's still wet. It's not gonna dry up and just go away.
There you have it,
It's
folks.
staining.
You're only gonna get that shit here on the Cellcast. This motherfucking fucking plumbing analysis and shit of the structure of the unders of his sink. Fantastic. That is, I really enjoy that. That is really good. Yeah, that's why people tune into the Cellcast. You know the.
I'm not Tim the Tool Man Taylor.
Okay. So that was too much fun. All right. Anything else? Any other observations? Anything else? What do you think about the job cost? $500, he says. Reasonable,
That's
or
normal.
did he get?
That's normal. For
Really?
a plumber. Plumbers are expensive as
Really?
shit. If you were to just to get your toilet fixed, like let's say you're having a keeping it a draining problem from the top, like keeping it filled up, it's like $200 just for them to replace sometimes all they're doing is replacing the flap just to keep the pressure in so the water doesn't keep pouring out and you don't have a running toilet.
No shit.
And it's like $250. Yep. Plumbers are not cheap. They're very fucking expensive. Just to even get into that. And then if you're talking about replacing faucets and you don't own it, it's going to be, you're rocking at $400, $500, $600. So that's about an average price that he's going to get for maybe like a rooter rotors or whatever. If you're just looking at it generally, but he didn't have to do that. If it's just a faucet that the only thing they fixed was a new faucet and maybe tighten some pipes at the bottom, which is what it looked like to me. I don't see looks like no plumber's glue, no replacement of new PVC, and no tapage. Then he could have just gone and bought that and done it himself. That maybe an hour in some YouTube video.
In the comments here, Phil says the faucet was so old and rusted they had to use a power saw to get it off. Glad I didn't try that myself.
Oh, well, I mean, why did you not? Did he get a home inspection on his fucking house?
That's what he says.
I mean,
yeah,
the
he
home
did.
inspector-
He did get a home inspection.
The home inspector would have told him, this faucet right here, when I turn it on, it's fucking rusted. Eventually, you're going to need to replace this fucker, and it's not going to be cheap or easy.
Not like, well, all right. I'm not going to make the Leanna joke. Let's, what were we going to say, Tyler?
I was just gonna say I like how this home inspector talks.
Yeah.
It's all fucking rusted.
It's all fucking rusted, you fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, if you've ever talked to any home inspector with a grain of salt, man, they're blue-collar guys. A lot of the guys who are really seasoned, they got like 30 years experience as construction foremen. They built like 5,000 houses, and now they're older and they can't do construction, so they're just going to go inspect homes, and they're going to talk to you straight up. Like, they're just going to tell you can go to Home Depot and do this and that.
Yeah.
They give you tips. Like, every home inspector is there. They're not like your realtors. We give you tips. We tell you, like, you can just fucking go to Home Depot and get that, and don't even stress over that. You don't need to spend all this kind of money. We'll tell you the ins and outs. You don't have to do that.
Oh,
It's his dumbass fault that his home inspector probably told him, you need to probably replace this. He's like, oh yeah, I'll get to it. Just like he doesn't unpack his stupid boxes.
Nice.
And he just fucking forgot. And, I mean, who doesn't check underneath the fucking sink every now and again?
We're
Come on now.
fucking doomed, dude. Half an hour on the sink. All right. we will get out of here by
I feel like I'm at work.
by springtime. No, that was good though. I liked it. That was good, but we definitely do need to move on. Thank you for the technical analysis. We would not have had that. We would have just been like, oh, fucking idiot overpaid for the. That's what we were thinking, that he overpaid for it. But
Yeah, 500 really does sound like a lot just for a faucet replacement.
It is, and he says they had to cut it off, but I think that's just the plumber's way of getting rid of some shitty things. I'm sure that there was probably ways to unhinge it from the bottom. He would just have to turn the water off, which is the valves right there on the left. So you just turn that off, and then unscrew it from the bottom, and then replace it. It's not rocket science. I mean, it'd take him an hour or two, but it wouldn't be fucking impossible.
Look, that's an hour that he doesn't have. He needs to lay around time.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
He needs that underwear time.
The time he's not getting.
well, let's use our time appropriately. Let's get moving.
Crazy ass leak in my sink, and there's mold everywhere in my kitchen. I'm like,
Moldy.
seriously. So I had to stop streaming earlier today, And I had to basically, for the past hour, that's why I look like shit and everything.
That's
I was
why
scrubbing
you look
the mold
normal.
out from underneath my sink.
You look like
I
you
called the
always
plumber.
do.
Plumber's coming tomorrow morning to look into this. More than likely, I get the feeling they're going to have to replace the whole faucet because the faucet's the original one from this house. This house was built in the 1990s. It's probably falling apart, and it's probably going to be several $100s of repair cost. Great, just what I need when I'm making no money on YouTube, right?
I like how you use
But I
that for the
digress. That's my
thumbnail.
day today. But then I read my email and got good news. I'm like, holy shit, I've got to share this news with everyone. All right,
Oh,
here's
boy.
the deal. Here's what's going on. Machinima looked into my concerns regarding ad revenue plummeting in February.
Okay.
And they literally, the first thing that they said to me this time was, this doesn't make any sense. Everyone's ad revenue went up in February. So I was correct with my estimation that in February, ad revenue goes from a
Doesn't
low
make
in
any
January
sense.
and it spikes
Nothing
up.
we can do.
You know, like I said, there's the Super Bowl, all those ads, there's new movies. I know for a fact ad revenue spikes on YouTube in February, okay? So for me to lose money in
He
February
knows for
and
a
make less
fact.
money on ads makes no sense. If you remember from yesterday's video, 35% decrease in the amount of money I made on advertisements from January, which was already down. It makes no logical sense whatsoever, okay? So here's what Machinima has found. They did the math, and they said, Phil, we have confirmed that for some reason your channel made, they didn't give me a percent, but they actually gave me a number, so I can actually explain to you how it works, okay? The way it works, the way that ad revenue is measured is per 1,000 views.
Is
So
he
on
really
average,
saying
there's some
this?
people who make more and some people who make
He
less.
should not.
On average,
big no-no.
in the month of January, I made about $1.70, I think,
Wow.
per 1,000 ad-supported views.
Why are
Now,
you
there's plenty of people who
revealing
watch it,
this
they don't
This
get
is-
ads,
this
there's
is
a reason
not
there are
what
no
he's
ads.
supposed to
There's people
do.
who have ad block on. So me telling you $1.70 means nothing. It doesn't mean that I made $1.70
Yes, it means
per
a
1,000 views.
lot.
It means I made way less
It means
than
you
that,
violated
okay?
your contract.
But that's the estimate. January went down.
You act
On
like
average,
Machinima
a
cares,
good
first of all.
amount you're looking to make on YouTube for ad revenue is around $2 per 1,000 views. That's kind of what you want. You want around $2 per 1,000 views. because
$2.
That's kind of a good
$2.
average. Now the thing is, the end of the year, the holidays, it goes up. Usually it's like $3, $4, $5.
Up.
And then in January it plummets. It goes below $2.
Well,
which is
even
what
if
happened
sharing
for me.
this
They
is
said
against the
in
rules,
January
it's
it looks like
still
you made about
unethical as fuck.
$1.70 per 1,000 views for those who actually had ads supported and all that. In February so far, you're making $1.30. $1.30. So think about that. That's 40 cents out of $1.70. So that's about a fourth.
Imagine
a
what
little
Phil
more-
could do
no, a
with
little less than a
40
fourth, I guess you could
cents.
say.
I guess you
It
can
would
say
decrease
math
from
is
what I
math,
was
Phil.
making in
It's not
January. That's
interpretation.
crazy.
Like,
So
I
in
guess you could
January,
Can we
say.
pause on that? Or?
Sure.
Dipped
Yeah, yeah,
another-
I got some more information. So
Oh, look at that pause.
somebody-
That's beautiful.
So
This
I
is
got
the direction my
somebody-
channel is going.
This is where my
Somebody-
life is going.
Somebody who's previously watched this already broke down this $1.70 per 1,000 views. So in
Okay.
January, they're saying that from Phil's calculations, he made about $3,400 in his January video. Okay,
Okay.
this is just from his views, but normally he's making about $5,100 per month. That's his normal rate from his own point of view. And if that's the case, he makes about $61,200 at the end of the year, plus $12,000 from his Patreon, and plus unknown amount from Twitch subs and cheers for the year.
Okay.
So if he's making about what, 80 something thousand dollars around there, near there, maybe, that's still a good amount of money, even on a bad fucking month.
Now, the only thing here is that this is per advertised view, as in
Right.
ads watched. And so that assumes a
Right.
100% and that's impossible. Just ad
Right.
block alone probably takes off 40%, you know? Not to mention other countries where these ads aren't playing. And so you do have to kind of finagle it a little bit, because when Phil was making a view-based contract, it was actually easy. If you could get a roundabout estimate at what his CPM was, you could do the math straightforward. With this, it's a little more complicated, and so
Right. This is just from what I'm reading, but
No, I got
like
you.
I said,
I'm just sort of scrutinizing it just a
Education.
little bit. Yeah, you have to factor in that this is based on people watching ads, and there's a large percentage of people that do not watch the ads, and so it's hard. It's very hard to calculate, you know.
Yeah.
The best you can
Yeah,
do
but
is
still,
just
Phil's,
sort of...
Phil's giving us some insight, though. I mean,
Absolutely.
this
Absolutely.
is important.
The best that we can do is sort of look like the best you can do is sort of ask different people how they do, put together sort of a ballpark, and just sort of estimate from there, you know? And that's what I hope to do. I hope to get in contact with some people. They can just give me a rough estimate. I don't want to put people in a position where they have to give me their straight out statistics, but if maybe they can just give a guideline, just an idea, a rough idea, and then we can sort of put the pieces together and come to a reasonable guess, you know? Because that's right. When we put up numbers like this, like, oh, this motherfucker's making this much, 100,000 a year, you know, it really undermines this whole thing that he's doing. And in fact, if he is making that amount of money and he's still grabbing his fans by the ankles upside down and shaking the change out of their pockets, that's incredibly unethical. And I feel like people should have that knowledge so that they're not depriving themselves in hopes that they're going to save this guy. Like I talked about, there's people that have faith in this guy. And I'm sure there's people that are making tough choices. Maybe not, you know, oh, am I going to pay my rent or not? But, you know, taking little creature comforts away from people that work hard, come home, and maybe they want to have Netflix or whatever, you know, a little bit of weed or something. I don't know. There's probably people that are making some sacrifices here or there that they don't need to make if this guy can be demonstrated, if it can be proven that this guy is making way more and doesn't actually need your money except for maybe some extra cash to throw around, to piss around, and to maintain a high standard of living that he doesn't need. So I think that's information that people should have. They should be able to make an informed decision on what they're putting their money towards. So should we continue? Does anybody else have a same thing to say?
No, I think you hit the nail right in the point right there.
Yeah, you knocked it out, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
The other 25%. So it's true. It already had dipped by some, 10, 20% in January, then it dipped another 25%. So that's what's happening. They said, we confirmed this. Your channel is making way less money on ads, and we don't know why. And here's what Machinima is saying. They're saying, no, your ad revenue should have gone up. There is no legitimate reason here why your channel should be making less money on ads. It makes no sense. Now, what they did say to me was the only situation where they've seen this happen, where ad revenue goes down for someone like this, is if a video and or their channel is deemed as what's called hold on, because they have the term.
Fucking cocktease.
Hey, this is my favorite part.
Do not
Oh God.
edit
This is my favorite part.
any of this, by the way. Just leave it in.
Don't fucking edit it, guys.
Just leave it in, unlike with Leanna.
Oh. Why?
Give me 1 second.
Terrible.
Well,
How
that-
dare you?
That demands it even goes in the first place.
Yeah, it doesn't even go in
I
the
lost
first
my
place.
brain and now I can't find it.
Oh my God, it's like 2 emails ago. I can't fucking find it. Bullshit.
This is frustrating.
Fucking iPhones are stupid. They don't know how to design a phone.
I sent a reply. I should be able to find it based off of that.
Why you not edit the shit?
Damn.
Why you no find it?
I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. This is pissing me off.
Yeah.
Sorry for the delay. He doesn't even edit, right? He just fucking... Sorry for the delay, guys. I know this isn't even live, but I'm going to tell the camera
That's
that.
fine.
Yeah.
Pre-recorded. Sorry for the delay.
Bear with me here.
Okay. It's called...
It's called...
It's called what's deemed advertiser unfriendly.
Oh.
What does that mean? It means an
What does that
advertiser
mean,
when
Phil?
Someone looked at the channel
Huh.
and said,
Oh,
this
let me
channel
find
doesn't
the
look like it
email
would be
again.
advertisement friendly.
Someone
Now,
looked
what
at
kind
the
of
channel.
why.
This was actually a big controversy earlier in 2016 when people who were vloggers were doing vlogs about things with tags that had like sex or rape and stuff like that. Politics, they were doing videos on politics, and those were being deemed as
That's a
advertiser
no-no.
unfriendly. And the
Isn't that what
vloggers
you
were
wanted to
complaining
do?
on YouTube.
You
We're
wanted to do
vlogging
it
about
Yeah.
stuff that's
politics?
pertinent topics.
political
and you're telling me
channel?
just because
Yeah.
it's a topic that maybe isn't like PG, that it's advertiser.
He could be the
unfriendly,
king
now
of
I can't make
politics
money on
instead
it
of the king of
anymore.
hate.
All of this is common knowledge, by the way, and
So
he's
what
treating
happens
it like a fucking
On
revelation.
YouTube, if
It
you have
was a
video that's
mystery I
being
solved.
advertiser
I got to the bottom
unfriendly,
of it.
First of all, you're supposed to get notification
All right,
And
pause
in
right
the
there. That
video
is
manager,
no.
which is
Actually, no.
Oh, look at that. He said it's
No.
good. That kick was good.
It's
It's good. The news, it's good.
It's good.
no. The kick was no good.
Gone.
Fucking Italian schmuck right there. Look at that.
Ooh, shit. All right.
So-
That is
Right.
the precursor to something spicy. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So, all right. So, for one, no, YouTube has never notified people of this advertiser-friendly stuff. It was a big thing in 2016, like you said, about the political channels, because they made a fucking huge fit. They thought, the left was after them again and all this other stuff. Anyways, YouTube doesn't let anybody know. And secondly, me and you tossed these theories around earlier, Fred, but I really think, I know it sounds petty on YouTube's end, but I don't have any other rationale for it, right? Think about this, chat. January, he makes an e-begging video where he shits all over YouTube, which he just did it again, but he shits all over YouTube and Google, but he leaves, he leaves Machinima out of it, but he really attacks his fucking YouTubers. And Fred, I think in that SoCast, you specifically pointed out biting the hand that feeds, right?
I will take. I don't know, but I will take credit for it, my friend.
You did, because you said biting the hand that feeds, and you followed with because you were talking about Machinima was too close to home. But they weren't.
All right.
Actually, he kept biting the hand that feeds, and it was gonna come back at him.
Uh-huh.
And unironically, in his video where he shits all over YouTube and Google and how dare them not give him enough money, the next month they suddenly flag his channel as advertiser unfriendly. In which case, the advertisers now don't want to give him their ads on his channel because they don't think that he's friendly to people or whatever they're talking about in general. Secondly, he tells you a half-truth. He says that, it's only the tags. The tags are disturbing and blah, blah, blah. That's not true either. It's actually the tags or the content that you're producing. If it is toxic content in their eyes, it could be anything from like advocating, really nasty stuff to people to Drama Alert sometimes does, or Leafy is hearing all that stuff, to bullying or whatever, to just sexual deviance, like Phil masturbating on camera, for instance.
Yeah.
Right. So
just a small event that we all got through together,
Yeah. So these little things, can do this. Now, here's where I found it fascinating is Phil has done so much toxic and shit and bullied people and harassed people.
No.
And there's so much evidence for years.
No.
And he got away with the masturbation, and they never hit him with that. They never hit him with this advertiser unfriendly, tag on his entire channel.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden, after January, when he finally starts shitting on YouTube and Google, then suddenly his channel is flagged for advertiser unfriendly. Now, I don't want to say YouTube is petty and simpleton, but if you're in the business of sales or marketing and you work in the corporate world, they wait for you to fuck up, and then they kind of they hold on to all this stuff, and then they go, okay, well, if you want to give us shit, well, we'll play that game legally. And that does happen. I hate to say it, that does happen. And my theory is that YouTube decided to teach him a little lesson for biting the hand that fucking feeds.
Ooh.
And now Phil's pushing back as he says it. He's getting ready. He's getting revved up. He's going to grab him by the balls. He's going to walk in and talk to the YouTube managers.
He's going to kick down their door.
Phil versus YouTube real soon, as Phil puts it. So, if that isn't the case, I don't know what else it could be. But again, as I have to state that it is petty, and it does sound petty and irrational for a company to do that.
Sure.
But if you have a better theory, I would love to hear it.
Okay, so here's what we do know from what Phil said. Phil said, okay, so 5 months ago, I actually looked back on this because I remembered that Phil made a video about this. You remember hashtag YouTube party is over and all that stuff, the original reaction to this stuff happening. And I think it was like Phil DeFranco was the first person. I was like, oh, what the fuck? My fucking video is fucked up now. And that's when this whole thing started. Obviously, he's a great person to be able to spread this with the reach he has. So this thing caught on like wildfire. And the hashtag YouTube party is over, yada, yada started. But it seemed short-lived. Same thing like the hashtag where's the fair use or whatever. These things are very quick. And so you forget about them entirely. I forgot about it entirely. We all did. You know, at first we were like, man, Phil is fucked. This is gonna fuck him. It's gonna pound the shit out of him. But we forgot about it because it was 5 months ago. I went back. I watched that video. He says in the video, and I put a little teaser out on Twitter. Shameless plug. But I put a little teaser on Twitter just because I was so enamored by this video and the hubris that he had, So he says that people flagged the shit out of his videos because there was some rumor that you could flag a video as inappropriate and cause it to be either evaluated or just flat out switch to this non-advertiser friendly thing. And he admitted that a few of his videos actually did get rendered as unfriendly. Now, he didn't say if he received a notification or how this happened, but he said that he did in fact experience videos that were marked as advertiser unfriendly. He mentioned the video where him and Leanna are reading porn titles in the hotel. They're at a hotel and they're reading porn rental titles, and apparently because of the title, it automatically got flagged or whatever else like that. And so he talked about how this isn't going to affect him and how a bunch of idiots aren't going to be able to do shit to him. And that was the end of that. So that's just a long way of saying I don't think it was due to like being flagged, because again, a lot of people forgot about it. We didn't hear anything about it. I didn't see anything on Twitter like, yeah, let's go fucking flag the shit out of him and let's get this done. And this was 5 months ago and we hadn't heard anything since. So I'd eliminate that. I would eliminate like users getting on his shit. Honestly, I think these changes happened in January. January was the first month where he said red alert and shit like that. And then now February, he finally gets his answer. So if it's not YouTube paying him back for all the shit he's been saying and, pound him in the ass and all this shit, it might be a number of things that come together. It could be that there was some advertisers that caught wind of Phil. Maybe it was some situation, and I don't know. I don't know if there's information. Just real quickly, do you know if there's any information as to what this process is, how this can happen, or is it?
Yeah, I'll look here.
Okay, because that's what that'd be key to trying to like form an opinion and try to articulate that, because really I'm just hypothesizing and frankly just kind of talking out of my ass, to be honest, because
Okay, I'll read it to you that they use from the YouTube policy itself, from the guidelines.
Okay.
That will make your channel or one of your videos be
I checked that
advertiser unfriendly.
Yeah.
All right. Content that is considered to be in the category of not advertiser friendly includes, but is not limited to, sexual suggestive content, including
Right.
partial nudity or sexual humor to the extreme, violence and including displays of serious injury or events related to violent extremism,
Okay.
inappropriate language including harassment, profanity, and vulgar language towards others.
There you go. So
Promotes-
that one
promotion of
itself, I was
Yeah,
just going
that
to say
one's a
real
big
quick,
one.
that one's a big one. Go ahead.
Yeah. Promotion of drugs and regulated substances, including selling, using, and abuse of such items.
Nah.
And controversial or sensitive subjects and events, including subjects related to war, political conflicts, natural disasters. That's bullshit. Natural disasters and tragedies, and even if the graphic imagery is not shown.
Okay.
So that's an interesting one.
In
If
other
any of the
words-
above describes any portion of your video, then the video may not be approved for monetization. If monetization is approved, your video may not be eligible for all available ad formats. Some ads will not be on as they should be. YouTube reserves a right to not monetize the video, as well as suspend monetization or limit monetization features on channels that repeatedly submit videos violating our policies. And therefore, your channel could be flagged as not advertiser friendly.
Your
So if
channel
you
or your
repeatedly-
video?
Your channel. After you repeatedly, YouTube reserves the right to not monetize a video, as well as suspend monetization features or limit features on channels that repeatedly submit videos violating our policies on this subject.
Okay, that sounds like exactly what happened to him.
Yeah.
It sounds like he got repeatedly flagged, and so that triggered and the feedback system, which is.
Yep. And this is under the partners program policies and security for anybody looking.
I would totally buy that, because if I had a nickel for every time Phil made a joke or a reference to the Trump administration, I would be a rich motherfucker.
Yeah, and he puts fucked up titles like "fuck this" and "fuck you."
I don't. To be fair, I think that's a bullshit reason as advertiser and friendly to talk about controversial events or subjects related to war politics.
Because they can dictate what that is. They can dictate what's controversial. Of course.
Yeah, that's bullshit in itself. But the inappropriate language, including harassment, profanity, and vulgar language to others. Oh man, Phil. How many? Do you think somebody just sent like a year's worth of log of this is how you don't place to YouTube and just said, here you go.
Yeah,
watch all this raging asshole rage at all of us.
That's the thing too, because it doesn't mean anything that's uploaded after the fact. This isn't law. They can enforce it after the fact. It's not like they have, okay, well, here's the law, and now everything that comes after is applicable. They can fucking enforce this de facto. It doesn't matter. They can just go back to 2012 and find videos and find him in violation of the shit.
And here's about that email, by the way, and it gets even better. Listen to this. So, manual review for videos or channels marked not advertiser friendly. If the content of a video or channel uploaded is considered inappropriate for advertising, you may be alerted in one of the following ways. Video manager, you may see an alert in the video manager with or see a yellow dollar sign next to a video or on the channel. Or email, you may or may not get an email to an email address associated with your YouTube account. Advertiser friendly content. Basically, they don't have to send you a fucking email. You may or may not. They don't have to contact you when they do this. They could just flag your channel with either A, through the video manager, or if it's just a video, or B, if they feel like sending you an email, they can. But they don't have to explain themselves. They hold all the rights.
Yeah.
So Phil going, oh, dude, they didn't send me an email. Well, Phil, if you actually looked it up instead of fucking call machinima like a jackass, because you can't even look into this shit, Phil. It took me 2 seconds. Google. It's fucking unreal to me.
Nah, he doesn't care. Well, it's not. He doesn't care. Money. He's not. Okay, that was incorrect. He definitely cares. Obviously, he does not have the. He just doesn't have the fucking motivation, I guess. He doesn't.
I mean, you think he would? It's his fucking money. I'm just saying, like, Phil, it took me 2 seconds to find out why they didn't email you, and it took me 2 seconds to possibly point out, hey, Phil, maybe you shouldn't be such a jackass to people for years.
Yeah.
Maybe YouTube got tired of you being a jackass. And again, this boils down to, why did they wait so long? I mean, Phil's been being a jackass to so many people for how long now? Years, like you said, 2012, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they got all this backlogged, how it's just so convenient that it happens now, right? I don't believe in coincidences myself personally. So it's really hard for me to not look at this.
Because now YouTube is his real antagonist. It is them single-handedly that is taking them down.
He likes that. I think he likes to be in this fight with YouTube. Obviously, the fallout this time actually bit him, but for years he's been anti-YouTube. He's the first person to call them idiots, nerds, incompetent, lazy. He loves to fucking hate on YouTube, and he really hates Google. And I don't know why he's so surprised now with all these negative things that he has to say, that maybe it's possible that, they said fuck you too. But I do honestly think that, that is a possibility. Yeah. I mean, and obviously I don't know if I would really support that. Some dude was like, yeah, fuck you, Phil, and just did that, because it's not rooted in a solid foundation, right? It would be reasonable and supportable if they caught wind of him because he was doing that shit and said fuck you. But then they built this on a foundation of him violating the terms of service, them looking at videos and deeming them on our advertiser unfriendly. You know what I mean?
Why now? I mean, years. They could have done this years ago.
But
why
didn't
now?
it really take effect in January? Didn't this start?
It's been no. I have a Forbes article saying that this has been around since the beginning of YouTube. It's not actually new. The only thing that became a big deal was they updated it with that whole political crap. So it's been here. I'll get the article here for Forbes. Give me a second if you need it.
Okay.
But
it's from
Eric Kane.
Did this whole channel becoming flag thing just start?
No. This policy and the way they've done this has been a very long time. It became a big thing in 2016 when they added to it and updated it with the political thing.
You know what I was thinking too? Call me crazy, but maybe
here, chat.
The amount of videos that he has fucked him over. Because sorry about that. Hand somebody the link in the chat. We turned that off because there were like a lot of spam bots and shit coming in and stuff like that. Okay, so my point is maybe the amount of videos that he has fucked him over. Think about this. Okay, let's say the average person has 100 videos and 5% of those get flagged, right? Compared to Phil has, what, 1,000? How many does he have now? 40,000 or some shit like that? I know I'm drastically underselling it. Let's say 5% of those 1% get flagged. Just by sheer volume of videos, of course some are liable to get flagged, right? I think everybody has a video that's liable to get flagged. I'm sure that we have videos that if we were to monetize them would probably get flagged because we say ridiculous shit. We say vulgar shit, make fun of Leanna and all this other shit. So just by the sheer number of videos, maybe he's gotten automatically flagged so many times that his channel has become advertiser unfriendly.
Has he ever had an advertiser unfriendly video?
Yeah,
he's never said it. Has
he? We said this earlier. He acknowledged that he had some videos already flagged back 5 months ago when this first started.
You know what? It could be automatic then.
Yeah,
it could finally have just been the tipping of the iceberg.
Right. It's just the sheer volume, the repeated infractions, just the sheer amount. Only if, let's say, 1 out of every 1,000 videos, 1 out of every 5,000 videos gets flagged. That's still, what, 8 strikes? You know?
Yeah.
And again, they can enforce this post facto. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they just did it in 2016. That doesn't mean his videos that come after that are enforced. It could be anything all the way back from the day he started.
Yeah, you're probably right then. And that sounds more reasonable, to be honest. It might have been automatic.
But again, this is just me speculating. You know what I mean? Based on the information
we'll
that
never
we have.
know until Phil gives us part 3. We'll never know.
I just think that that's a reasonable conclusion. I think that yours is completely reasonable too, right? When we think of YouTube, it's still humans working there. It's not YouTube the machine.
Right.
But in my case, I'm just thinking about the sheer number of videos, the subject matter, and, you know, it seems automated because he's already said he's had automated things already pop up on it. And I'm going to upload that video. I was going to do it today, and then I got caught up with the stream and shit. I'm going to upload it tomorrow. It's a clip of him directly reacting to this this new thing 5 months ago, right when it happened, him admitting that he had some videos flagged, and then him bragging like, oh, but I'm fine, though, because I just do video game playthroughs, so you fucking idiots aren't going to be able to take me down. Ha ha. And shit like that. And so...
It's so wild to me that, right, he keeps biting this hand that feeds him. It's nuts. Can you imagine him at a workplace? He would just shit all over his boss all the time anytime he got it.
He would be gossiping with his coworkers to the point where they just can't stand it and they just want to get work done. And he's over there like, yeah, fucking the supervisor's taking another day off. Who the fuck does he think he is?
I've been working at this firm for 8 years. I demand an answer.
Busting my ass.
Yeah, right.
You know?
And they'd be like, Phil, all you do is just fucking sit at the computer and answer the phones.
Yeah, but that's busting my ass. No, that's work. I have a bad back, you know? So...
I mean, are you that stupid? That's what work is.
All right, I think we got some really good conversation in on that. I know that there's probably other people that want to chime in. Does anybody else have anything before we move on, get a little bit more information on this, and possibly close out this video in the next hour or so. All right, sounds good. Let's move on. It's good, Phil.
A page on YouTube for anyone who uploads videos. There's a little icon when you monetize a video, and it says green for monetized. It changes supposedly to yellow and says it is monetized, but it's been deemed advertiser unfriendly. Therefore, you're going to earn limited ad revenue on this video.
So then
right?
all of his must
Now,
be
that's
yellow then, huh?
per video. That's not even.
Maybe
supposed
that's
to be
why
a
he didn't
legacy
notice.
So
that
it matches
happens to an
Phil's
entire
back
channel.
then.
He's like,
When
oh, it went from
Kojima
green to
says,
gold.
yeah, for
It's
DSP Gaming, your
perfect.
entire channel
Got a
in
yellow
February
stripe around that
is
back.
Now
making
it's
less
gold
ad revenue
money.
for no apparent reason.
No reason.
And they even said they said we see nothing. There's no indication anywhere that you've been deemed advertiser unfriendly. In fact, it wouldn't even make logical sense. All I do on DSP Gaming is let's play videos of video games.
And
right? I'm
yeah,
not
that's
doing
all.
Controversial topics. Nothing, none of that stuff. It's just raw gameplay, which has forever been deemed as advertisement worthy on YouTube.
There's nudity
it's
in
complete
Witcher
horseshit.
3.
I had an advertisement
I mean-
or a partnership contract to put advertisements on my
I'm not
videos
doing
since
controversial topic. I'm
2011.
just
I'm
controversial.
pretty sure that
Talking
6
about
years
Nazis
later,
and
one night
shit?
someone didn't flip a switch
Yeah,
and
and
say,
the Dead
"Oh,
Space
video
stuff.
game, gameplay is now advertiser unfriendly on YouTube."
Okay,
Bullshit.
that doesn't
like-
make any sense at all,
So
Phil.
that was
Yours,
the first email I
your
got from Michelle. Let me
commentary.
summarize. I did have a 25% roughly decline in ad revenue.
Oh, now it's
from January to
25.
February.
Whoa,
Confirmed
25%.
by
What?
YouTube.
Whoa.
It was
By
35.
Machinima, excuse me. I should
Slipping
have had
up.
an increase, not a decrease. So I was right in my estimation. That I
Fucking
should have
up.
more
You're
money
fucking
than I
the
made
narrative
less.
up.
I was
Fucking
right
up the
there.
story. It's been 24
And there
hours.
seems to be
He's
no
already
logical
fucking it
reason
up.
Why this happened? It seems to be an error because I'm not deemed advertiser unfriendly. There's
That's
no
an
indication
error?
anywhere that this has happened. Okay.
That's an error.
So then, Machinima followed up again later in about half an hour.
It must have
later,
been
another email
automated
said,
if there's
"Phil,
no
FYI,
indication."
We're looking into this for you. We're deep diving into
There's
our
no
data.
report
We found
or
someone
whatever,
else
I don't know.
Who's also a managed partner in our network, just like you, who has the same problem.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if they were aware of it or not, but we found them. Now we have 2 cases.
So they
now
didn't
we're
just
going to
target him
YouTube
then?
to find out what is going on with you and this other person, because this,
It's Panda
obviously,
Lee.
It's ridiculous.
This other
that you're
person
doing
he
this.
doesn't want to
This
name
is
drop.
Wednesday. I'm making less
Panda
money.
Lee's partnered with
So everyone else
Machinima,
who
I
puts
think.
videos on YouTube is making more money.
It's him
than
and
me right
Panda
now.
Lee.
So I'm
Yeah,
selected.
it
Oh.
really is.
It's him. It's him and KO
He's
Gaming.
the
Someone
shit
at YouTube is a
stain
fucking
of
idiot.
YouTube,
And I'm
people.
I told you, just like yesterday. I'm
If it's
so
him and
happy
Panda
with
Lee,
this.
they're
I've
attacking
had
my
it.
family
Oh, look at
now.
him.
Having my business get screwed over.
Watch
every
this.
little
Watch
way
this.
by
Watch
YouTube.
this.
They've changed so many things over the years that have screwed over me and my business model. I'm infuriated right now.
Look how mad
now
he
to
is.
find
Look
out
at- look at- look
that
at-
This might be an error or something that happened. Oh my God, I am.
His eyes got all bugged
It's
out.
really hard for me
Look
to
at
not
that
want
little
to
thing he
file
did.
a lawsuit.
Oh, I'm so mad.
All
File
the
a
stuff they've
lawsuit.
done, it's really
Oh, he's
getting-
triggered
Phil's
all
ready
right.
to go
People say,
big.
"Phil,
He's going to
but
clap
you
a
signed
class
terms of
action
service when you signed
lawsuit.
up for YouTube, and you know,
He's
$1
gonna
million
go
lawsuit
sue
is
Google.
coming.
He's gonna go sue
all the
YouTube.
shit
He's
that I
gonna go
have
kick all their
compiled,
asses.
You
Who
signed
said
terms of service, so
that
what?
if
I'm
I
still
would
gonna
take
sue
to
him.
court for wrongful treatment.
cares?
Look at this.
Wrongful
Every little thing they've
treatment,
done hurt
Phil.
my
Is that a
business.
thing?
They weren't transparent about what they were doing. This in particular, zero.
You have to sue
transparency
for
about taking
damages,
away
not
ad revenue from
wrongful
me for
treatment.
No fucking reason. They don't have a leg to stand
I
on.
think he's confusing it with wrongful termination.
They have
whatsoever
terms of
for what they've
service
done.
that you
Alright,
agree
pause,
to. Yeah,
pause.
pause
I
are
don't know, man.
risky.
Well, yeah, thing is, I look.
There's so much. There's oh my.
That's
okay.
gonna be the look on his face when the lawyer gives him his bill for the first hearing. They're not even. They're not even going to get to the discovery
Realistic, Phil,
phase.
you say you've done real estate now. You know you know economics. You got a business degree. You fucking know how to fly airplanes or some shit, right?
Absolutely.
Now you're talking about us. You're educating your chat on the law. Let's be fair. In a civil suit, Phil, to even convince a law firm to pick up your case, and they even look at it and go, okay, what do you want us to do? You want us to sue Google and YouTube? Okay, dude, listen. What do you got for me? It better be something so goddamn hard that when I walk in there, they're gonna shit their pants like an OJ case, you know. And if it isn't, then he's gonna go, all right, well, you're gonna need it. I'm gonna have to charge you right up front. Nobody's gonna take a pro bono for you, Phil. Nobody, not a single fucking lawyer is gonna want to do that. No corporate lawyer will even touch you until you give them at least a retaining fee of a large sum, because the amount of shit that's gonna get thrown at you, because. You must be an idiot if you don't think Google doesn't have like an entire law firm dedicated to them, particularly for these
On
fucking
retainer,
things.
they've got a squad.
You know, they got a squad.
Of
They're gonna
sharks.
have a fucking dream. Yeah, they're gonna have a dream team. You're gonna have your Johnny Cochrans and Bob Saget sitting in there
Oh,
shit
yeah.
all over you.
Dude,
It's gonna be like that episode It's gonna be like that episode of The Simpsons where they try to sue Mr. Burns for the sexual harassment. He just opens the wall and there's all those lawyers, and
I
then Troy
have
McClure
10
runs
high-priced lawyers.
Right, and I don't even know if this is a case, but I'm sure I could probably Google this. Is there a digital business amendment yet? Has there been one? Obviously, we do have business rights. You know, you have a Bill of Rights and certain things in the United States in business practices that have to be treated a certain way, right? We have amendments for this in the Constitution, and so forth, and law that have been put down. But have there been any digital ones? Right. From what I understand, I don't know if there has been any lawsuits or litigation lawsuits that force businesses that deal with digital content and entertainment to have to go through this stuff or to have to do certain things. Secondly, you know, I'm pretty sure in the terms of service of YouTube, if you were to read it, Phil, which you're not going to fucking do, that they have every right to do what they're doing, that there is no other way around it, and they will fucking throw that at you so hard it'll spin your head back.
Oh yeah, you think they're just gonna sit back and let this dude create a precedent off of them?
No.
Like if he actually, let's say that he's not going to, but if he does, they're gonna destroy him. They're not gonna let him get to the discovery phase. They're gonna draw this out. They're gonna get changes of venue. They're gonna do well. First of all, they're gonna get a change. They're gonna get a favorable venue. First of all, they're not gonna let this guy get anywhere. They're going to price him out, and he doesn't even have money to pay his bills. This guy's talking about he's going to launch a lawsuit to do
it'll
what?
Take years.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And
the court fees alone.
You can't afford that. Nobody can afford that. And Machinima's not going to finance a lawsuit against their main source of income. That's going to burn that bridge. No.
Let me give you an example, chat, of how this will play out. Look, there's a recent corporate lawsuit that was really big for $110 million lawsuit from Hulk Hogan to Gawker Media.
Yep.
Okay, $110 million. He won that, but the guy who footed it was a billionaire when that Gawker burned.
Yeah,
it cost him $18 to $20 million for that lawsuit.
Yeah,
for one digital media company.
A lawsuit is an investment.
$18 to $20 million in the court system.
You're basically getting a return
just for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah,
and Hulk Hogan got $110 million out of it.
You're hoping for a return on an investment. That's what a lawsuit is.
Think about what the price tag would be for Phil trying to take Google and YouTube to a class action civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. You're talking millions of dollars. Yeah. The litigation team alone just for Google will raise that price so high that Phil would have to fold. They'll just keep raising and raising until Phil can't match, and then Phil will be fucking homeless because the lawyers will take everything from him and he'll be on the fucking streets.
He sunk all of his money into this. It's not going to go. And the other thing too. Okay, let's say he does go class action and tries to spread this out a little bit. Who's going to join forces with Phil? Like who's going to say to themselves like, yeah,
nobody.
It's career suicide to just get associated with this guy, and it would be a joke. And let's say that this actually happened and it hit the rounds in the media, it would be a joke. Nobody is going to be. The news outlets would Google this guy and see jacked off on stream and shit like that. And then, so think about it this way, all right? Think about some The Verge or whatever, right? They get this story. It says, man is suing YouTube because his channel was deemed advertiser unfriendly. Okay, let's look into this guy. Oh, he masturbated on a live stream on YouTube on the channel that was deemed advertiser unfriendly. Oh, he says shitty fucking cocks, ching chong chong, Charlie Chan, shut the fuck up, and all this shit. Who's gonna?
He's doing that, by the way, in his Yakuza videos.
How's he gonna gain any traction or public favor at all?
Look at that channel. They'd look at his channel and make that face.
They would look at his channel and be like, "Of course it's advertiser unfucking friendly." I'm surprised that this didn't happen sooner. You know, he's not going to get public support. He's not going to get sympathy. He's not even going to get people that are going to be like, you know what? Yeah, you stand up to those fucking fat cats. He's the one that has no leg to stand on, and he is completely and utterly unfavorable to the public. Absolutely, an unsalvageable case.
If he did that, it'd be not only career suicide. It would be his life. He would be homeless. He would be done. He'd file Chapter 11. They'd take everything, including his fucking computer, and they'd probably take Leanna too, and fucking he would be living with his parents in their fucking house.
She'd go into child custody, protective custody.
He'd be living in his parents' house and like working flipping burgers somewhere. That'd be it. He'd be trying to save up for getting a computer again or a PlayStation or something.
Can you imagine? So you'd need to get a specialized lawyer too for this, right? You'd have to get somebody. You
need a corporate lawyer, and if it's a class action corporate lawsuit with a major company, then usually, like especially Google, like if you'd have to go to a firm
top
that
end
is big.
You're not gonna get some dude in a shark suit. No. You got to get some top end, a firm, a respected.
Yeah,
firm.
You're gonna have to convince some big firm like Morgan and Morgan or something like that to go after you for the people kind of thing,
and they're not going to
really back you for these multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit. But the only way they're going to do that, for one, is pro bono, and the only way they're going to do that is if Phil has some concrete fucking evidence. I mean, like he's got recordings or something of the YouTube CEO going, yeah, fuck Phil.
Fuck Phil.
Let's get him.
Fuck Phil.
That'd be the only way they're going to look at him and go, yeah, we got you. We're going to win this, no problem. We're going to be fucking rich, right? That's how they'll look at it. But if he doesn't have that, then no, he's got, they're going to look at his channel and go, fuck you, dude. You got money? Yeah, I'll do it for $50,000 up front. Whatever. Let's make a quick buck off of him.
Yeah, that's the retainer.
I'm looking at it right here. Google has a net worth of $200 billion. First of all, he would have to file a class action lawsuit, and he's not going to get anyone to support him. Like, the judge would immediately throw this out.
It's a drop in the bucket for them to defend themselves.
It wouldn't make it a court, man. They'd settle.
Yeah, no, it would get it would probably get dismissed before the discovery phase. This would be, to fund this, would be a drop in the bucket for Google and the fight of his life for Phil. And no law firm, they're going to get smashed so badly. You think that they want to actually take that and for this to gain traction and to be known as the firm that got completely smashed by Google? These law firms have to choose their cases carefully. It's not like they can just, I'll just fucking choose whatever. We'll just make a ton of money. They have reputations. A lot of them. It's not like a fighter where they look at their win-loss record, but I mean they have reputations. They have to choose these things. At least reputable firms. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yes, you were absolutely right. And he would have to go to New York for a reputable firm anyways. That's where all the big lawyers are. That's Law City.
So
California.
And Google could beat this guy in a court case with just like some third-rate lawyer that they hire off the street. Like.
No, but they wouldn't even need to.
No, they got the top
some
end.
of the biggest corporate lawyers that'll do all of that.
Absolutely.
Corporate law is its own thing.
If not on retainer, then like a phone call away, they'd jump to be on that shit. Oh, of course.
You got it, Bob Dylan. American Crime Story, Dark Side Phil. It'd be.
So I feel like we illustrated the fact it's just such an outlandish claim for Phil to be like, oh yeah, you know what? If things don't go my way, I'm going to sue them. No, you're not. You are kicking and screaming and stomping your feet and trying to come up with any combination of words that is going to scare Google or YouTube or Machinima or the viewer into action. And it all means nothing. You have nothing to threaten people with, Phil. You don't have anything to threaten people with. The people that you need to spring into action for you to be able to change your life and turn it around, you have nothing to compel them to act. Your fans, you try to compel them to act with, well, if you guys don't give me all your fucking money, then I'm going to be gone. Well, actually, I can't because I can't do anything else but this. YouTube, if you don't fix this fucking right now, then I'm going to leave and I'm going to sue you. Well, actually, I can't because I can't afford it and I need this to live. He has nothing but idle threats and he's just hoping that someone's naive enough to listen to him and spring into action. But these people that can spring into action are not naive enough to listen to the shit.
Exactly.
Anything else before we move on?
As a daily
Oh, the 25%. The 25%.
Oh, yeah. Freudian slip, huh, my friend?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a big one. If you guys don't know what that means in chat, there's a famous psychiatrist that an entire type of psychiatry is practiced called Freud or Freudian. A Freudian slip is the idea that the subconscious, if you're a pathological liar, you're trying to spin a web. Your subconscious will know you're lying, and sometimes you'll, without even realizing it, you'll subconsciously admit your truth between the lies. Or so you'll slip up, your subconscious will slip out and admit what you're really thinking or your real narrative behind something, and then it'll come back. And you won't know. You won't even realize it. You'll just keep going in between it. You never notice it unless somebody points it out to you. Almost every time. It's known as a Freudian slip. And in this case, Phil started at 35. Now he's at 20. I mean, within 24 hours, his narrative is falling apart, and he doesn't know where to go with it.
Yeah, and as a daily reminder to what I said before, YouTube does not owe him a thing. They have every right to take this stuff away from him and not warn him. It's on the person to figure out that they're being screwed. It's not on YouTube to tell you we're going to stick it in.
Oh,
Damn.
very nice.
Oh, the sexual innuendo.
It's going to be all over, man. Just
Anything else before we move on? All right. Oh, by the way, thumbnail confirmed. Let's continue.
I love doing YouTube. I wanted YouTube as a living. You take YouTube to court, I'm not going to be doing this no more.
No,
So,
you're not. You're
thing is,
not going to be doing shit
They'll
anymore
find
except
out
working at
it was a
McDonald's.
glitch, it was an error.
You're going to
Maybe
be
they got an employee who hates my
homeless.
guts,
He'll be
he's a
living with
fucking
his parents.
detractor, and he watches all
That'll
the
be
fucking
it.
angry videos about me
Oh,
on
God.
YouTube.
His condo
and
went
he's
into
a
short
dick, and he
sale,
decided
so.
behind the scenes to flick on the switch to lower my ad revenue on DSP Gaming. Who fucking knows what it is? I actually don't even give
Dark
a
side
fuck.
paranoia activated.
Because now it's 3 weeks. Over 3 weeks in February. Today's what, the 23rd? So 23 days where I've been making 25% less than what I'm supposed to
Oh,
make.
25
By the way,
again.
you think YouTube's
Fucked up
gonna pick
again.
the slack and pay me for that? Fuck
23
no. They're gonna
days.
say,
He-
oh, well,
he-
we'll
he
be
didn't
fixing that, so
realize
it's good
it-
going forward.
Should have been
And they're not
announcing
gonna
this.
pay me the money
Look,
they owe me.
guys, Phil's
So, I don't
dyslexic,
know.
okay? He's
I'm
bad
still
with
nervous.
numbers.
We
Okay.
don't know what's going
Whatever
on. At least we
dyslexic
got
means.
confirmation that the issue exists. From Machinima's standpoint, this is completely erroneous, and they're going to bat for me. With,
Erroneous.
with
When did they
YouTube,
tell him it
and
was
hopefully they'll have an
erroneous?
update. Okay? And that's about it. That's what I have for you now. I'm so disheveled. Look, I mean,
I'm
now I
so
gotta deal- I've got a
disheveled.
plumber coming tomorrow morning.
That's about
by the
it,
way,
but there's
FYI,
6 minutes
my stream
left.
tomorrow morning is not
You mean
gonna
we
start
actually
till
made
9.
it?
Depends on
Oh,
when the plumber
shit.
shows up.
Did it
I'll
turn
post
into an
that
hour and a
up,
half?
on Twitter, so people understand that. But this plumber's
This
coming
is all
between
one
11 and
giant
1
part.
tomorrow, so that usually I start by 12 my stream. No guarantee I can even do that now because I don't know
Good
when
thing
the
we're
plumber's
dropping
showing
it to
up.
people on
I don't know how
Saturday.
serious of an issue this is. If this is he can go up
What a
and
fucking-
fix it, or
What kind
if
of-
this is
what
gonna
kind of
be, oh my God,
man,
your whole faucet's
right?
falling apart.
Uh-oh.
And this is going to need a whole replacement, so we have to go buy you a replacement faucet, then install. It's going to be hundreds of dollars and hours of labor. I just want to play games, man. I just want to.
I like how the plumber let
I
you
wanna
know
go
that your
back.
house is
I'm
falling
serious
apart.
now. I just want to go
just
back.
wanna
to
play
He just wants to
games.
play
When I
games.
started with
Stop
Machinima
yelling
in
at him.
2011,
It's like I
just
said.
wants to
every day I
play
could just walk
games.
in, I could
It's like I
play
said,
games
I
and have
just
fun.
want to
I don't have to
ignore
worry
real
about ad
life
revenue.
and live
I
a
don't have to worry
consequence-free
about
life.
copyright strikes. I don't have to worry about nasty
Copyright
fucking people
strikes.
saying shit behind my back and
Copyright
saying I'm a
strikes.
liar. That's what someone.
Who said you were a
spammed me
liar,
today.
Phil?
I lied in my video last month in January. I lied about
The
what
voice
I
in my
had
head
made.
said I
No,
lied,
I
you
didn't. What the
stupid
fuck are you
idiot.
talking
He's
about,
watching
you
the King of
idiot?
Paul.
Like, this is what
Oh,
I mean. They
man,
take
I think he
shit.
watched my
Oh,
video.
I made a video in January saying
Stupid idiot.
less money.
The
Now you
King
make
of
one February,
Poland
contradicts
fucking
the
said
first
some
one.
shit
Therefore, Phil's
about
a terrible
me.
person and a liar.
That is my. He
What?
did. That is my
Like,
video.
what- and that's it. There's no evidence because it's not. It's factually untrue what they're
It's
saying.
factually
but
untrue.
they'll
You're
all hype
factually
each other
untrue,
up
the
about
King
it,
of
right?
Pole.
They hype each other up.
Yeah,
And now
look
it's
at
a
him.
No, I didn't.
mentality of
I'm
bandwagon. Now they'll believe
I
it.
watched my video.
I just want
I hope that gets flagged as advertiser unfriendly for the tit bouncing.
This is ridiculous. Like,
He's like a 2-year-old.
This
He
is
has to
just
sit
not-
there and
not like
bounce
he-
in place.
I like how
What is going
specifically
on?
heard that video and he
That
freaks out and he starts bouncing
all
on
I
the
ever
fucking
wanted to do
chair and
was play a video game,
it's all crazy.
react to it.
He's
share with
officially
people.
snapped, and he just has to.
All I wanted to do was stare at virtual titties for
All
the
I
rest
wanted-
of my life.
all
Can
I
a brother
wanted-
relate?
What
All I
happened to
wanted to
YouTube?
do was just make six
Really, what
figures
the
by
fuck
playing
happened
video
to this
games
website?
4 hours a
Look at
day.
the
What the
internet.
fuck?
It's nothing like what it used to be. It's all big time production, corporate shit. The big guys.
All
who are
I
gonna make
wanted
us
to
tons
do
of
was
ad
play
revenue.
Dead Space
It's
and
all
pretend
about,
I
look
was
at
a
this, look what
space
they did to
Nazi
me.
and say I need to
Fuck
burn
Phil.
all the
He's only been here
Jews.
for
Come
8
on,
Phil.
you guys
years,
take it
put
too
up over,
seriously.
50,000 gameplay videos on YouTube total, and provided how many years
Behind
of
the
content
times,
for us,
Phil.
and brought in how many thousands of
times.
people to YouTube. Fuck him, because he's not PewDiePie,
Am I
right?
so out of touch?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
PewDiePie is the
What the
perfect
fuck, man?
person to show a privileged guy who
This
has
is
no
out of control
hardship.
at this point, and I'm glad. Thank God. And people say to me, "Why are you still with Machinima? Partnered networks are a thing of the past." Well, 2 reasons. Number one,
Machinima
because
doesn't
I'm with
understand what I
Machinima
say.
Under a managed partnership, I have a lot of protections from things like content ID.
Yeah.
One of the major reasons why people have a lot of
Good luck with the
problems
Switch.
doing videos for YouTube. when they want to do gameplays, they get content ID matches up the ass. Music from over here. Nintendo stealing every possible video that you made ever about Nintendo and claiming all the revenue on them. Content ID is a huge problem for someone who's not with a partner
so this
network.
is where he
If I'm
says he
with a
doesn't
partner,
think
I
he's
get no content ID matches.
Oh, look at
and I
that.
can add revenue on all of my videos.
Oh, so
That's
he
the
does?
thing.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to get all that money off the Nintendo Switch videos.
But, in all honesty, the real reason I'm still with Machinima is because of this right here.
His
They-
dick?
They deep dive the data. They
What?
find out
Deep
what's going
dive
on, and
the
they put it
data.
out. They've done it.
That's
multiple
pretty
times. They had
good.
false copyright strikes
Hashtag
years
deep
ago.
dive the
Right
data.
there, they had a whole meeting with YouTube about it and got it cleared up.
What
very
data?
quickly. It was supposed to take 2 weeks. They got it cleared up
Went
within a few
dumpster
days.
diving.
Deep dive the data.
They take care of me, man.
Suck that
They do,
Machinima dick.
like,
Yeah, they
you
yeah.
can't
Tell yourself
complain.
that every
They
night.
I thought you were going to pound the
do a
fuck out of
job
him.
Of taking care of me, and always I've been with them for 8 years.
They
and I
read
never,
me
you know,
bedtime
never
stories
ever
at
have I
night.
really thought about leaving them, because not only do they have this kind of
I thought they
service for
never
me,
give you an
but
answer that you
they
want and
also
they fuck
have
you
the most-
around.
the best contract of anyone. I've looked out there for other partnership networks and opportunities. Not one company has ever offered me what Machinima does for me with the contract that I have with them. Okay, even now with the reduced contract based on ad revenue, it's still better than any offer I've gotten from any company, including ones that were trying to get me to signing bonuses and stuff. They were like, we're going to pay you this flat amount of money, you know, to join us. But then I look and I'm like, yeah, but your contract's less than what I'm making with Machinima, so within a few months it's going to be made up the difference anyway, so it doesn't matter. And of course then they have nothing to say. So why would it be a no-brainer for me to leave Machinima, have content ID matches up the ass, make less money, and not have anyone to go back to bat for me?
That'd be a
Imagine I went with
no-brainer?
Machinima right now. Guess what I'd be doing?
So he's going to do it?
Packing everything up.
That means
Put
that he's
pack this
going to do
microphone
it.
Up. YouTube's over. It's done. Party's over, everyone.
YouTube's over,
Hashtag
party.
YouTube party is over. And fucking- take
That's
this
gonna be the
phone,
Phil
wall, that's it.
yard
Going
sale
to-
party
going
when
to
he has to
fucking,
sell
get a job
shit to
because
move.
That's it. Like, what am I gonna do? Email them? Do you really think they care? YouTube, me, a common guy, they're not gonna answer
Yeah, but they
me.
care
If
if
they
you
do, they're
send
gonna
them a
give me fluff,
lawsuit.
you know? At least now I got someone going to bat for me because, hey, the bottom line is if I fail, it's gonna affect Machinima too.
Not
right?
that much.
It doesn't make any
won't.
sense. So
Not that
I'm gonna-
much.
all right, folks.
I'm gonna fucking take
so that's
you
the
down
deal.
with me.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Positive news.
If
all right,
I go
negative news
down,
in
you
regards
go
to my
down
kitchen.
with me.
Positive news in regards to what's going on. I'm still going to
Positive news,
money
but
to
my life
I'm
is
still
still
gonna be in
fucked.
financial trouble. because
Okay,
of it,
so
but hopefully this can get fixed. All right, because right now I should be making.
This
you
should
guys
this should be
pause
this
it?
should
Can
be
we pause
done.
it?
This should be
Those
done
2 weeks, the
soon.
beginning of
We'll wait till the
February
end of the
when
video.
Neil
Yeah,
was
okay.
hot,
We have
everyone
1
was
minute
tuning
left.
in.
Yeah, we'll get it
I
all
didn't
in at
make
the end.
any of the ad revenue I should have made. All that increased ad revenue for the Super Bowl and all that, I lost it all because of YouTube.
Ah,
Isn't that nice? Isn't that fucking nice?
hee haw
Isn't that
hee.
fucking
But anyway,
nice?
thank you for your support. Thank you for your positive messages. Thank you for the dozen or so emails I have to read here because I have not even had a fucking chance to read any of these emails to find out. Some people are saying, "Oh, Phil, I have suggestions. Maybe I can help you out and this and that." I know one person actually said they were going to try to make possibly a dry run of artwork.
A dry
for
run?
T-shirts, right? For T-shirts for me to do on
They're gonna make you
Teespring, so I
fucking
can have some additional
T-shirts.
fundraising
Yep.
through that method. Thanks to
They're
those
gonna
who
make
pledged
you
my
fucking
Patreon,
T-shirts,
a few people
Phil.
did.
I can't
Pledge
wait to see what
overnight.
these shit
Shit.
shirts look
It's
like.
very, very appreciated.
His fans
I'll
have
keep
to
everyone
literally
moving.
do
All right.
everything.
All right, I'm off. I have to upload today's gameplay video.
They're
that
not
I did get
only
to play
giving
before I
him
canceled
money,
the
but
stream
they're
this
his
week in my kitchen.
employees.
And then
Yo,
I'll have to eat some
Phil,
stew
it
that
takes
we
me
made for dinner. We're
10
slow
minutes
cooking
to
in the
upload a
kitchen
video
right now. It's
that I
11:45
make, and I do it off my
and
fucking
tonight, I
phone.
think I'm going to work on a new KO Gaming community creation submission. It's this is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid.
Metal
Right.
Gear
Oh,
Solid.
there we go, guys. We got our next
Fucking
cock.
right and slash
Our
and
next
shit.
Let's Endure, baby.
That one.
Another
Because I like that
cock.
fucking game, and this video is a good
It's
one.
gonna be great.
All
Is he
right,
gonna have
that's
more
it, everyone.
Banjo Kazooie
Thanks
music
for
and
watching.
shit on there, or
I'll have
what?
more for you soon.
Oh, I
hope
hope
so.
so.
Peace out.
God, that was so goddamn terrible.
All right,
We made it.
Oh,
we made
man.
it. We
There's so
did
much to
it.
discuss.
Like, fuck.
All right, so now for
There we go.
the 7-hour postscript.
Can I just start by saying thanks, Phil, for watching my video? I did not
Oh.
expect that. That was very interesting.
He does
that
watch our
actually-
videos. He's referenced them multiple times.
But I didn't know he saw my video because I was the one that put. I think I had like 5K views on it
It
now. But
seems
I
like
made
it.
a video yelling at him, and I was saying that it's very obvious that you're lying about January and February and December, and he definitely noticed that. So that's something.
Yeah, it does seem like it. It does seem like he noticed yours.
And another thing, while we were sitting here, I decided to go look into the Nintendo Creators Program.
Okay.
Specifically, if you're able to have multiple partnerships, does Machina allow it, and how does it work? Well, one, no. If you sign up with the Nintendo Creators Program, that is a whole nother advertisement. That is, you are leaving your your people and you're going to them. And this is what you get, okay? Once you do that, they by the way, they take 70% of your channel's revenue shares.
Oh, God.
And 60% for the videos.
Dude, that's
So the
rape.
advertising
Wow.
revenue share is 70% for the channels and 60% for your videos. This rate may
Jesus
change
Christ.
from time to time. In order, I'll read some registration rules. You can register single videos or entire channels. When you register a channel, you will be eligible to receive a share of advertising revenue from Nintendo for all videos including in that channel, regardless of their content. If you only want some videos to apply to this program, please register each video individually. So either A, Phil will have to take a video, and when he uploads it, he'll have to upload it to Nintendo, to their program, and not to Phil's DSP Gaming. And then he has to register with them individually, unless he wants to register his whole channel. So he could stay with Machinima, but he would have to give them his video, and then they take 70% for channels, but they'll take 60% of the revenue for a video. So he'll only get 40% of whatever is made off that video in his pocket at the end of the month.
What?
All right. You can only use channels or videos that contain copyrighted content related to game titles specifically by Nintendo, and they must be your original creations. Be sure your video does not contain copyrighted material from third parties or content from unconfirmed game titles. See here, they even have a list. They have a list of what do's and don'ts Nintendo demands. Okay, list of supported games. All right, here we go. So Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is one of the first things. The Nintendo Switch and 1-2 Switch, anything pertaining to that for the US, it is automatically under their program. And if you use it, let's say he makes a title saying like Let's Play, or like Darkside Phil plays Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, well they'll fucking content claim it. If he mentions the Nintendo Switch, they'll content claim it. If he mentions 1-2 Switch, they'll content claim it. Surprisingly, that's the only game they have for the Switch right now under the list. They've got everything for the Wii U, and they've got smart devices too. Super Mario Run, Mitamoto, whatever that is, 3DS, downloadable software for the 3DS, the regular Wii, everything
Jesus
you can think
fucking
of.
Christ.
Yeah, I'll link the guide for you guys so you can put it in the chat. But there's a lot to this.
It's highway robbery, dude. That is over the top. And Phil, again, it sounds like from what we just heard, he thinks that partnership is going to protect him from this.
And here they have this in bold, so you guys can really understand this. It says, "I have a license to use Nintendo's content in this video through the Nintendo Creators Program only. This video is not sponsored or endorsed by Nintendo, but any advertising revenue from this video will be shared with Nintendo permanently." So no matter what he does, if he starts uploading these Let's Plays and putting his ads on it, he's going to either get flagged real hard by Nintendo really quickly, or he'll have to go through their program and to lose 60% of his revenue automatically every time. And it doesn't even go to his channel. It goes through their creator program to their creator's channel, and then back to him once they confirm everything, which could take a month.
That's Jesus Christ, man. I had no idea that Nintendo... I knew the Nintendo shit was bad, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Let's see. They even have Q&A, frequently asked questions on here. Let's see what they got.
Somebody, I think Phoenix Rush says he's played stuff by Nintendo before and nothing has happened. Has that been during this program?
Yeah, Phil has played plenty of Nintendo games. He played Pokemon Moon. Nothing happened.
Do we know that? Oh, okay. For sure, though?
But did he upload it to his channel?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, to DSP Gaming. Yeah. I don't think anything related to this is going to affect Phil. I believe he's going to be bulletproof.
Eddie says that Nintendo uses Content ID to do these claims. He's immune. Now, if Machinima even drops him from managed status, in theory, he can get all that claimed. Yep. So it does look like, and we don't know for sure, but it does look like he is protected because of that partnership.
He's absolutely protected by Machinima.
Interesting, because Nintendo are pretty rough about this. There's no joke behind that. So
yeah, I don't know. Okay, so all right, so obviously we saw a lot, and we got the full story, which is good. It's good that we waited. We got the full story here. What else? What else do we got? Is there anything else we want to cover, discuss, break down?
25%.
25%. I thought it was 35%.
That is a big.
He
that's
did
a
it
big
twice.
Thing that I don't
If he
want
just-
anybody to forget.
If he just did it once, then you could say like, okay, that was just maybe just an accident. He said it twice.
Don't forget, guys.
25%.
There's a difference.
So then, what was that he showed us with 35%?
That is interesting.
Because if it's actually 25 and he did it twice, it wasn't just one time. He did it two times.
Look what you're doing right now. You're doing what he said in the video you shouldn't be doing. That's factually incorrect, okay?
Breaking
he was
it
bouncing
down?
up and down in the fucking chair.
Hyping each other up.
Couch.
Look, Phil has ADD, okay?
Uh-huh.
I can't believe he started getting all bouncy and uppity, literally, when he was like, this guy is fucking saying I'm lying about February and January, okay? It's factually correct. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
Dude, he got erect at you questioning him.
Oh man!
How
Don't
dare
call
you.
him. Don't dare call Phil a liar. That's rough. Phil
Yeah.
gets
Nope.
triggered.
Nope, I've been telling you guys
You do.
the real truth, the honest truth.
You can get YouTube management in on this bitch. Grab him by the balls.
Uh,
That's
pound
the
them.
best out of all this. He starts talking at the end of this shit about lawsuits. Like I'm gonna bring their ass to court. It's like, what kind of balls does Phil have? You know, where does he think he's got that he thinks he could just start saying shit like that right off the cuff?
They're in Leanne's
You know?
purse.
They still pay him. Does he realize he's threatening the people who pay him with lawsuits now?
Yeah.
That's not a good idea, Phil. They're
Yeah.
still writing your checks.
If it is true, if you're right, okay, and it'd be hilarious. If you're right that they're like, somebody noticed, and they're like, yeah, fuck you too, Phil, and gave him the kiss of death, the scarlet letter, then this isn't going to help that at all, you know?
Well, yeah. No, definitely not. Not going, I'm ready to see you in court, buddy, is not going to help you.
They might
And
go from...
even if I'm not right, that'll rub. I think that'll rub any business the wrong way.
I think it's going to rub Machinima the wrong way. That one of their partners is kicking up so much shit. Like, they're handling it. And this guy, even though he's been told that they're handling it, he's over there talking about, well, I'm going to fucking sue him anyway. Fuck him. You know?
Yeah. That they might tell him to chill the fuck out.
Of
That
course
is
they're
true.
going to tell him. Dude, he's rocking the fucking boat.
Yeah,
They're going to bat for him, but he's still fucking, like,
opening his
trying to get
fucking mouth.
serious, you know? Like...
Okay.
And obviously YouTube's not threatened by him, but it's just like, why would you?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you do? You're kind of embarrassing them and yourself, you know.
He's just pissed off, man. He needs to let him know who's boss. I mean, they're batting for Phil, but Phil's a narcissist, and he's gotta let him know that he runs Machinima. You know how he talks about it, right? He talks about how they're batting for him in a way that describes like, hey, I'm the boss, and you guys are doing the work for me. Did you notice that?
Yeah, they're my manager.
Yeah, but he looks at it like in a sense of like, yeah, Machinima, I'm the fucking boss. You're gonna do what I fucking tell you, and I'm gonna do what I want, and fuck you, YouTube. I'm gonna take you to court, and I'm the big man in this house.
Yeah.
I'm in charge. That's crazy to me that he's so narcissistic and so delusional that he thinks he can just waltz right in on anything and just claim ownership to this kind of shit.
That's his style. I mean, like we talked about, when his internet presence is always like trying to talk down to people as though he's in some sort of position of power over them, or that they should hold him in some sort of high regard. So yeah, not surprised at all. Okay, so I think we should close on this. If this is true, that, well, I don't think we can say it's not true. Given that this is true, that he has been flagged as non-advertiser friendly, what are your guys' predictions for the future? We have a part 3 coming up soon, or whatever. I don't know if he's going to have an answer, if he's going to do sort of like an in-between update where he still doesn't have an answer, but he wants to give, let's still keep you up to date because I didn't get an answer before the end of the month, and I have to remind you that you have to donate, which is actually what I'm pretty sure is going to happen. Predictions. What's going to happen? Is he actually going to get this? Is Machinima going to pull the rabbit out of the hat? Are they going to be able to sweet talk YouTube into flipping the switch? Is this actually a complete mistake and everything gets turned back to normal? Predictions.
Same time next month.
I think he's gonna get a rude awakening. I think Machinima is gonna come back with saying like our hands are tied, kind of
Nothing
thing.
I could do.
I think that they're gonna give him the answer that he's not looking for, as he would put it. That's not the answer he wanted. That's what I think. And then Rad, same time next month. that's it. Part 3 will be Machinima didn't went to bat for me, but they gave me the wrong answers. So I'll let you know. Donate to my Patreon. That'll be it.
All right.
I have a feeling that he might get this fixed, but then it's just going to turn around and happen again. He's probably going to get it fixed. It's going to be okay for maybe a month, and then it's going to turn around. His ad revenue is going to go down, and then he's going to be like, well, what happened? It's going to be the same thing all over again. It's going to be his stuff got flagged for inappropriate, advertiser non-friendly, and he's just going to be in the same spot he was.
That's the most likely if this is an automated thing. You know what I mean? Because then this could just happen again with whatever gets detected, for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's probably also going to happen to his KO Gaming one as well.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that like, oh, this game, the most fucked up, fuck this game, shit, worst game ever, very derogatory titles and shit. Yeah, I can see that. Go ahead, Fizz.
It won't get switched over, because
Ooh.
even if it does, even if he's advertiser friendly now, he doesn't get the views to justify that. And now, since he is on an ads-based contract, even, ads, woohoo! Okay, now you can watch all my ads. No, we're just going to put on AdBlock Plus. And it's going to totally negate that thing. I think we won't hear anything about it till he gets that check from January, February, in April.
Well, January was apparently okay, but February is going to be in April, and that's apparently the death.
Yeah,
that's the death. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, if he's as bad as they've said he is, I literally put money down on this. He's not going to make it to 2018.
Yeah,
I mean, not to mention that his content is getting stale. But basically, Phil's in a young man's game. He's in a game where teenagers come up and they have way more success than Phil does. He doesn't have the personality to keep fans. He doesn't have the charisma as, say, PewDiePie or Markiplier or people that know how to treat their audience. He expects everything handed to him. And once he realized that, he's like, okay, now I have to get a job. Then he has to go to the fact that no one's going to hire him if they have to do a background search on him. Maybe he could squeeze in an office job, but is he really going to take orders from somebody else? Then he what if I get a loan? He's not going to get a loan because the business is going to definitely do a background search on him. And they're not going to give money to someone who fucking masturbated on camera. So basically, after 2017, once Phil is done with YouTube, that's it. There's going to be no more Phil.
If April's real, Fizz, then his next video will be I'm filing for Section 7. That's what I think. If it's real shit, that's it. That's the death nail. Then you're going to see his next video going, I'm filing for bankruptcy. I'm filing for Chapter 11 or Chapter 7.
You think he would make that? You think he would make that video?
Oh, he would. I think, yeah, of course he would. He would do that video in a heartbeat, talking about he would talk to his friends and say, I'm filing for this, but I still need your help and all this other shit. I mean, it's drama, man. That negativity, Fred, that fucking negativity when it comes around him, the world's ending. Everyone needs to fucking know. He would do it if it's real. If it's super real, like you said, Fizz, he's not going to be able to hold a job or get the job that he wants, and he's probably going to end up having to file that Chapter 11 or 7. He's not going to short sale that condo at that point, right? He'll have to file bankruptcy to get rid of it. He'll be like, I just can't sell it. That's what he'll say, and then he'll say he's filing bankruptcy to get rid of it. And he'll clear it out, clear the BMW out, and whatever. That's if that is real. If April is legit.
This is what I'll say. Okay, so we've given up two potential solutions. One, he was singled out by a YouTube employee that just got sick of his shit. Two, this was automatic. I'm going to give a third possibility. I don't know how likely this is, but I want to build a case around it just in case. Okay, so let's say that an advertiser caught wind of Phil, the fact that, Kleenex brand tissues are showing up on his videos, and they catch wind of who he is, what he's all about, and they request. Phil talked about this questionnaire where advertising companies can say, I don't want my videos on fucking controversial topics or whatever else like that. So they already have some sort of say in where their ads get placed. And I'm sure that when this whole drama stuff was going on, where these advertisers were getting mad that, their ads were getting, placed on channels like Drama Alert and all this other stuff that is, controversial, toxic, whatever you want to call it. Let's say that they found out and they're like, no, we actually do not want our ads on his shit. How could you blame them? How could you blame them? Who would want Phil to represent their company, their product? Look at Phil. Phil is an overweight, middle-aged, past his prime gamer who can't let go of the past, who is, like Fizz said, in a young man's game, he's out of place, he doesn't fit. And he has not demonstrated that he can sell you a product. He's tried to sell you loot boxes. He's tried to sell you Lana soap. He's tried to sell you G Fuel. He's tried to sell you t-shirts. He's tried to sell you thongs with his name on them. And the only thing that he's ever been able to sell is himself. But now, the only way that he's able to sell himself to you is under the guise of, if you do not buy this product, my Patreon, then I will go away and you will no longer have me. The only thing that Phil is able to generate is interest in his own videos, and he's even failing at that. He can't sell you a product. He's not someone who uses a product and then you think to yourself, I would like to buy that too. I've never once seen Phil use a product and thought to myself, I'd like to also use it, unless it was a video game in which I thought to myself, I would actually like to use this product correctly. I've seen him use this product incorrectly or like an idiot, and I'd like to play this game correctly and actually put it through its paces and see what it's actually about. And so, how could you blame an advertiser if this is indeed the case, which who knows? But if an advertiser or a number of advertisers or some advertising firm that's responsible to make this decision looks at Phil and says, we don't want him to represent our product, how could you blame that? He has nothing but negativity around him. Nothing but negativity around him. There are a few people, we've already covered it, we're just going to say naivete. They're naive enough to have faith in this man and they will watch his shit. But the vast majority of the internet has written this guy off. And that's even before he came out and jacked off on stream. God damn, after he did that, did he have any shred of credibility in the mainstream to the general person? No. And so, how can this man be expected to represent a product and push units? He won't. He will let you down. And that's the same message to his fans. He will let you down. There is no value in putting your product, your advertisement on Phil. None. And in fact, it probably has the inverse effect that you're actually looking for. It probably would drive people away from it in disgust. And so if this is the doings of some advertiser, they made a good decision. And they can probably put their ads elsewhere and spend that money wisely. So that's the third option. And I can completely understand why they would do that if that's indeed what happened. So, that's all I have to say about that. I completely understand the three options that we've put out. Obviously, I proposed the third one. And I think we've done this justice. I think we've covered every angle. I think we've covered the best that we can to our abilities. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add to this conversation before we say good fucking night?
Yeah, if you guys get a chance, go watch his This Is How You Don't Play on Neo for some classic, really good This Is How You Don't Play, guys.
There's already one out. There's already a This Is How You Don't Play out.
Oh my God. You need to go watch it, Fred. You're gonna fall out of your chair. There's people who have edited so many, done so many good edits. They've showed the comments on the videos in the process of these videos, him fighting these fucking bosses. But dear God, does he lose his shit? And his For Honor is even better. I thought he was going to break his controller in For Honor. How bad he hated that fucking game.
We're looking for Let's Endure candidates all the time, so yeah, we'll keep an eye out. Honestly, I would probably wait for Neo to just get finished. I don't know if they're going to put it all together or whatever, but I'd like to see. If we're going to do a Let's Endure, I'd like to get Neo completely done with. But in terms of just like watching the videos, absolutely, I'm all for that. I would definitely check it out myself. Also, I think it's only fair that we plug. What is it, Dick Stroking Vlogs or whatever, that dude that does those crazy or woman that does those ridiculous edits where they like make Phil say crazy shit. Okay, I wanted to get that on the broadcast. That person is fantastic.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dick Stroking Phil Vlogs.
Mr. Krabs.
Absolutely check that out.
All right, let's do our outros. Let's get the fuck out of here. Mr. Rad, where can we find you? What have you been up to?
You can find me on Twitter at the Rad, where I've basically been responding to other posts that I see. You can find my YouTube channel at youtube.com/siwent, W-E born. I might upload some stuff in the coming week. It all depends. Not quite sure.
Mr. Fizz.
You can find me at Dr. Fizz, where I make you question every screenshot ever.
Son of a fucking bitch. You can also find him at your local dive bar. And what have you been up to? Ruining the credibility of online screen caps?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Perfect.
I don't, yeah.
Altering the fabric of the universe. Thank
Damn
you.
it, Fizz.
Fucking son of a bitch, dude. I can't trust a goddamn thing anymore. My foundation has been shaken. All right, fine. So don't give him don't do anything for this man. He is
do not
ruining
follow Fizz.
everything. He is crumbling the foundation around us. All right, what about Mr. Table?
You can find me on Twitter at Quiet Table and on YouTube at Evil Table. I've just been making some delicious barbecue chicken wings. That's why I wasn't really talking for the most part of this.
Amazing.
The fuck? We were busting our asses, and you're over there making chicken wings.
I'm hungry.
Wow.
Where's my goddamn chicken wings?
Yeah.
You don't get any.
Table, your mic was fantastically well behaved tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Fizz. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Tyler.
You can find me on Twitter at THMB69. I just post random shit all the time. That's it.
Turn your mic up.
You want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
You can find me on Twitter at THMB69.
All right. Miss Prideful.
You can find me on Twitter at Prideful Zombie and on YouTube under the same name. Haven't been up to much, really. Just been posting and retweeting random shit, so that's about it.
Our special guest, the one and only King of Pole.
Yeah, man. You can find me on Twitter at Cuckin Johnson, or you can go to my YouTube channel at King of Politics. Yeah, I know. Or you can tune in on my weekly podcast if you like politics, the Poll Show on Hitbox at hitbox.tv/Cuckin Johnson. And I do it at least once a week. I got to do it this Sunday. So.
Hey, we like Hitbox. All right. Shout out to Hitbox. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, man. It was a lot of fun. And god damn, did you add a lot to this conversation. It was fantastic, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
I didn't know if I talked too much.
I was good, man.
It's like I didn't need to show up tonight.
And
Just too much to say, man. He floors me on a lot of shit.
And yours truly, you can find me on Twitter at TIHYDP, the acronym for This Is How You Do Proper Plumbing. You can also find me on YouTube, Fred Fox, 2 different channels, animated avatar, non-animated avatar. There's antics aplenty on the animated avatar. And I guess I've just sort of repurposed the non-animated avatar, my main channel, I guess, if you will, for like big projects, you know, like Scarface and stuff. And then the other one can just be for random shit that I just figure to post every now and then. I have a video up on that very soon about Phil bragging about how he won't be affected by the YouTube monetization removal, and then him today talking about how he's been affected by the YouTube monetization ad removal. You can also find us in general, the Sons of Kojima, on a number of different platforms. So first of all, let's say that you're like a crazy person, mentally deficient, and you want to watch this whole thing again, or let's say that you're lazy and you didn't show up on time and you have to catch up. You can do that in a number of ways. First of all, audio only options, SoundCloud.com/The Sons of Kojima, I think, but you could probably search in Sons of Kojima, or you can type in SOK, SoCast, stuff like that. This will be up there. It's the rare Let's Endure that can probably be consumed audio only. Right after it shows up on SoundCloud, it'll also show up on iTunes. So iTunes, Sons of Kojima, SoCast, yada yada. You can find us there. For all you people that like just the audio, I know there's a lot of you, so have fun with that at the gym or whatever. Just don't fuck up, you know. Don't drop something on yourself.
Don't drop them barbells, fam.
Yeah. Make sure
those things hurt.
And make sure to have proper form. You know, if you're gonna do squats, make sure you can go parallel. Don't do these little garbage shits.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing clean and jerks with those headphones in your ears. Just letting you know.
Do yourself a service and get some kettlebells. Be a manly man. All right, next up, if you are fiending that tried and true method, if you're the OG and you want the classic, and I mean classic, you can head over to the YouTube, Sons of Kojima on YouTube. There you get the audio visual stimuli. It's fantastic. You get the video with all the crazy pauses that we did tonight. You get the audio, just like those people on SoundCloud and iTunes. You get like the double feature. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a bonus. So do that. You guys have been doing that. We appreciate that. You guys showed up tonight. We appreciate that. We gave you guys like an hour notice, and we even delayed it on you guys, and shit ton of people showed up. We appreciate the fuck out of that, honestly. Yeah, we wouldn't do this if you guys weren't interested in doing it. We would be doing it for nothing, I guess, at that point. So thank you guys very much for showing up. We appreciate it. As I've said before, it's an honor, a pleasure to share this time with you guys. The chat is always a blast, so appreciate that. We love you. Go fuck yourselves. Good night.
For you.
Brad, no.
Yes.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to donate to our Patreon. Patreon.com/SonicKey. $1 a day. You know, thousands of you.
It never ends.
All right. And
God.
be right back. I gotta go get my sauce.
Well, Rad,
God.
there is one thing I wanted to say. We love you. Go fuck yourselves. Good night.
Good night.
See ya.
Yeah.
Night.
Later.